The 98th floor of the labyrinth. In one of the darkened alcoves, a frightened girl watches a disturbing scene. A brutal battle unfolds before her eyes. A guy alone confronts a giant centipede, whose every movement reminds of its deadly power. The monster writhes, tearing stones from the floor and leaving deep furrows behind. The girl holds her breath, unable to take her eyes off what is happening. However, this scene will happen only a few months after the beginning of the main story, when much has already changed. Somewhere deep in the labyrinth, on one of its deadly levels, a merciless rule is carved. If you cannot decide, you will die. There is no time for hesitation, no room for fear or reflection. If a person, faced with a floor boss, is unable to make a decision, to fight or retreat, his silent indecision becomes a death sentence. The labyrinth does not forgive those who take too long to choose a path. An instant decision is all that separates life from death. A young man with a machete in his hand moves slowly down a corridor surrounded by the bodies of the fallen. His eyes dart over the bodies of his comrades, and an anxious thought pulses in his head. What if one of them is still breathing? He examines the motionless bodies, trying to figure out if there is even a drop of life left in them. His steps echo loudly in the dead silence. It is as if he is walking through a cemetery made of despair and mistakes. His heart pounds in his chest, each breath is difficult. And at that moment, suddenly, right in front of him, a huge creature appears, resembling a crocodile of monstrous size. Its scales shimmer with an ominous shine, and its mouth, full of sharp teeth, opens with a dull roar. The boy freezes. His body is paralyzed by fear, and a picture appears before his eyes. This monster, with one lightning strike, crushed everyone who was here before him. Thoughts burn. I can't win. I have to run, immediately. The trembling boy's name is Whim. His thoughts are racing, but he quickly realizes a simple truth. The three who lie behind him are beyond his power to save. He is too weak, too late, the enemy is too great. But he does not give up. Whim takes a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. He has only one chance left, one card to play, and he decides to use it, despite his fear. With his last bit of strength and will, Whim casts the spell, Puppeteer. His hand trembles, the energy of the spell pulsing faintly in the air. This isn't just magic, it's his choice, his response to fear and pain. He doesn't know if it will work, but it's all he has right now. Making the decision itself is a step forward for him, a step he wouldn't have taken before. And in this strange, dangerous, almost hopeless situation, Whim suddenly felt something unexpected. Deep inside, behind the veil of fear and pain, he felt a light, warm feeling, pride. Not for strength or courage, but for the very fact of choice. For the fact that he did not stay in place, did not fall in horror, but took a step forward. Even with trembling hands, even with shaking legs. But it was his step. Whim is in a room with two girls and one guy, who are standing in front of him, looking at him with tension. The atmosphere is tense, the air seems frozen with unspoken words. Whim, nervous and confused, cannot understand why everyone is looking at him with such expressions. His mind is frantically trying to put everything together into a logical picture. What is going on here? Why are they looking at me like that? Spins around in his head. But none of the questions find an answer. Suddenly, Kronos, the leader of the Dragon Wing, steps forward. With a cold look in his eyes, he plunges his sword into the wall next to Vim's head, the blade clanging into the wall, narrowly missing him. Vim barely suppresses a shudder, and Kronos, not hiding his contempt, loudly orders him to get lost. He calls Vim trash, a worthless creature who does not deserve to be part of their squad. His words ring out like a death sentence, with no room for excuses. The two girls standing nearby also do not hide their attitude. One of them is called Nikra. She is a priest. The second is Melis, a magician with a cold and harsh character. Both girls express dissatisfaction with Whim with obvious irritation. Their accusations sound derogatory and categorical. They believe that he mixed everything up and, moreover, deliberately wanted to appropriate all the glory for defeating the monster. Only later Whim realizes with horror. He really did accidentally finish off the creature that the others tried to defeat with joint efforts. It is at this moment that the terrible truth dawns on Whim. He expected that his act, albeit accidental, but heroic, would earn respect from the others, or at least gratitude. He thought that he would earn approval, maybe even become one of them. But everything turned out the opposite. Instead of words of support, he receives only more hatred and contempt. Their gazes become heavier, as if accusing him of betrayal, although he did not mean any harm. On his knees, his hands shaking, his eyes dull, Whim begins to apologize. His voice is shaky, he can barely speak, but he still begs Dragonwing not to cast him out. He explains that no one else will accept him again, that this is his last hope to be part of something bigger. He does not dream of acceptance, does not ask for forgiveness. He just wants to stay. Every word is a cry of desperation, of a broken and lost man. Kronos, grinning mockingly, makes a surprising offer to Whim. He says that he will give him a chance. If Whim manages to defeat him in a duel, he will forgive him and allow him to stay. This offer sounds almost like a mockery, like a trap. Whim laughs nervously, not believing his ears, realizing that this is impossible. He knows very well how strong Kronos is, and he cannot even imagine how he, so weak and trembling, can defeat the leader. Vim's laughter sends Kronos into a rage. Unable to contain his anger, he grabs Vim by the throat and slams him hard against the cold stone wall. His eyes flash, his face contorted with anger, and he calls Vim trash again. The room is silent, tense to the limit, until Nikra, noticing that Kronos is overstepping his bounds, tells him to calm down. With obvious irritation, Kronos throws Vim to the floor, as if discarding an unnecessary object. Kronos is outraged. His voice is full of incomprehension and contempt as he wonders how such a weakling, such a nobody, could defeat the boss at all. He cannot accept what has happened, cannot believe that a man like Whim has achieved what others have failed to do. Whim, barely looking up, answers inside himself, silently. He survived and won only because he went all the way, risked his life, because he truly wanted to be useful to someone. Tears well up in Whim's eyes. He can't hold back his emotions. Everything he's been through turns into humiliation and pain for him. All hopes are gone. But at that very moment, someone new enters the room. The door creaks, and a girl appears, someone none of them have seen here before. Her appearance breaks the painful silence like a bolt from the blue. This girl turns out to be a new member. Her name is Sophia, and she is supposed to replace Whim. Her steps are confident, her gaze is calm, and she feels strong. Kronos, looking at Whim with a grin, adds that now that Sophia is with them, no one will even notice that he is gone. The words sound like a slap in the face, like an official confirmation of his uselessness. As if to finish him off, Kronos comes closer, leans towards Whim, and with a malicious, almost triumphant smile, says to his face, "Get out of here." These words sound like the last dot, burned into Whim's heart. Everything inside him freezes. All that remains is for him to slowly stand up and accept that he has become nothing to them. Wilbron is a city where young adventurers live, full of dreams, aspirations, and hopes for a great future. Its streets are filled with the ringing of steel, loud conversations, and the expectation of accomplishments. It is located near a mysterious labyrinth, the source of both untold treasures and countless tragedies. For many, this city becomes the starting point of their adventures, the first step into the unknown, where every sword hopes to find glory, and every soul, its destiny. The city thrives on the bounty of the labyrinth, which generously rewards those who dare to explore it. Scientists, magicians, alchemists, and explorers from all over the world flock here to understand its nature. The labyrinth is not just a dungeon, but a bottomless bowl of wonders and nightmares. In its depths live creatures that no biologist or zoologist has ever seen on the surface. The walls of the labyrinth seem to move, its floors seem to have a life of their own. And the labyrinth itself seems endless and illogical. Adventurers risk their lives by descending into the labyrinth. They form groups, teams full of hope, courage, and, sometimes, recklessness. For many, this is a chance to get rich, gain titles, fame, magical artifacts, and recognition. But each of them knows that once they step inside, they may never return. They are connected not only by a dream, but also by a constant struggle for survival, where one wrong step can cost them their lives. Meanwhile, Whim Strauss wanders the streets of Wilbrun alone. his shoulders slumped, his eyes tired and empty. He thinks about how unlikely it is that anyone will accept him into their team. A bitter voice inside him tells him that even an E-rank quest hunting the weakest monsters may be out of reach. With frustration, he decides to head to the nearest bar, silently telling himself that perhaps all he can do is drink to forget. When Whim enters the dimly lit bar, he is greeted by a barmaid named Great, a woman with a kind face and a strong character. The atmosphere inside suddenly becomes lively as the patrons raise their glasses and begin congratulating Whim, believing that his group Dragonwing has defeated one of the bosses of the labyrinth. Greet, smiling, asks if he has come to celebrate the victory. However, Whim answers with a short and cold no, orders a beer and a simple sausage, avoiding unnecessary glances. Whim takes the sausage, but the taste of the food is hollow, like chewing paper. He frowns, feeling something inside him break. For a moment, he lets out a nervous laugh, but then he claps his hand to his mouth, realizing how pathetic and inappropriate it is. He remembers how his laughter in a similar situation had infuriated Kronos, and now he feels disgusted even by his own displays of emotion. The whole thing seems like an ugly farce to him. Whim can't help but think back. He remembers how they would sometimes celebrate small victories as a group, how they would gather at the same table, even if he felt like a stranger among them. He had a hard time with people, he was often silent, but in those moments he managed to feel like a part of something bigger. But now, after his exile, even those rare warm moments seem like a distant illusion. He no longer has a place in the squad, or perhaps in this city. Suddenly the door to the bar swings open and a girl runs in, out of breath from running so fast. It's Hidemarie, her hair disheveled and her eyes full of determination. She shouts Whim's name, attracting the attention of everyone in the bar. Whim looks up, recognition flashing in his eyes as he immediately knows who it is. This sudden appearance makes it feel as if fate is interfering in his life again, even though he doesn't yet understand why. Meanwhile, in another location, in the castle where the guild leadership meets, the guildmaster is given a report on a recent event. One of the administrators reports that the Dragonwing group defeated a boss known as the Big Turtle. The report states that the battle was fought by 4 people, and that victory was achieved through a joint effort. However, there are inconsistencies in this story, which makes the master suspicious. The guild, following protocol, examined the body of the defeated monster. After careful analysis, it was discovered that most of the wounds on the body were inflicted by the same weapon, and not by many different ones as expected. This raises serious questions, as such a discrepancy may indicate that the data in the report was false. Suspicions begin to grow, and the atmosphere in the office becomes increasingly tense. Although traces of magical attacks and even damage from a magic sword were found on the boss's body, they were minor compared to the main, critical wounds. The traces match the nature of the damage inflicted by a machete, a weapon used by only one person in the known composition of the group. That person is Whim Strauss. The guildmaster, frowning, asks the speaker what he is getting at, and he, without hesitation, answers. A non-combat class defeated the boss alone. Hidemarie asks Whim if he killed the boss, which shocks him and makes him very surprised. The protagonist quickly starts making excuses, saying that he couldn't defeat such an opponent alone, because it was just an accident. He says that he was simply the one who dealt the final blow to the wounded monster. However, Hidemarie confidently claims that according to the data and marks on the boss's body, only Whim, being the only one with such a weapon, was really able to inflict significant damage on him. Whim objects again, and says in a measured tone that Hidemarie overestimates him. He explains that all 3 of the Dragonwing were outstanding individuals, true heroes, each of whom had dozens of battles and many feats under their belt. And he, Whim, only tried not to interfere with them, to be useful in some way, and not to become a burden to them. Deep down, he still does not believe in his own importance and strength. The barmaid, without losing her sarcasm, calls Hidemarie a stalker. Then she adds that in all her practice, she has never heard of a single case of someone defeating the boss of the labyrinth alone. She curiously asks Hidemarie if she is really so furiously sucking up to Whim. These words irritate Hidemarie, and she sharply replies that she is not flattering at all, but simply accidentally overheard Whim's conversation with his former group. The barmaid, grinning, declares that this only confirms her title of stalker. Whim responds that all the blame lies with him, He believes that it was he who failed to build normal relationships with his comrades, failed to gain their trust. He blames himself for being the odd one out in the team and for everything falling apart. These words irritate Haida-Marie. She sharply declares that Whim does not understand anything about people or himself. After this, in an attempt to change the subject or drown out her emotions, she asks for a beer. After the first mug, Haida-Marie noticeably relaxes, and with each subsequent one she begins to talk more and more, sometimes jumping from topic to topic. She shares her thoughts, stories, observations, expresses dissatisfaction with the world and admiration for trifles, until, in the end, she simply passes out, burying her face in the bar. During her drunken monologue, the room becomes quieter, and everyone looks at her with interest. The barmaid asks Haida-Marie with a tired smile to stop, as it is already obvious to everyone that she has had too much. Whim also gently suggests that perhaps she should stop before she gets too sick. Despite this, Haida-Marie, all flushed, reaches for another mug with a defiant smile and hands Whim a business card with the coat of arms of the Night Dragonfly, her band. This causes a slight stir in the room, as such a card is only given to special people. Night Dragonfly is an elite A-rank group known throughout Wilbron. Being a member means respect, recognition, and new opportunities. The people who are part of this team are considered reliable and strong, but it is very difficult to get in. The exam requires a lot of preparation and strength. Haida-Marie seems to be one of the few who not only passed it, but immediately proved herself to be a valuable member worthy of becoming a leader in the future. Haida-Marie, now a little sober, tells Whim to take her business card and come to their group's house the next morning. She offers to try working with them and see what he can do. Whim, confused, asks if he can just join, to which Haida-Marie proudly replies that she is a candidate for the next leader of the group and has the right to recommend new people, especially those who have proven themselves in battle. With difficulty holding the drunk Haida-Marie on his back, Whim leaves the bar. He thanks Gret for the evening and for the company, and she walks him to the door with a kind smile. The barmaid asks if he needs help with the girl, but Whim politely declines, saying that he can handle it. He feels heavy not only from Haida-Marie's weight, but also from all the events of the day, as if dozens of new thoughts and doubts have fallen on his shoulders. As he walks through the dark streets, Whim thinks about her offer again. He tries to convince himself that he shouldn't go there, since the rest of the group will most likely object to his presence. He doesn't want to feel like a burden again or cause discord. It's hard for him to believe that he can be useful to anyone, and so he begins to prepare for rejection in advance, even before he's made the first move. Passing by one of the old buildings, Whim notices two drunk adventurers. They laugh loudly and throw glass bottles at the walls, on which someone has painted targets. Their cheerful and wild laughter echoes throughout the street, creating a noisy background to Whim's quiet and dark thoughts. He silently watches what is happening, not interfering, but going deeper and deeper into his thoughts, full of anxiety and uncertainty. The drunken men took turns throwing glass bottles at targets painted on the wall, shouting incomprehensible words and laughing loudly. The atmosphere on the street was loud and restless, but Whim, trying not to attract attention to himself, simply walked past, holding the sleeping Haida-Marie on his back. However, one of the men did notice him and, attracting the attention of his drinking companion, called out to him. When the men saw who exactly was on Whim's back, they immediately began to grumble indignantly. One of them loudly called the girl a thief, claiming that she had recently bought up all the sweets in the nearest pastry shop before they had even managed to get inside. They were standing in line, and she came, bought everything, and left without paying the slightest attention to them, which seemed to humiliate their male dignity. Whim could hardly believe that someone would consider such a small thing as buying candy before others to be a theft. He felt that the situation was starting to escalate. One of the drunks had already started to loudly demand that Haida-Marie wake up and apologize for her behavior. The others were supporting him with shouts. Whim was confused about what to do, but quickly realized that words would not stop these people. One of them had already reached out to touch the girl and wake her up. Not wanting to let anyone touch Haida-Marie, Whim activated his dual boost and instantly disappeared from where he stood, as if he had vanished into thin air. The drunk men froze in confusion, stunned by the speed and suddenness of his disappearance. They began to look around, not understanding where the guy with the girl on his back had gone. The next second, Whim was already standing on the stairs, a few dozen meters away from where he had been. He threw a short apology towards the men for his companion's behavior, hoping that would be the end of it. When the drunks heard the name Heide-Marie, they suddenly fell silent, exchanging glances with unexpected seriousness in their eyes. This name made a strong impression on them. But Whim, misinterpreting their reaction, decided that they had become even more angry, and hurried away, quickening his pace. The drunk man turned to his friend in the stupefied silence and asked, "Did you see how he moved?" The man only shook his head slowly and muttered that he hadn't noticed anything. The movement was too abrupt, as if it simply wasn't there. The men began to whisper and conclude that perhaps Whim was also a member of the Night Dragonfly, because how else could they explain such speed? Whim, himself a little tipsy from his drink, almost passed the right building, a large but unremarkable house with the Night Dragonfly crest on the facade. He stopped, turned to Heide-Marie, and quietly asked if she could walk. The answer was a muffled "no," spoken in a sleepy voice, clearly without any hope of moving. He sighed quietly, grabbed her more comfortably, and headed for the entrance. He remembered their conversation at the tavern table when, looking down, he admitted that he considered himself too weak for a group of such rank. Heide-Marie had not judged him then, but on the contrary, encouraged him. She had told him not to worry and just try. You don't have to be strong for someone else. Be who you want to be. With these words, she seemed to lift some of the burden from his shoulders, giving him a reason to think about himself differently. Whim quietly thanked her for her kind words, adding that she had no obligation to take care of him. He even advised her to just forget about him. The girl suddenly raised her head and asked angrily if he really thought she was helping him just because they were from the same town. Her words sounded reproachful, as if he had touched on something personal. Whim was confused and, not knowing what to say, simply asked again, "Then why are you helping me?" Heide-Marie was silent for a moment, then looked away and muttered that he wouldn't understand anything anyway. According to her, he was too stupid and wouldn't get it. She turned away, blushing, and Whim, not knowing how to react to her strange behavior, continued to ask himself, why? Why does she say that? What does she really feel? Night Dragonfly is a well-known and respected group of A-rank adventurers with over 100 members. Their reputation is so high that about 30% of all defeated bosses in the region were eliminated by their members. They are considered the elite in their field, and many newcomers dream of joining their ranks, although the selection process is extremely strict. That morning, Whim walked around the large building that housed the Night Dragonfly, wondering if he should go in. His thoughts were all over the place. Was this just Heide-Marie's impulse? Would he regret it if he took this step? A security guard noticed him, looked at the stranger carefully, finding him suspicious, and came closer to find out who he was and what he wanted. Whim silently handed over the business card that Heide-Marie had given him the day before, and to his surprise, this made quite an impression on the guard. Without asking any more questions, he was let inside, and already in the main hall of the palace, Heide-Marie herself met him. She smiled and invited him to look around, giving him a short tour. Whim could not hide his surprise. The architecture of the building, the mosaics on the walls, the engravings and stained glass windows made a strong impression. This place looked much more luxurious than he expected from an ordinary guild. Looking at the facade and interior of the building, Whim thought that it looked more like a nobleman's luxurious mansion than the headquarters of an adventurer group. Soon a guard named Abel appeared, who apologized to Whim with an awkward smile for not recognizing him right away, despite being warned in advance. Heide-Marie flushed with indignation, and reproachfully said that he should have realized who was in front of him. Abel, justifying himself, added that she had spoken of a handsome warrior, which embarrassed the girl, and she sharply ordered him to shut up. Heide-Marie, still a little confused, quickly took Whim's hand and led him down the corridors. They came to a set of massive doors, and when she pushed them open, Whim was greeted by a bustling scene. Dozens, if not hundreds, of adventurers discussing orders, training, or simply relaxing. The vast hall was buzzing with conversation, and the whole affair resembled a hive of activity. Marie, shouting over the noise, called a woman by name Camila and said that she had brought the Whim she had spoken of. The girl was clearly proud of her action and was eagerly awaiting how Camila would react to the guest she had so painstakingly invited. Camila, a woman with silver hair and an impressive appearance, looked at Whim and immediately remembered that Marie had told her about him the other day. She was the leader of the Night Dragonfly and one of the strongest figures in the city, commanding the entire guild. In comparison to her, Whim seemed petite. She was much taller than him. At the same time, Camila said with a grin that she expected to see a tall, handsome man, as Marie had claimed, and this again caused the girl to react with a violent reaction of embarrassment. As Whim approached, they shook hands, and he immediately felt the strength in her grip, firm, decisive, confident. Camila greeted him and informed him that Nightwing was looking for people with potential. With interest, she asked him what he did at Dragonwing. A little embarrassed, Whim admitted that he played the role of bait, looked for enemies, and did paperwork. He did not embellish or invent merits. He simply told the truth. After listening to him, Camila, without further ado, gave Whim his first order to go with the group into the labyrinth and do search tasks. The protagonist was taken by surprise. He did not expect to start so quickly and on such a scale. He was sent to one of the most dangerous zones, and in the company of many experienced adventurers. He was a little nervous, but Marie, having sensed his state, encouraged him with a smile, saying that everything would be fine and that he would cope. The team arrived at the labyrinth using a teleporter built into the structure of the Night Dragonfly base. The instantaneous movement enveloped them in a flash of light, and within seconds they found themselves in the cold and damp stone corridors of the dungeon. The atmosphere changed in an instant, from a safe building to an oppressive underground world filled with dangers and the unknown. In the labyrinth, movement between floors is carried out using teleportation circles, which are placed on each level. But it is not that simple. You can use a new circle only after defeating the boss of this floor. In addition, there are two types of teleporters, normal and special. The former allow you to move only to the next floor, while special ones allow you to jump through several levels at once, which gives a great strategic advantage. Their rarity makes them especially valuable, and groups with such routes are in a better position in the competition for resources and success. Before taking the next step, Marie handed Whim a black cloth blindfold and told him to put it over his eyes. She explained that the Nightwing's teleporter was a closely guarded secret, and since Whim was still new to their ranks, he was not allowed to see where it was. The rules were strict and non-negotiable. Only trusted fighters knew how to reach their unique teleporter. However, Whim felt no resentment or hurt. He nodded understandingly and calmly put on the bandage, fully aware of how valuable information about the location of such teleporters was. The ability to jump several floors in the labyrinth was a huge tactical advantage. It allowed them to avoid danger, save time, and get to rarer resources or enemies. This was their strength, and Whim respected such discipline. After using several teleportations, the party found themselves deep underground on the 97th floor of the labyrinth. Whim looked around in surprise, feeling the pressure of the surrounding atmosphere and realizing how deep they had descended. An uneasy silence emanated from everything around them, and the walls, covered in moss and crystals, seemed to be imbued with ancient magic. For the first time, he truly understood the opportunities and risks that an A-rank group faced. These weren't just words. This was another level. Whim began to be overcome with doubts. He was nervous, looking at the confident and experienced fighters around him, worried that he might be the weak link in the team. Thoughts of his own uselessness weighed him down like stones. But at that moment, Camila, noticing his state, came up and patted him on the shoulder in a friendly way. "Calm down," she said with a slight smile. "If you're tense and twitching, how are we going to stay calm?" These words unexpectedly brought relief. Camila reminded Whim that he had been in the labyrinth with the Dragonwing before and had even taken part in defeating the boss. "You've already proven that you can handle this," she added. "Our job now is to map the area, nothing too fancy. Just do what you can do, and everything will be fine." These simple, non-pressuring words helped Whim relax a little and focus. Support also came from Marie. She turned to him and said with a warm smile that the Night Dragonfly was made up of good and reliable people who could be relied upon. Her words, even if said half-jokingly, inspired calm. Whim felt that he was surrounded by people who would not look down on him, but would help him if needed. This inspired him and gave him confidence in his own abilities. Suddenly, Whim's expression changed. He felt a strange tension in the air and became wary. It was not an ordinary feeling. Something in his intuition told him that there might be danger ahead. Marie noticed his sudden change and immediately asked if everything was all right. "If you sense a trap, it's better to warn in advance," she added. Whim nodded, frowning slightly, and said that he had a bad feeling. To play it safe, he decided to immediately use Reconnaissance magic. Whim concentrated, activating his magic. He directed the energy flow forward along the tunnel, carefully exploring the space hidden around the bend. His goal was to study the area without attracting attention. Marie, watching his actions, quietly said that if he found anything suspicious, he should definitely inform Camila. In such matters, quick decision-making is important. Whim nodded and continued his magical reconnaissance. Within seconds, Whim had detected a potential threat, a rockfall trap about 45 meters ahead. He immediately sent a magical warning signal to Camila. His message was brief but precise. Camila, upon receiving the information, immediately contacted him. "Are you sure?" she asked. There was no doubt in her voice about his ability, but she wanted to be sure how serious the threat was. Whim, clenching his fists, confirmed, "Almost certainly." Better to check in advance. Whim, with complete confidence in his voice, claims that there is a trap ahead and estimates the probability of its presence at 90%. Camila, without wasting time, gives a clear order to transmit this information to the entire squad on a common wave. Uncertainly, but having gathered himself, Whim activates the connection and reports. At a distance of about 43 meters from their position, there is a magical trap, probably with a rockfall mechanism, where a stone column weighing about 150 kilograms can fall from a height. His words cause a sudden silence to fall over the party. All the adventurers turn to look at Whim, looking at him with surprise, as if he had done something out of the ordinary. Whim feels that attention is focused on him, but does not understand the reason at all. It seems to him that perhaps he made a mistake. Camila calmly says that the pillar is indeed too heavy, and that reliable protection is necessary. Then she turns to Abel and says that his strong shield will be needed. Abel, without thinking, assures everyone that they can rely on him. Abel, clad in armor and armed with a massive shield, confidently steps forward. Stepping carefully on the stone floor, he approaches the supposed activation point of the trap. Each of his steps echoes in the stone corridor. He accurately steps on the magic circle, which immediately triggers, flashing bright runes and activating the hidden mechanism of the trap. The next moment, a massive stone pillar falls from the ceiling with a terrifying roar. However, Abel does not lose his head. He positions his shield at the right angle and with a powerful dull blow deflects the falling projectile, preventing the slightest harm to himself or his squad. The dust clears, and it becomes visible how he stands in place, completely unharmed. Abel informs everyone over the radio that the trap has been successfully disarmed. The entire squad is slightly surprised, and all eyes turn to Whim again, this time with respect. He, still tense, is afraid that he has done something wrong. Marie, noticing this, smiles softly and says that he has made an excellent impression. His ability to detect traps is amazing. After this, Whim continues to play the role of a scout, identifying one trap after another, and never makes a mistake. The dragon wing that Whim used to work with had reached B rank in just a few years, despite only having 4 members. Watching Whim in action, Camila wonders why she had never heard of him or his talents before. His ability to accurately identify threats seems too advanced for a mere newbie. But her thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a new report from Whim. He notices that the humidity level in the air is starting to gradually increase, which may be an important detail. Without stopping, Whim clarifies that he has noticed that the insects have started flying too low, which means that there is probably more open and spacious terrain ahead. In his experience, such changes indicate the presence of a large creature, most likely a turtle monster. Whim explains that it is aggressive, but with due caution it can be avoided, adding that he is 90% sure of this hypothesis. This again impresses Camila, and she reminds him that all such information should be transmitted immediately via the general wave, and not directly to her. Whim, slightly pale, apologizes for forgetting to use the comms. However, he feels uneasy again, thinking he has made another mistake. To ease the tension, Camila calmly says that the role of scout is now passed to Jimin, and Whim will be providing support in the upcoming battle. She also adds that they are not going to go around the monster, but rather, their goal is to fight it directly. These words make Whim wonder if he has been demoted for his mistake, if he has disappointed them again. Camila continues to talk to Whim and says with firm confidence that she wants to see what he is capable of in battle. This statement sounds like a challenge and a chance to rehabilitate himself for Whim. He feels the desire to prove his worth igniting inside him. Now he firmly decides that he will make every effort, will not allow a single mistake, and will do everything to become a full member of this team. He tells Camila that he will give it his all and will fight with all his might. Marie, hearing this, smiles and turns to Camila. She says that she has already gotten used to how strong Whim is and offers to go with him in the vanguard. Camila, appreciating the offer, agrees without hesitation. She says that this is exactly what she was going to do, as she believes that the best thing to do now is to give Whim the opportunity to prove himself not only as a scout, but also as a battle mage. Whim thinks to himself that ideally he would like to stand out as little as possible, without striving for excessive popularity or fame. Although in the past he did have ambitions, a desire to achieve recognition and leave a mark on history, now he feels that he has changed. He has become more cautious, more reserved, preferring a quiet and stable life. However, now he has a choice. Everyone here on this expedition wants to see what he is capable of. All these looks, attention, expectations, it all seems to be pressing on him from within. He understands that the very moment has come when he must prove himself, but the question is how exactly to act, so as not to let down either himself or those who believed in him. At this time, a huge turtle, an impressive creature, calmly eats its dinner. A huge bloody crab, without even suspecting the presence of the squad watching it from the shadows. Its movements are slow, lazy, but incredible power can be read in them. Like a natural colossus, it dominates this space, being the undisputed master of this section of the labyrinth. This creature is not just a target, but a threat with which one must be extremely careful. Marie, watching the scene, quietly and calmly informs Whim that the turtle appears to be busy feeding, meaning it is currently weakened and not expecting an attack. This creates an excellent opportunity to strike, especially if they act quickly and in concert. She also adds that the entire squad is watching him now, specifically Whim, and that this is his chance to demonstrate his strength. Whim feels the pressure mounting. The best fighters of the night Dragonfly are looking at him, and he knows that every second of hesitation can work against him. He feels like he is on stage, under the spotlight, and this only makes him more anxious. He feels that his knowledge and abilities may be insufficient, because he is still a newcomer, having just joined this powerful group. And now these looks, these expectations, this silent tension. He does not want to disgrace Marie, does not want her to regret vouching for him. But suddenly, as if sensing his inner struggle, Marie calmly says that she is going to use the ice sorcerer, and suggests that they act as before, as usual, without unnecessary drama. These words bring Whim back to reality. Hearing this simple but important, as usual, Whim briefly remembers all those moments when he and Marie had already worked together, in another group, in another situation, but harmoniously, confidently. This calms him down, makes him stop thinking about other people's views, and concentrate on the task at hand. He quietly thanks Marie for her calm and support, for being herself even in a tense moment. She only smiles in response, and says that she is pleased to see how he pulls himself together and finds confidence. Marie confidently takes her weapon in her hands, seemingly ordinary, but hiding magical power within it, and firmly says that they will definitely win, because now they are working together again as a team. Her voice sounds clear, without hesitation, and there is a sense of strength in it. Whim feels that her determination is transmitted to him, and this simple but confident phrase awakens a fighting spirit in him. He knows that if he acts next to her, everything will work out. Whim notices the magic stone in her hands. It has noticeably shrunk in size, but looks denser and more concentrated. Marie, noticing his gaze, explains that she managed to reduce the size of the artifact while tripling its density and increasing its magical output. This makes her spells even more powerful and effective. After these words, she begins to use the spell Generation, and at that moment the monster, who had been engrossed in his meal, turns his head in their direction, feeling a surge of magical energy. Whim can't help but notice how special Marie's magic works. It activates differently than normal mages. Her spells seem to have a life of their own, merging with her thoughts. This is explained by the rare magic class she possesses, Sage. This class allows for more complex and versatile types of magic that are unavailable to most normal sorcerers. He recalls that magic is usually divided into two levels, basic and advanced. Basic magic includes things like communication between allies, threat detection, and other utilitarian effects. Almost anyone can master this magic. Advanced magic includes combat, healing, and support spells that priests, mages, warriors, and other specialists can use. But the Sage is the highest magic class, which is able to combine any elements, use magic of all directions, and even create their own unique spells based on basic principles. Marie turns to Whim and calmly tells him that it is time to act. She officially gives him permission to use his magical abilities on her, as an ally. Whim feels a spark of determination ignite in his chest. He no longer trembles with fear. He knows that he can trust her, and she trusts him. He takes a deep breath, raises his hand, and begins to weave the spell, focusing on giving it his all and making no mistakes. The group watches everything that is happening with a cool head, without interfering or being distracted, concentrating on assessing the situation. Camila watches Whim closely and notices that he is a sorcerer with a rare ability to enhance the spells of other mages, which cannot but arouse respect and interest. The monster, sensing the approach of a threat or the scent of enemies, rushes towards the adventurers with a threatening roar, rapidly closing the distance. Marie, without losing her composure and clearly realizing the importance of the moment, tells Whim not to hesitate and to hurry, because there is no more time to think. In unison, as if they had rehearsed this scene beforehand, they cast the Ice Spear spell together, channeling the energy into a single magical form. It was a coordinated, collaborative effort in which everyone knew their role. From the heights of the sky, like lightning, an ice spear falls with force on the turtle-like monster, piercing it with such force that even the surrounding earth shakes. The force of the blow leaves no doubt about the destructive power of the spell. All members of the squad, except for Camila, watch the result of the attack in complete shock and with their mouths wide open, amazed not only by its effectiveness, but also by who was involved in its execution. Their surprise turns into a kind of admiration. The spear pierces the monster's shell, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply, which Marie, who has experience with cold magic, immediately notices. Whim, a little confused, apologizes for the unexpected power of the spell, admitting that he did not think her magic would be so strong. Marie, in response, asks him not to apologize, because it was a great result. She then turns to Camila with a smile, wanting to know her opinion, adding that Whim is simply awesome. However, Whim begins to panic again, convinced that he has done something wrong, especially noticing that he accidentally hit Camila's armor. However, Camila quickly reassures him that everything is fine and that Simon has just contacted her, informing her of the wyvern's discovery, and he has been tasked with strengthening her shield. Camila says that she wants to see Whim in action again, indicating that she believes in his potential. Marie smiles and remarks that it seems that Camila likes Whim, but Whim himself confidently replies that it is not a matter of sympathy, but that he is simply being given another chance to prove himself. Meanwhile, the other members of the group discuss his actions among themselves, saying that he is literally crazy in a good way and that they have never seen such power before. A commander named Abel introduces himself to Whim, and they shake hands firmly, expressing their mutual joy at working together. However, Whim immediately becomes very nervous, as he has no experience communicating with strangers and is afraid of saying the wrong thing or appearing strange. Seeing Whim's anxiety, Abel tries to calm him down, saying that there is no need to worry about trifles. He says that he has been given an assignment. Whim must strengthen the squad's defense, But at the same time, Abel admits that he has never worked with sorcerers, which raises a logical question in Whim. Are there no other sorcerers in the Night Dragonfly, or is he really the only one so unique? Abel shares that he heard of a single sorcerer who was once in their party, and that's where their experience with members of that class ends. Whim isn't surprised to hear this, because he knows full well that the sorcerer class has never enjoyed mass popularity. For this reason, he decides to shed some light on the peculiarities of his magic in order to change the attitude towards himself. He begins to explain that sorcerer magic is unique. It allows you to influence the fundamental properties of things by influencing them with the power of your own consciousness. For example, with the help of magic, you can enhance a person's physical indicators, change the parameters of a weapon, or even sharpen your senses. However, he emphasizes an important detail. The enhancement will not work if the target is not ready to accept it. And at this point, one of the party members interrupts him, discontentedly declaring that he does not welcome such magic. The man who expressed dissatisfaction is named Mark. He shares with irritation his experience of interacting with another sorcerer in the past. Then, after applying an enhancement to his body, he could hardly move, and when the sorcerer enhanced his weapon with elements, it became a real torture for him. Mark states that since then he has mistrusted all sorcerers. Whim calmly replies that his approach is completely different. He does not use elemental magic, which is mastered by beginners, and does not resort to elemental enhancement, considering it a crude and ineffective method of influence. Whim continues, explaining that he uses more complex and careful spells, creating subtle magical constructs that allow him to achieve the desired effect without side effects. He tries to assure everyone that there is no reason to worry. However, for some reason, his words anger Mark even more. Whim notices how Mark frowns and looks at him tensely, and he himself begins to worry, not understanding what exactly caused such a reaction. Then Mark sharply says that Whim should not think that he is an amateur, and states that he himself has basic knowledge of magic. He demands that Whim explain everything in detail, and not hide anything. Whim finds himself in an awkward position and feels confused. He is not used to such situations, where not only an explanation is required, but almost a defense of his magic. But unexpectedly, Abel also expresses interest and says that he wants to hear more, despite the fact that he and the other fighters do not have extensive experience in working with sorcerers. Whim, a little surprised, asks again if they are really sure that they want to hear everything down to the smallest detail. This time, Mark is firm and even impatient, demanding clarification with more determination. This makes Whim literally glow with joy. He is pleased and surprised that someone really wants to know what makes him special as a sorcerer. No one has ever been interested in the details of his magic before. His heart is filled with inspiration. Finally, someone has shown genuine interest, and this means a lot to him. Inspired by the attention, Whim begins to explain that most people do not like working with sorcerers because most of them use a very rigid method of strengthening by reciting pre-prepared spells. This method is really inconvenient because it does not allow for individual characteristics. Whim himself has a different approach. He is able to adapt to the needs of a specific person. The fighters from the Night Dragonfly react to this with obvious approval. They begin to understand that Whim is able to adapt to each fighter and not impose the same enhancement on everyone. This makes them respect him and believe that he is reliable. Whim senses this and becomes more confident himself. Feeling supported, Whim gets carried away and literally overwhelms the fighters with information. He explains that he has developed a unique technique of magic himself. He has created separate spells for each muscle, each bone, and even for different types of weapons. Thanks to this, he is able to create huge variations of enhancements depending on the build of the fighter and their equipment. This customization makes his magic incredibly effective, but it also requires a lot of skill. Whim is proud of what he has achieved and is happy to share his achievements. Having heard such a detailed description, the adventurers begin to jokingly ask Whim to slow down a bit. Everything is already clear to them. His approach is completely different from ordinary sorcerers. He is able to enhance several parameters at once, doing it thoughtfully and flexibly. Whim explains that he does not use large magical effects, but but combines many small enhancements to achieve a precise and subtle result. This inspires respect from the others, because such an approach speaks of a deep understanding of magic. Mark, still a little wary, asks Whim if his magic causes any strange or unpleasant sensations. Whim assures that there will be no negative effects. On the contrary, the person will simply begin to feel better than usual, thanks to a well-chosen enhancement. After hearing all this, Mark, who was the most skeptical at first, agrees to be the first person Whim will use his enhancement on. He says that he now trusts him, because he not only explained everything, but also proved that he does not stand still, but constantly improves his skills. Upon hearing the words of approval, Whim bows his head in gratitude and sincerely thanks Mark for his trust and support. He says that he will do his best to live up to expectations and intends to give it his all. With that, he begins the enchantment process, tuning into Mark's energy to impose his unique enhancement on him, which he has invested so much knowledge and experience into. Enhanced by Vima's spells, Abel and Mark decide to waste no time and test their effectiveness in action by arranging a friendly duel one-on-one, without weapons, only with their fists. This decision aroused keen interest among the rest of the squad, since few could boast of the opportunity to test magical enhancement in a safe and controlled manner. The atmosphere around them immediately became tense. Everyone was expecting a serious spectacle. The adventurers began sparring with enthusiasm. Punches rained down one after another, sharp dodges were replaced by precise blocks, and the roar of blows echoed across the field. Whim watched what was happening with obvious excitement, and at the same time with professional interest, trying to catch the smallest changes in the movements of his charges. He could not resist asking how they felt under the influence of his magic. Mark, breathing heavily but with shining eyes, exclaims that he has never felt anything like this before. It's as if he has a second wind, and now he can, in his words, move a mountain with his bare hands. Abel, not lagging behind, supports him, admitting that he did not even suspect what his body is capable of with the right strengthening. Seeing such a reaction, the other fighters from the squad could not remain indifferent, and one after another began to ask Whim to use the same spell on them. Whim, of course, does not refuse anyone. Inspired by their success and the support of their comrades, the entire squad prepares for the final battle with the wyvern. Now that each of them feels stronger, faster, and more resilient than ever before, they are determined to complete the mission with everything they have. The magical enhancement has given them confidence and united them into one unit. Whim, carefully monitoring the instruments and scrying spells, informs Camila that the wyvern is rapidly approaching. Camila glances at Whim and notices that he is trembling, as if he is holding back some internal tension. She asks him worriedly if he is okay. Whim, with a slight smile, replies that this always happens to him before meeting a truly powerful enemy. Hearing this, Camila abruptly orders everyone to be ready. The enemy is about to appear. A wyvern emerges from the thick fog, tearing through the air and emitting a terrifying roar. Its skull-shaped head is crowned with tongues of flame, and its many eyes flicker ominously, as if assessing each of the fighters. Its menacing appearance awakens a primal fear, but the squad is already assembled, ready for battle, and will not retreat an inch. Camila, remaining cool, warns that the wyvern is preparing to attack with its breath. At this moment, the squad's shield-bearers simultaneously raise their shields, creating a solid barrier capable of repelling even the most powerful magical blow. Everything that is happening looks like a perfectly worked-out tactic. When the wyvern spews out a flaming ball, it hits the shields with a roar and bounces back with incredible force, exploding right next to the monster's face. Whim is amazed to see that this was not just a defense, but a real reflection of magic, and concludes that the Night Dragonfly shield-bearers really do have a high level of skill, much higher than he had previously assumed. The shield-bearers themselves seem to be unable to fully comprehend how they managed to repel the attack. This was the first time they had done so. Surprise and pride are visible on their faces. Without wasting any time, Camila immediately gives the next command: open fire for ranged combat. The mages, archers, and shooters immediately obey, unleashing a hail of attack spells. A powerful spell, a spear of ice lightning, pierces the space and crashes into the wyvern. The discharge covers its body, but it becomes clear that this is not enough. One of the adventurers notices that the enemy is still full of strength. and expresses doubt about the effectiveness of the current attack. Whim tenses up, noticing that the wyvern's body is covered in a special protective magic, making it less vulnerable to spells. He assumes that this creature is not a simple one. Camila immediately agrees with his observation, orders the fighters to disperse, and announces that she will personally enter the battle to restrain the beast. The shield-bearers say without hesitation that they rely on her completely. Camila, moving forward, thinks to herself. She noticed the reflection of the shield-bearers and realizes how difficult such a technique is. Even the most experienced warriors of the Night Dragonfly cannot use it without long training. This is not an accident, but a direct result of Whim's magic. Realizing that Whim's power-up will change the outcome of the battle, she becomes intrigued and decides to test the magic on herself. A determination flares up inside her. She wants to see what she can do under his spells. The thought of this inspires her. Even more, she already feels the excitement of the upcoming battle. Camila firmly orders Whim to use the enhancement on her. He, slightly surprised, asks what exactly she wants. Camila answers without hesitation. Full firepower. She specifies how much he can enhance her muscles. Whim modestly says about 3 times. However, Camila, looking him in the eye, says that he is underestimating his capabilities. She is sure that he can do much more, and now it is time to prove it. A nervous Whim, feeling the growing tension, hesitantly says that he is well aware of the limits of his abilities, and, unfortunately, he is simply not capable of more. However, Camila, looking at him with confidence and a slight smile, assures that a 10-fold increase will be quite enough. Whim, already on the verge of panic, with a trembling voice confirms that theoretically he can do this, but emphasizes that such a level of increase is incredibly dangerous and can lead to serious consequences. Camila is not at all afraid of this. On the contrary, her determination only strengthens, and she firmly declares that she still wants to try. Camila, remaining calm, confidently says that she is ready to take full responsibility for any consequences, be they any, as long as Whim does what he is capable of. Despite his inner resistance and uncertainty, Whim continues to try to dissuade her, explaining the risks, but Camila remains adamant, her eyes full of determination. In the end, she gives a clear and unambiguous consent, and Whim, almost resigned to what is happening, reluctantly, against his will, begins to prepare for the imposition of a complex magical enhancement, which he has never used on such a scale before. Whim, activating his sorcerer skills, begins a deep magical analysis of Camilla's body. He is surprised by the density of her muscle mass and the strength of her bones, noting her excellent physical condition. He carefully calculates the center of gravity, tracks micro-movements of muscles, calculates the points of support and application of force, analyzes the interaction of all parts of the body. Realizing that excessive enhancement can destroy even such a strong body, he decides to concentrate not on permanent transformation, but on temporary, short-term, but extremely powerful enhancement. His main goal is not to harm Camila, while ensuring maximum combat effectiveness. After completing the calculations and confirming their accuracy, Whim finally casts the enchantment spell on Camila. At the same moment, she feels a wave of power pass through her body, as if her muscles are filled with an internal fire, and her movements become light and precise. Without a second's hesitation, she confidently draws her sword, stretches her shoulders, and says with a cheeky smile, "Let's warm up, headstrong." Then, without hesitation, she rushes forward, straight towards the approaching wyvern, full of battle fury and ready to fight. Camila, concentrating, pushes off the ground with such force that she creates a small crater where she jumps. With incredible speed and grace, she soars into the air, using the power she has gained to its fullest. In an instant, she is directly above the wyvern, looming over it like a punishing spear. Her movements are fast and precise, every muscle working flawlessly. With this jump, she shows how much her body has changed under the influence of Whim's magic. While in the air, Camila uses the most powerful spell, Liberation, activating the hidden power of her sword. Under the influence of magic, the blade begins to rapidly grow in size, acquiring a terrifying appearance. It becomes several times larger than usual, emitting magical energy around it. The sword shines, filling with power, and turns into a real weapon of destruction, instilling fear not only in the enemy, but also in those who watch it from the side. Whim watches Camila with bated breath, admiring the technique he has only seen in books and rumors until now. The technique of the headcutter's magic sword. He cannot take his eyes off the majestic and at the same time terrifying sight. The party notes with surprise and slight shock that Camila's liberation has never reached such a scale before. Even Camila herself, smiling slightly, warns the wyvern that even she does not know how strong this blow will be, and judging by her tone, there is both excitement and serious threat in this. The next moment, Camila, with incredible precision, directing all her power into one blow, brings her giant sword down directly on the wyvern's neck. This is not just a blow, it is an entire technique, Giant Hunt, designed to destroy large and especially durable targets. The blow is accompanied by a flash of energy, and the sound of the split resembles a thunderclap. The force of this thrust is so great that the ground shakes from the recoil, and the walls of the labyrinth begin to collapse. The force of the blow knocks the wyvern off balance, its many eyes crashing onto the stone floor, and its body shudders from the wave of destruction. The entire labyrinth is filled with an echo of thunder and dust. The stunned adventurers cannot believe their eyes. They have never seen such a powerful attack. From the veil of fog and dust, slowly and confidently, Camila emerges, her figure seeming even more impressive against the backdrop of the destroyed space. Camila, putting her sword in the case, comes out with an expression of complete satisfaction and calm on her face. This sight causes real delight among the whole group. All the adventurers rejoice, shout, rejoice at the victory. Meanwhile, Whim, with noticeable excitement, runs up to Camila, and with anxiety in his voice asks if everything is okay with her, if there are any injuries or pain after the enhancement. Camila, still holding Whim's hand, looks at him with a slight smile, and says that his magic is simply amazing. Her body is completely fine, and she feels even better than before the fight. Whim, still worried, explains that using such an enhancement was extremely risky. He calculated that the chance of muscle rupture was about 5%. Hearing this, Camila asks in amazement, "You call this a risk?" and looks at him with complete bewilderment. Camila continues to be surprised, asking again if it was just a muscle tear and that's all that could have happened. She even clarifies, "No other wounds?" Whim answers with complete seriousness that a muscle tear is also extremely painful and can be dangerous, especially under combat load, which makes Camila laugh lightly and sincerely. She notes to herself that Whim is an unusually curious person, with a unique talent for understanding the structure of the labyrinth, a subtle analysis of traps, and outstanding magical abilities. All this, in her opinion, makes him an extremely valuable member of the squad. Camila doesn't care at all why Whim might have been exiled or not accepted in the past. She considers him an absolutely necessary person for the Night Dragonfly. He may not understand his full value, but it is people like him that their squad needs. At the same time, in reality, Camila cannot hold back her laughter. She literally laughs, because Whim has seriously begun to think that her good mood and violent reaction were caused solely by the effect of his magical enhancement, and not by his character or behavior. This amuses her to tears. The group arrives at the Night Dragonfly's house, where they solemnly announce that this descent into the labyrinth was extremely successful. Not only did they return safely, but they also conducted a detailed study of the new territories, discovering gold veins, which is a huge success. In honor of this significant event, it is officially allowed to have fun, relax, and carouse. On this occasion, everyone, without exception, raises glasses of foamy beer to celebrate their luck and unity. The atmosphere in the room is warm and noisy. All the adventurers are happy, laughing, exchanging stories, enjoying life. The tables are literally bursting with delicious dishes, baked meat, hot sauces, fresh bread, and many treats that can please anyone. All the mugs are filled with beer, and the foam overflows from the overflowing glasses. It is a rare moment when you can put your worries aside and enjoy simple pleasures. Monica, a sorceress, sits down next to Whim, who is sitting a little withdrawn at the edge of the table, looking at him with interest and saying that he is amazing. Her gaze is sincere, there is admiration in her voice, and Whim immediately feels his cheeks begin to turn slightly pink from embarrassment. Monica says she was amazed at how much he had strengthened Heidemarie's ice spear. She calls him a real workaholic, as such fine-tuning of magic requires not only strength, but also a subtle intellect. Whim smiles nervously, saying that he really just has some basic knowledge from his days as a wizard. He feels at a loss, as it's rare for anyone to approach him just to talk. He doesn't know how to act properly, and considers sneaking away. But before he can do anything, someone suddenly approaches them and calls his name. It turns out to be Jimon, the head of intelligence, and his assistant Bettina. Jimon is a respected figure, and his analytical reports are read even in other guilds. Bettina says that they are especially interested in Whim's enemy detection techniques, because they have never met such a sorcerer. Upon seeing Jimon, Whim happily recognizes him and passionately admits that he has read all his notes, books, and even old drafts on route analysis. Jimon was about to start a discussion of traps, but they are immediately interrupted by a loud shout. The shout comes from Mark, who, clearly amused by the drink, demands that they stop their boring conversations and join in the fun. He says that Jimon is as carried away by his theory as usual, and asks them to leave the work for tomorrow. Jimon smirks in response, saying that Mark always drinks too much, and Mark just waves it off, suggesting that Jimon shut up and raise a glass with everyone else. At this point, Mark turns to Whim with a big smile and says that the buffs he applied were really cool. Thanks to them, the squad was able to repel a powerful attack, something they couldn't do before. Whim is embarrassed, tries to change the subject, saying that it's all thanks to the fighters themselves, because he just gave a little help. But Mark, after taking a sip of beer, says that Whim is just too modest, and that with this approach, he will definitely go far in the night Dragonfly. At this point, Abel leans over to Whim and apologizes for initially thinking he was a suspicious character. Whim smiles and says that nothing terrible has happened because it is normal to be wary of new people. But it is still nice that Abel acknowledged it. There is a warm, almost homely atmosphere around. Everyone is laughing, smiling, encouraging each other. But Whim, not used to such attention and goodwill, begins to giggle uncontrollably and awkwardly. When he notices that everyone has turned around and is looking at him, he quickly gets ready to leave so as not to disturb the fun. But Abel stops him. Abel says that Hidemarie has already told everyone about his nervous quirk and asks them not to worry about it. Mark, who is sitting next to him, tells Whim to relax and enjoy the moment. Whim thanks them, but admits that he is still not used to being the center of attention and receiving so many kind words. He adds that maybe he should try to stay here for a long time, because if Nightwing became his home, that would be very nice. At this point, Hidemarie sits down next to him with a piece of fried meat and calls him a good boy with a satisfied smile. She adds that all the meat has already been eaten, which does not surprise Whim at all, considering how many people are here and what kind of fight it was. Hidemarie looks relaxed and pleased that everything went well. Hidemarie tells Whim that he has now become a real star among them, and asks curiously if being the center of attention bothers him. Whim honestly answers that it makes him nervous, because he thinks that everything is due to others. Hidemarie sighs heavily, saying that he is at it again, and adds that he did not notice how Camila was looking at him. Whim asks again about Camila, surprised. Hidemarie says that she is most likely in her office, buried in her work as always. Having thanked Hidemarie for the conversation and support, Whim goes to visit Camila, full of thoughts. Camila sat in her office, bent over papers, typing another report. Her thoughts were confused, and only one was spinning in her head. When would all this red tape associated with paperwork, of which she had accumulated too much, end? Despite the overall success of the operation, she had to deal with paperwork and not relax with the others. She reflected that today's descent had been one of the most successful in recent times, and in her opinion, the main hero of it was Whim. His enhancement was truly remarkable. She felt as if wings had grown behind her back, although he had only increased her natural physical parameters. This feeling of lightness and incredible strength was the first time she had experienced such a feeling. She had truly surpassed her limits, and she did not expect this from herself. Camila wondered if they could use Vim's magic in the future, not just in combat missions, but in training as well, so that the squad could get a feel for what capabilities they should strive for. If implemented correctly, this could change the entire structure of training. She had long believed that she had reached the peak of her physical abilities, but thanks to Whim, a hope for growth was once again ignited within her. Perhaps now, with his help, she could become even stronger than she was. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Someone knocked politely. She immediately recognized Whim's voice and allowed him in. He asked why she was still in armor, to which Camila responded with surprise that she did not see anything special in it. Whim had a neatly bound report in his hands. He explained that he had considered it necessary to compile a full document on the results of the descent to make her job easier. Camila, taking the papers, thanked him and began leafing through the pages in amazement. The document was so detailed and precise that, in fact, it freed her from having to compile the report herself. His work completely overlapped her responsibilities. Camila felt a sudden sense of relief. Today, it seemed, she really did not have to deal with the paperwork. She remembered that Whim had once worked in the Dragon Wing, doing similar tasks. He confirmed that he had indeed been mostly involved in accounting, not combat operations. Then Camila understood. He dealt with negotiations, calculations, and logistics, not swords and magic. She began to suspect that this visit was more than just a polite gesture. Perhaps he wanted to impress her with the report, to prove himself and get a job at Nightfly on more favorable terms. He looked modest, but her fighting instinct told her that Whim had calculated everything in advance. She even found it amusing. The thought flashed through her mind. Let's play. She was the first to talk about money, offering 500 mercs for joining. She explained that she couldn't pay in gold, since the veins were shared, but promised to give another 2,000 after joining. Whim didn't seem to understand what she was talking about and asked again, but Camila thought that he just wanted to wait for a better offer, playing at being misunderstood. In her eyes, Whim was a very cunning and thoughtful guy. She couldn't let anyone else poach him, so she immediately raised the rate. 3,000 mercs one time for joining, and then 600 mercs monthly, plus bonuses for merits. She put everything into this offer, showing how much she was interested in him. When she asked if he was okay with the terms, Whim looked clearly puzzled. He even asked again if it was a joke, to which Camila chuckled to herself. She still thought he was negotiating in his usual manner. Then she asked how much he was earning in Dragonwing, so she could offer more. Whim simply held up 2 fingers. She thought he was talking about 200 mercs and didn't understand why he thought her offer was unfavorable. But Whim shook his head and clarified, not 200. This began to make Camila panic. Perhaps his previous salary was so high that they simply wouldn't be able to cover it. Whim calmly explained that he only earned 20 mercs a month at Dragonwing. This shocked Camila to the core. She couldn't believe it. After all, a market trader earned that much in one day. Everything was mixed up in her head. Was he joking? Or did they pay that badly at this organization? It all seemed absurd to her. Whim was embarrassed. His cheeks turned pink and his gaze darted from side to side, unable to settle on any one object. Camila could tell from his face that he was not joking. Not a trace of irony, only awkwardness and embarrassment. He quietly said that he himself did not know what amount would be fair, because for him, the salary he had received before seemed normal. He wanted to say something else, but he hesitated, awkwardly apologized, and, bowing, hurried out of the office, as if he was running away from something terrible. He felt how stuffy the room became from his own excitement. Camila sat in complete silence, still not believing what she had heard. She tried to compare the numbers in her head. 20 mercs a month? That was the level of pay for an inexperienced messenger or a simple worker with no magical or combat skills. With such power, with the level of enhancement he helped them with, in any normal group, he would have been invaluable. He could have become a leader. She could not understand why he was so underestimated, why he was outside this group in the first place. How could he have been kicked out? And what kind of strange group was this? Dragon's Wing. Everything about this story made her suspicious and angry about his past. Meanwhile, far away in the depths of the labyrinth, on the 35th floor, the narrow stone corridors echoed with the sound of many feet. A crowd of goblins, each with a crude club in their hand, was furiously chasing after the 3 tired and exhausted adventurers, who were desperately trying to evade and find a safe place to hide. This was the same group, Dragonwing. The members believed that the loss of Whim would pass unnoticed and would not harm them. Moreover, they hoped that their strength and unity would only increase. After a crushing defeat from a powerful boss, they healed their wounds, found a new fighter, and were ready for new trials and exploits. Once the bitterness of defeat had subsided, the desire to go further, deeper into the labyrinth flared up in their hearts once again. For the A-rank team, this should have been an easy task, but for them, it was not. The heavily wounded Kronos could hardly stand on his feet, and angrily ordered Nikra to heal him faster. She, in turn, concentrated and carefully, but slowly restored his strength. Inside, Kronos felt that something was wrong, and he did not understand why. He turned to Melis and asked when the protective barrier would appear. The girl was still chanting a complex spell, and it was taking a long time. Kronos was becoming increasingly impatient. Why was everything so slow? However, after a while, she finally completed the spell, and a fiery fan flared up in front of the group, throwing back the approaching enemies. Kronos ordered a retreat to buy time, but he could not hold back his anger. He again reproached Nikra for healing him too slowly. Nikra, breathing heavily, replied that her healing magic had its limits, and she could not act faster without risking herself. Realizing that there was no point in arguing now, Kronos calmed down, apologized for his outburst, thanked Nikra, and praised her efforts. He gathered the group and said that they were clearly not prepared for this ordeal. They needed to find a way out immediately, or the goblins would soon catch up with them. He asked if anyone in the area had seen any landmarks that could help them figure out their location. Melis frowned and asked Kronos what these landmarks even looked like, since she had no idea. Kronos himself was just as confused as the others. At that moment, the third girl from the group approached him. He was hoping for help, but her expression said otherwise. She looked scared. She said with alarm that there was a dead end ahead, a completely closed path from which it was impossible to get out. The girl's face was distorted with fear. She could not believe what was happening, and was clearly afraid for the fate of the group. The sounds of the approaching goblins grew louder, their heavy footsteps and shrill cries echoing in the cramped corridors of the labyrinth. Kronos' face took on a look of sheer panic. He knew they were trapped. They should never have ventured so deep into these dark dungeons. Their greatest enemy was not the goblins. The real threat was their own arrogance, which had led to their downfall. The Dragonwing group's house. In one of the rooms, where a dim silence reigned, the wounded Melis, leaning heavily on the headboard, turns to Nikra, who was lying next to her on the next bed. She quietly asks if she can eat, but Nikra shakes her head and weakly replies that she cannot yet. Then Melis, despite her own pain, hands Nikra a glass of water, hoping that at least a sip will bring relief. Nikra takes a few cautious sips, after which she begins to cough. Melis immediately becomes wary and asks if she is okay. Nikra, with a forced smile, says that everything is fine, although she clearly feels worse than she wants to admit. Kronos enters the room holding a plate with a neatly sliced apple. He obviously prepared it for Nikra, hoping to at least slightly support her strength. Sitting down next to her, he says with a tired smile that he could not have imagined how difficult the 35th floor would be. He does not hide his surprise that their wounds still do not heal, as if the depth of the labyrinth has left a mark on them not only physically but also mentally. However, before he has time to express doubt in his decisions, the girls begin to support him, claiming that all of this is Whim's fault. Their words sound like a defense not just of a leader, but of the last reliable landmark in this chaos. Emboldened by their support, Kronos gently embraces the girls, holding them close as if drawing strength and confidence from this physical contact. He looks into their eyes and asks if they are ready to follow him again, even if there is danger ahead. The answer is immediate. Both of them, without hesitation, say, "Of course." Their faith in him seems unwavering despite their failure, and this fills Kronos with a grim determination. However, deep down, they all knew that the final descent had been a disaster. The team had no clear understanding of the floor map, they couldn't communicate well, and they relied entirely on brute force, forgetting about strategy. And yet, they miraculously managed to break through to the 30th floor, thanks to a moment of desperation when Sophia cast a flashlight spell, blinding and scaring off the goblins, giving the group a few precious seconds to escape ahead. Now, some time has passed, and Sophia reflects on what happened. She can't shake the feeling that there was something strange, even unnatural, about their rescue. She's increasingly convinced that there's something wrong with this group. They simply couldn't defeat a B-rank boss on their own. And now she's left to sort out the paperwork that Whim left behind, another specter of his uselessness. Kronos, wanting to get rid of unpleasant duties, told Sophia that Whim was useless and did empty paperwork. According to him, there was almost nothing there, and he easily handed it all over to Sophia. But when she looked into the files, she found something else. Neatly compiled reports, financial documents, bills for the house, accurate accounting information on expenses and income. Moreover, Whim made maps of the floors explored and characteristics of the monsters encountered. To her, all this seemed less like routine and more like a full-fledged research work, as if she were looking at a fragment of a dissertation. Looking at this work, Sophia begins to doubt the objectivity of Kronos' words. She wonders if her predecessor really managed all this alone. And how could the leader of the group call him useless? Gradually, an unpleasant picture begins to form in Sophia's head. Either Kronos does not see the obvious, or he is deliberately distorting the facts. She is no longer sure how wise their leader is in his decisions. Her memories take her back to the scene where Kronos and Whim were facing each other on the training ground, armed with training weapons. It had seemed like a simple sparring match at the time, but now it felt like something more. During the fight, Kronos easily knocks Whim to the ground. He smirks and says that he is no sparring partner and orders Nikra to heal him. Nikra emphasizes that she is not healing him for his own sake, but only so that he can be of some use to Kronos. As if even caring was not an act of mercy, but part of the humiliation. At this point, Kronos, as if finally losing his patience, exclaims that Whim is easily replaceable, and no one else will take him into the team. He must obey orders, or he will be expelled. And suddenly, everyone around him, the girls he was in the group with, starts screaming at Whim to get out. This pressure and collective rejection becomes unbearable for him, and the tension in his body betrays how depressed he is. This scene was a nightmare for Whim, from which he woke up in the middle of the night with a sharp intake of breath. He was covered in sweat, his heart was beating fast and loudly. The Dragon Wing group appeared in his dreams again and again, with screams, humiliations, pressure, cold looks. These nightmares became constant, like an oppressive trace of the past. From a distant rooftop, Heidemarie watched him with the help of a magic telescope. She quietly whispered, "Poor thing," seeing how he tossed and turned in bed, and her heart was squeezed with pity and the desire to be near, to protect, to warm. After Whim left Dragonwing, the guild rules prevented him from joining another group right away. He was temporarily housed in a guest house owned by Knight Dragonfly. This gave Heidemarie the unique opportunity to constantly keep an eye on him. She no longer had to resort to reckless methods like before, when she would sneak into Kronos' group's house by hiding under Whim's bed just to get closer. Much has changed since then, but her feeling has only grown deeper. She uses the listening stone and her charms to make sure Whim is safe. She has become his invisible guardian. Heidemarie records each day in a book she calls Whim's Chronicle. She is currently on volume 105. It contains everything from the exact time he woke up to the color of his socks he chose for the morning. On this day, she notes how Whim gets up early, stretches, goes for a run, and then eats breakfast. His breakfast is always simple: sausages, steamed potatoes, bacon. He is not picky about food and likes hearty, home-cooked meals. After meals, he devotes hours to studying magic, classifying monsters, and reading reference books. His focus inspires Heidemarie. In her eyes, he is a real scientist, even if he himself does not admit it. At the Dragonwing, he was used as a housekeeper, and he never had a moment's peace. Now, within the walls of the Knight Dragonfly guest house, he tastes freedom. Heidemarie can't take her eyes off him, watching him finally live his own life. She watches him fall asleep with bated breath, and notes every little detail in her journal. Weight, 58.63 kilogram. Gained since last day, plus 0.09 kilogram. She even considers his casual words important. What a coincidence. And good morning, Heidemarie. She rejoices, because for her, this is a step towards her dream, to be closer to him than anyone else. But suddenly she notices that he is deviating from his usual route. He goes out into the yard. He has never done this at this time before. Heidemarie is overcome with inner tension. Who called him? Why did he change his habit? She thinks it could be Abel and turns on the magical wiretap and distinguishes a female voice. This makes her anxious and slightly jealous. Could it really be Camila? From the roof, she sees them. Whim and Camila are standing in the training arena. Hidemarie squints, trying to understand what is happening. At the start command, Whim immediately activates a magical enchantment that strengthens Camila. Hidemarie freezes in anticipation. She begins to analyze. Judging by his actions, Camila wants to use Whim as training support. Hidemarie deduces that Camila plans to use magical reinforcement to adapt her body to the new loads. This method makes sense. The body memorizes movements in an enhanced mode, so that it can then reproduce them without magic. And indeed, it is an innovative way of training, in which Whim's participation plays a key role. Hidemarie is fascinated by how useful he is, how his power can help others become better. But it also worries her. How close will they become after such training? In this way, Camila tries to overcome her limitations, methodically accustoming her body to new loads. First, she uses the enhancement from Whim to understand how the movement should feel in perfect form, and then tries to repeat it on her own, without magical support. Meanwhile, Camila quickly draws her sword and swings it across the arena, leaving a deep mark on the surface. The blade sparkles in the morning light, and Camila's muscles are tense as strings. Her movements have become fast, coordinated. They feel confident, which was previously held back by self-doubt. From the roof, Hidemarie watches all this with admiration, not taking her eyes off Whim and Camila. She records each step in her chronicle, not missing a single moment. Hidemarie notes that Camila is simply a monster. After all, she achieved the same results in just an hour as under the influence of Whim's magical enhancement, which is impossible by the standards of ordinary people. Her muscles work clearly, her breathing is even, and her movements are precise to the point of automatism. However, despite all this, Camila still feels a tremor in her hand. This worries her, and she asks Whim what the reason is. Whim, without thinking twice, answers that, most likely, the problem lies in the friction between the joints and muscle fibers. He says that he can adjust the parameters of the effect, and then the tremors will disappear, but clarifies that this will no longer be a normal enhancement. This will be strengthening, a different type of effect, deeper and more fundamental. These words do not frighten Camila. On the contrary, they fuel her enthusiasm even more. She asks him to continue and begins to practice the strikes with even greater zeal. Camila continues swinging her sword, but suddenly stops abruptly. Hidemarie watches tensely, and Whim asks, "What happened?" He doesn't understand why she suddenly froze in place. Silence hangs over the arena. Even the birds seem to hold their breath. From the roof, Hidemarie leans forward, unable to tear herself away from what is happening. And then, unexpectedly for everyone, Camila steps forward and hugs Whim tightly, pressing his head to her chest. He stands there in bewilderment, and Hidemarie in shock. Her eyes widen, her breath catches. It's too much. Too close. Too revealing. She doesn't know what to do with the feeling that's overwhelming her now. A mixture of jealousy, pain, anxiety, and resentment. Camila, with a beaming smile on her face, calls Whim amazing and wonderful, marveling at his talent and politeness. This remark pierces Hidemarie's heart like an arrow. Her face changes from surprise to irritation, and she angrily calls Camila a witch, although she only whispers it to herself. But the next second, Hidemarie makes an effort to pull herself together. She convinces herself that Camila's hug was dictated only by an emotional outburst after training. Perhaps it was just a gesture of gratitude, nothing more. But deep down, she still feels unpleasant. Camila, encouraging Whim, suggests doing such training every morning and even promises that next time she will bring Abel along so that he can benefit too. She also emphasizes that she is going to pay for each session, thus showing her seriousness. During the day, Whim is invited to a drink by Mark. It would seem like a simple male pastime, but in Hidemarie's eyes, it all looks too planned. She believes that the whole situation is a clever trap by Camila. According to Hidemarie, she wants to firmly tie Whim to their group before his official entry. In the evening, Whim really does go out for a drink with the others, and Hidemarie is beside herself. Hidemarie, trying to calm herself down, repeats to herself that she is not going to run after Whim like some kind of obsessive shadow. She is not a stalker, she is simply taking care of him. She respects his personal space and freedom, especially since he went only with men. This is an ordinary men's evening. No reason to worry. But even after saying this, she does not feel complete relief. Her anxiety does not go away. It only subsides for a while. Hans, one of the key candidates for the night Dragonfly, raises his glass of beer in the air. He enthusiastically invites everyone present to raise their glasses to Whim because he is about to become an official part of their team. His words sound sincere and friendly, and the atmosphere in the company becomes more and more relaxed. Whim smiles, thanks for the warm welcome, although inside he is still a little constrained. But Hans clearly wants to win him over and show that he is welcome here. After the toast, the group heads to the club, where they are met by waitresses with curvaceous figures and revealing clothes. The atmosphere there is free and noisy, filled with laughter and the hum of voices. Marie, unable to bear it, decides to follow them. But when she sees where they have come, she literally shakes with indignation. She can hardly restrain herself from interfering. Moreover, she understands that listening to the conversations inside will be extremely difficult. Too many people, too much interference. This irritates her even more, because she wanted to understand what they would talk about. At the table, surrounded by friends, Hans turns to Whim and says that he heard that he and Marie come from the same town. Whim calmly confirms that they are indeed from Rollefeld. Hans is surprised because it is quite far away, and it seems amazing to him that Whim left his homeland. At this time, Mark remembers how Monica said that Whim dreamed of becoming a magician in his youth. He only nods slightly and confirms. He says this calmly, without embarrassment, as if he is pleased to remember his old dreams. Mark admits that he himself has always been closer to fairy tale wizards than heroic warriors. These words make Whim smile. He shares that as a child he adored a fairy tale about a girl who could change her appearance. Hans immediately recalls the title, The Princess in Sheep's Clothing, and says that he loved her as a child too. Whim, looking at his interlocutors, is surprised to realize that he speaks freely and confidently. Those awkward attempts at communication that haunted him before are behind him. It is as if he has truly learned to be part of the company. Watching this from the side, Marie is inwardly jubilant. She is pleased that Whim is behaving decently. He is not looking at the waitresses, not flirting, not getting lost. He is simply communicating with his comrades. She considers this a manifestation of his character. After the company leaves the club, Mark announces that the next place is for bachelors only. This enlivens the men a little. They begin to joke with each other, exchanging glances. Mark asks Whim if he is a bachelor. Before Whim can answer, one of the men expresses doubt. He thinks Whim is dating Marie, but Whim calmly denies it, saying that they are just friends. He explains her concern by saying that she feels responsible for him, since he has just arrived and needs support. This explanation seems logical, but he is a little nervous that it might be misunderstood, and at that moment, something unexpected happens. Marie appears right behind them. The men freeze in surprise, then turn around and ask out loud what she is doing here. However, Marie maintains a cold expression on her face and only calmly asks where they are going next. Her appearance makes an impression. The atmosphere instantly changes, as if it has become a little cooler. Later, outside the company, Marie invites Whim to continue on together, and he, seeing no reason to refuse, agrees. They walk together, and Whim feels himself becoming part of the night Dragonfly. He tells Marie how eventful the day has been, even though he knows she already knows. He says that he had nothing like this in Dragonwing, but here it is as if he has been accepted for who he is. Whim, looking thoughtfully at the sky, says that for the first time he feels at home among other people. But, as if afraid to believe it completely, he immediately adds that he might be wrong. Marie immediately corrects him. No, he is absolutely right. When Whim asks how she can be so sure, she says with a slight smile that she knows everything that concerns him. She believes that from this moment on, his life really has become better. Camila is visited by Dominic, one of the representatives of the investigation team working for the Adventurers Guild. His visit is unannounced, and Camila, frowning slightly, asks him directly, why did he come? Dominic, without wasting time on polite introductions, says that they need her help, or rather, her support, in the framework of a delicate investigation. He emphasizes that the matter concerns sensitive information that requires the utmost caution. Camila does not like to talk about and around and demands an explanation. She wants to know what exactly is being discussed. Dominic doesn't hesitate for long and immediately names a name, Whim. He specifies that the investigation is related to this man, a former member of the Dragonwing, and now one of the fighters of the Night Dragonfly. This name clearly arouses Camila's interest, and she stops looking at Dominic with irritation. On the contrary, she becomes more attentive. Dominic, catching her reaction, continues. He says that there are many inconsistencies in the reports concerning Whim, and that the case requires new views and independent analysis. After Dominic shares key details, Camila is stunned. She can't believe that Whim actually managed to defeat the boss of the 97th floor by himself. It sounds too far-fetched, and even with all her faith in the abilities of individuals, it seems like an outrageous achievement. Doubt and wariness appear in her eyes, and she is already mentally running through the situation from different angles, trying to figure out if it is even possible. Dominic clarifies that the nature of the wounds on the monster's body indicates the use of a machete. He adds that the reports indicate that the blows were inflicted by Kronos using a machete belonging to Whim, and this is what is recorded in the official documentation. However, he admits that the committee does not have the resources to fully investigate. Camila sarcastically notes that all this will once again be attributed to the riddles of the labyrinth, as is usually the case. She reproachfully says that the investigative committee itself should deal with such cases, and not leave everything to chance. Dominic also says that this is the reason why the decision to promote Dragonwing to A rank was suspended. Despite this, no clear evidence was found against them. Camila notes that in that case, people will celebrate those who did not even scratch the boss. She emphasizes that the story is too strange, because no one has ever heard of someone defeating such an opponent alone. All this remains only a theory. Dominic says that he personally read every report from Whim, and there was not a single word about Whim's actions. This seems suspicious. Camila says that it is not surprising, because it is typical of Whim. He does not like to talk about himself and tends to downplay his role. She says that she is ready to help, because she herself is interested in understanding what he is really capable of. She suggests that they not waste time and arrange a test in combat conditions. It will be fair, and at the same time give her the opportunity to find out how effective Whim is in real combat. Determination lights up in her eyes, and she already begins to make a plan. It's been a few months since Whim joined the Night Dragonfly, and the squad is now on their next foray into the labyrinth. Whim takes up a position between the vanguard and the rearguard, switching depending on the battle situation, reinforcing those who need support. At one point, he stops the squad, informing them that there may be a trap 50 meters ahead. His attention to detail seems to be becoming an indispensable element in the group's expeditions. Over time, the squad's trust in Whim has grown significantly. He has begun to be privy to critical information, including the location of teleportation points, a fact that speaks to a high degree of acceptance. Whim feels that for the first time he has found a place where he is truly welcome. At this point, Camila contacts him. Without further ado, she asks if he is ready to demonstrate his fighting skills. Whim replies that he has little experience fighting in large squads, but Camila interrupts him. The fight will be solo. She explains that she wants to see if he can fight using the buff on himself. Whim mumbles a little, admitting that he feels weak. However, Camila says that the next ascent will be especially dangerous, and it is important for her to understand whether he can act alone, so as not to worry about him. At this time, Jimin reports through the communication device that a single large golem has been spotted ahead, about 140 meters away. The atmosphere becomes tense, and everyone begins to prepare for a possible fight. Camila, assessing the situation, understands that fighting a golem is not an easy task, especially for a single person, so she offers Whim help in the form of Hidamari, knowing that she is always there and can support. However, Whim, gathering his will into a fist and trying not to show doubts, firmly refuses help, saying that he wants to try to cope on his own. Camila, with a slight smile, nods and says, "Great," showing that she respects his choice. Whim, nervous but determined, walks forward along the corridor, mentally psyching himself up and trying to calm his heart, which is still beating wildly from excitement. As he gets closer, he sees a terrifying sight. A huge stone golem, almost 10 times his size, covered in glowing runes. Each rune slowly pulses, as if living its own life, and radiates a strange, magical energy. The golem's stately and massive figure seems motionless, but one can sense the destructive power lurking within. The atmosphere becomes tense, and the air seems heavy with magic and menace. Suddenly, when Whim is about to take the first step, he feels a hand touch his back, causing him to flinch in surprise. It turns out to be Marie, who has come after him after all. She tells him in a calm voice that he should relax a little, and that everything will be fine. Whim, still tense, replies that he could die because the enemy is too strong. However, the girl, with a slight smile and firm confidence, says that nothing will happen to him. Whim, inspired by her words, takes out a machete, grips it tightly in his hands, and finally prepares for battle. From a safe distance, Hans, observing the proceedings, says that although Whim is a special guy, he probably doesn't have the strength to defeat such a monster. He points out that even B-rank fighters can barely cope with such enemies. However, Camila counters that Whim's spells are not like normal ones. He literally pinpoints every muscle, every bone, strengthens weak points, and distributes the power harmoniously throughout the body. This requires great precision and magical mastery. She says that his approach is not brute force, but delicate, fine work. Hans, intrigued, asks Camila if she really thinks Whim can win. Camila answers yes, and Hans deduces that she believes in him. Every adventurer must undergo a class determination ritual, which increases their physical strength by about 10 times. However, the sorcerer, unlike other classes, does not receive such a significant increase and is still almost a normal human. This makes the sorcerer class one of the most difficult, as they have a hard time adapting to combat. However, sorcerers do not have to get used to a radically altered body, because their physical structure remains the same, which can be a plus. They still know their body, their limits and weaknesses. This gives them a certain advantage. They do not have to learn to control their power again. A skilled sorcerer can achieve success through intelligence, precision, and good control of mana, and not just brute force. Meanwhile, the stone golem slowly raises its massive arm and delivers a crushing blow towards Whim. Whim, without wasting a second, activates the instantaneous 2x boost, sending energy into his legs and back muscles. His body is covered in a light glow of magical energy, and he feels his muscles fill with power. With the boost, he becomes significantly faster and more powerful than in his normal state. With the boost, Whim jumps back and leaps out of the way of the golem's blow, dodging at the last moment. He knows that with the boost to his own body, he doesn't need permission to cast enchantments. That's one of the big advantages. He feels every movement of his muscles, every bone, as if his body has become a machine, working in perfect harmony. Understanding his specialty, Whim begins to analyze which parts of his body require strengthening at any given moment. He uses his strengthening carefully because he can usually only afford one strong charge. However, when it comes to himself, he is able to use magic twice in a row, which gives him a serious advantage. But for this ability, he pays a huge cost in mana, which is why the fight must be ended as quickly as possible, otherwise he will simply be exhausted. As Camila and Hans watch the fight in disbelief, something incredible happens. The golem suddenly stops, as if it had lost its balance. The next second, they notice that its right arm has been cut off, and Whim's machete is still in the air. One precise blow, and part of the monster is destroyed. This shocks both the observers and Whim himself, who did not expect to be able to inflict such damage. Despite his success, Whim knows that if he continues to enhance his body further, it could lead to severe pain and damage. He is about to jump to continue the attack, but feels as if his body is frozen. Thoughts race through his head. Is he enhanced enough? Should he increase his strength even more? Doubts hinder him, but he decides to do it, and activates an instant triple boost. Whim feels like his body is burning, but he is ready to do anything to win. The enraged golem, radiating fury and heavy blows, rushes straight at Whim with terrible force, shaking the ground with every step. Its massive limbs rip the air. Whim, unflinching and clenching his teeth, rushes towards it, accelerating sharply. He chooses the moment to make the most of his speed, and with incredible accuracy plunges into the center of the golem's chest, aiming for the most dangerous and vulnerable area. With a powerful, precise movement, Whim slices through the golem's massive chest, covered in ancient, rune-inscribed layers of stone. The machete literally smashes into the structure, destroying it layer by layer. Several dozen centimeters down, he finds what he was looking for, a crystalline core, emitting light and vibrations like a living heart. It pulses with magic, and it was to this core that this giant's life was bound. Deprived of its life force, the giant golem suddenly loses its balance. With a crash like an entire building collapsing, it falls to its knees, causing the ground to tremble. The entire group watches this dramatic moment with bated breath, including Marie, who has a warm and proud smile on her face. In complete silence, Whim, breathing heavily but walking confidently, walks back, carrying the cannonball impaled on the end of his machete as a symbol of victory. Without wasting a second, Whim suddenly raises his machete upward and smashes the crystal with all his might, from which a bright glow emanates. A loud ringing sound is heard, and the core cracks, disintegrating into sparkling fragments. At the same moment, the golem's body begins to crumble rapidly, like a tower of sand falling apart without a foundation. Stone slabs collapse, crumble, disappear in clouds of dust, leaving behind only a pile of rubble. Camila, still under the impression, asks Hans if he saw how exactly Whim defeated the golem in just a few powerful and precise moves. The rest of the group is in complete shock. Everything happened so quickly that they did not even have time to understand what exactly happened. Hans is surprised to say that Whim is not only incredibly fast, but also really strong. When Whim approaches them, he humbly apologizes for the delay, but everyone immediately denies it. No one even thought to reproach him. One of the comrades half-jokingly asks if Whim is kidding, because what they just saw looked like a real miracle. Meanwhile, Camila, continuing to watch what is happening, turns to Marie and asks who he is, this Whim. At first, Marie calmly answers that he is a sorcerer, and they come from the same city, but Camila clarifies that she is not interested in his biography. Then the girl with a slight smile says, "He is very strong," just like that. Overwhelmed with emotion, Whim immediately rushes to Marie, like a child rushing to tell his parents about his first success. He excitedly shares his experiences, says that he acted recklessly but still won, although now he feels how his whole body aches from overexertion. Camila, watching this, thinks to herself, his reaction is so naive and simple, as if she were a newcomer who has only recently joined the ranks of adventurers. Can a person who defeated a boss really be so unsure of himself? But the more she looks at him, the more she understands he is not lying or acting. His emotions are real. He does not look like a person who is playing a role or trying to hide something. Everything he does is natural. This is what confuses Camila. Who is he really? While she is thinking, Marie, noticing Whim's overexcitement, carefully calms him down. He asks anxiously if he said something strange, but Marie replies that he just exhaled a little of the pent-up tension. With a gentle smile, Marie praises him, calling him a good boy. Whim, touched, nods gratefully, and admits that he was glad to be of service. He says that it was only thanks to them that he decided to act recklessly, and if it had not been for their presence, he would hardly have been able to do what he did. After that, he tries to stretch his shoulder, expecting pain from the strain, but is surprised to find that there is no pain, no fatigue, no weakness, as if his body had retained its strength despite the strengthening. Confused, Whim quickly checks his mana levels, and to his shock, he finds that he still has some left. He doesn't understand how this happened. At that moment, interrupting his thoughts, Mark loudly exclaims that a hero should be celebrated, and begins to joyfully throw Whim into the air, as if he were the real winner of the tournament. The others support him, surrounding Whim with attention and joy, and Marie, quietly, almost whispering, says to herself, "The world has finally begun to notice your magnificence." Hans comes up and asks Monica where she is staring with such interest. Monica, looking out the window, raises her hand and points her finger somewhere in the distance, beyond her normal field of vision. Her eyes shine with attention and slight admiration. There, in the arena, Camila and Abel are already training hard, both under the influence of Whim's magical enhancement. Their movements are swift and coordinated, like experienced fighters. Monica, watching them, calls them real hard workers, because they really do train every morning, without days off or excuses. Hans, casting a lazy glance at her, asks if she has any desire to join the training. Monica, chuckling, replies that she will only get in everyone's way. Hans agrees with her, but adds with a grin that she makes too much noise. Monica, offended, puffing out her cheeks, says that it was not at all necessary. Meanwhile, in the arena, Camila finishes training and announces that it's enough for today, but Abel, who is full of enthusiasm, immediately exclaims that he is still full of energy and ready to continue. Camila, shaking her head, reminds him that tomorrow they are going to explore the 98th floor of the labyrinth, and his body really needs to rest before that. At this point, Whim intervenes and asks how they like his final power adjustment, asking for his opinion. In response, Camila and Abel almost simultaneously exclaim with delight in their voices that it was truly amazing. They are genuinely happy to be able to work side by side with Whim, because thanks to his magic, they feel themselves becoming stronger and more confident every day. Their words sound with genuine gratitude. Whim starts to feel a little embarrassed by so many compliments, awkwardly scratches the back of his head and says that he hasn't really done anything special, because he himself learns a lot from them. Camila, laughing, notes that she should thank him properly, because even as a temporary participant, he has already done too much for them. Excited, Camila, with a sparkle in her eyes, admits that she really wants to know what she is really capable of under his enhancement in a real fight. Whim can't help but notice that they seem to shower him with praise on purpose, so that he doesn't become despondent. After finishing the training, Camila encourages the boys to have a good rest today and tomorrow to stay in shape. At the same time, she suggests that they all go out for a snack. Abel immediately perks up and happily agrees, while Whim looks down and thinks. Camila immediately asks if he is against the idea. Whim calmly explains that he has an appointment with the intelligence department and that they are supposed to have an important meeting today. Camila is not offended and, waving her hand, says that it's okay. They'll just have lunch together another time. Whim, feeling guilty, apologizes and leaves, leaving Camila with Abel. Camila, looking after him, with a slight grin and a slightly feigned sigh, says that she was just politely brushed off. Abel, not wanting to waste the moment, offers Camila a little more practice. She agrees without much hesitation, and they continue practicing the movements. Afterwards, Camila, wiping the sweat from her forehead, decides to drink a healing potion, since they both seem to have overdone it a little. She feels the tension in her muscles go away, and closes her eyes for a moment in relief. Walking down the hallway, Camila notices Whim sitting with a serious expression among the scouts, discussing various types of traps, defense techniques, and the use of magic in battle. She stops to watch him. At that moment, she clearly understands. Whim has already fully integrated into their squad, as if he was part of the team from the very beginning. And the more she gets to know him, the more she is convinced that this man is incredibly hardworking and will definitely become one of the strongest one day. But suddenly, her attention is drawn to a whisper. Someone nearby calls Whim creepy. Camila turns around to see a small group of Nightwing members standing off to the side, discussing Whim among themselves. They say they don't want to spread rumors, but they still can't trust him completely. He's too strange for a sorcerer, and he was accepted too quickly. Their caution is evident in every word. Camila is not surprised by this attitude. She knows very well that the majority of the Night Dragonfly members come from noble aristocratic families. To get into their ranks, you have to put in a lot of effort and pass strict tests. Vim's quick acceptance makes them wary and envious. However, Camila is sure that tomorrow's sortie will put everything in its place. Then everyone will see what he is really capable of. Suddenly, she is distracted. One of the group members informs her that someone from the Adventurers Guild has come to see her. Camila orders the guest to be taken to her office. In the guild office, Dominic reads a fresh report that says that Whim has defeated a huge golem on his own. Camila, sitting across from him, finds this very impressive and even a little astounding. Dominic, putting the paper aside, asks her a direct question. Do you think Whim could have defeated the floor boss on his own without anyone's help? Camila answers without a shadow of a doubt. No, he wouldn't have managed it. Dominic is surprised by such confidence, because he expected a different opinion. But Camila continues. His speed is truly outstanding, and she has never seen sorcerers move with such agility and reaction, but it is not enough to defeat a real boss. At least not yet. Camila says that, given Vim's overall fighting ability, he's well on par with the leaders of the Nightwing. However, she quickly adds that if he hasn't yet gone all out, then that's a different story. This possibility leaves room for speculation and raises questions about his true limits. The very idea that he's hiding something more makes her anxious. Dominic, intrigued by her words, asks Camila if she really thinks Whim hasn't reached his full potential yet. Camila answers without hesitation that he's just special. There's some special power hidden deep inside him. Dominic reminds her that they have a trip to the 98th floor planned for tomorrow, and asks her to try to push Whim to show what he's really capable of. Camila nods, smiling. Okay, if we make it back alive, of course. Late at night, Hidemarie sits in a half-empty bar, absent-mindedly twirling a mug in her hands and talking to the barmaid. She says with a lazy intonation that Whim no longer has nightmares, and that his sleep has generally returned to normal. However, the barmaid, usually lively and talkative, only looks away indifferently, and briefly says, "I see," which greatly alarms Hidemarie, who is used to a completely different expression on her face. Hidemarie looks at her suspiciously and asks what happened, as she was usually in a good mood. Suddenly, a man sitting next to her interrupts the conversation and explains that a group of adventurers who frequented this bar disappeared last week. They went to the 98th floor and never returned. When large groups prepare for a large-scale raid, small groups try to get ahead of them in order to collect at least something valuable. However, the 98th floor remains virtually unexplored and extremely dangerous. If something doesn't go according to plan, the group risks disappearing without a trace. Hearing this, Hidemarie calmly remarks that adventurers have been walking hand in hand with death from the very beginning. She says that you just have to get used to it. The barmaid, looking sadly to the side, quietly says that she understands all this, and falls silent. Not wanting to continue the gloomy conversation, Hidemarie suddenly interrupts her loudly and cheerfully, declaring that so be it. Let the barmaid drink at her expense today. This, according to her, is a gift from the best sage of the night Dragonfly. The barmaid suddenly perks up, grabs a huge mug of beer, and thanks Hidemarie with a grateful smile, who watches her reaction with slight satisfaction. Hidemarie, looking at the size of the mug, says indignantly that it is too big, even by local standards. The barmaid cheerfully replies that it is just one mug, nothing special. Hidemarie snorts, saying that if the price is the same as for one, then fine, but in fact it is 5 times the usual. A playful argument begins between them, and the old men sitting next to them at the bar watch it with affection. They are happy that Greta is finally smiling again. During the argument, the barmaid calls Hidemarie a stalker, which causes her to flare up. Hidemarie asks why such nicknames, but Greta, ignoring them, calmly explains that she is planning to go to the 98th floor. She then asks that both Hidemarie and Whim be sure to return after their foray and stop by her bar again. Her voice becomes almost pleading. Hidemarie sighs slightly and says that they will of course return, but the next moment, more seriously, she adds, "In this world, people who smile and laugh together today may disappear forever tomorrow. This is the harsh reality in which they have to exist, and each of them knows it." Floor 98. 3 adventurers walk slowly forward through a wide, misty hall that expands endlessly to the sides. One of them whispers that the level is too huge and perhaps they shouldn't have climbed here without more serious preparation. The other replies that they need to get out of here immediately, before it's truly too late. All 3 have tension on their faces. The group begins to retreat, carefully stepping through the water that has flooded the flagstones of the floor. Their steps become slower and slower, and their eyes grow wider with fear. Something invisible and threatening seems to be hanging over them. They barely speak, only exchanging glances and listening to the rustling sounds echoing off the walls. Suddenly, the one who was walking ahead hears a scream behind him. He turns around abruptly and does not see his comrades. Panic seizes him. He calls out to them, but in response, only a resounding silence. Clenching his fist, he presses the amulet to his chest and says with a trembling voice, "Forgive me, Elijah. Forgive your dad." Tears shine in his eyes, but he pulls out his sword. The adventurer, gritting his teeth, shouts a challenge to the invisible enemy. He demands that the monster show itself, ready to fight to the last. He wants to prove that he is worthy of being an adventurer, but at that moment, something terrifying appears from behind him, a monster with an open mouth, moving silently and swiftly. He turns towards the sound, trying to protect himself, but it all happens too fast. He doesn't even have time to scream. The next moment, horror consumes him, and an ominous silence reigns around him again. The entire city had gathered in the main square to see off the elite Night Dragonfly squad, which was about to embark on a dangerous foray into the depths of the labyrinth to the mysterious and not fully explored 98th floor. People of all ages, from children to the elderly, stood shoulder to shoulder, anxiously watching the squad's preparations. There was a mixture of anxiety and pride in the air, as such expeditions are rare and always associated with high risk. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause as the Night Dragonfly leaders entered the arena. People called them by name, wishing them luck and glory. Whim, standing among the group, notices that the crowd's attention is focused not only on the old-timers, but also on him. This causes him mixed feelings. On the one hand, he feels proud, but on the other, he feels pressure and confusion, because it was not long ago that he was still an ordinary member of the Dragon Wing and did not know how much his life would change. The thought of the Dragon's Wing fills Vim with sadness and anxiety. He realizes that he hasn't heard from them since then, and he begins to wonder what happened to them. Maybe they went on another mission. Maybe they broke up. He doesn't know. But then he abruptly cuts off his thoughts, reminding himself that he is now officially part of the Night Dragonfly and must leave the past behind. Meanwhile, in the crowd, two men are talking. One says that the force is descending in full force, 122 men, and the other assures that, with such a large force, nothing but victory can be expected from them. A third person joins the conversation, asking with keen interest if they have heard of the new, temporary member of the Night Dragonfly. He talks about a sorcerer who was supposedly kicked out of the Dragon's Wing and is now on everyone's lips. The other two ask him again what his name is, but he throws up his hands. He can't remember. They exchange glances, interested and a little puzzled, because there are a lot of rumors lately, but it is difficult to separate truth from fiction. The squad that must go down to the floor first takes the greatest risk. After all, they are the ones who will step into uncharted territory, where every move can be deadly. Such groups of pioneers are more likely than others to encounter unknown traps, anomalies, monsters, or even bosses. Only the most experienced and strong adventurers who are ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of progress and glory decide to undertake such a mission. These are real heroes who know that returning home is not a guarantee at all. Before the mission begins, Camila addresses the entire squad, giving a speech full of strength and determination. She announces that today will be a test for everyone, as they will explore the unknown and possibly deadly 98th floor. There, in the pitch darkness, they will look death itself in the eye. So she demands that everyone must gather their courage, cast aside their fear, and show what mettle they are made of. This mission is not just a mission, it is a test of their honor. Having finished her inspiring speech, Camila moves on to the most important thing. She insistently asks everyone to remember that the lives of their comrades are more important than any trophies. Neither gold nor magical artifacts are worth the bloodshed. The Night Dragonfly cannot afford losses. After these words, she loudly proclaims, "Night Dragonfly, to victory," and the entire squad takes up her cry in unison. This fighting spirit, supported by the crowd, embraces all the participants of the sortie, uniting them into a single whole. Inspired by the general mood, Whim tries to shout something inspiring, like veterans of combat missions do. But it comes out awkward and a little comical. Hidamari standing next to him notices this and, grinning, teases him. He feels a little awkward, but still glad to be part of something so big. This only confirms that, despite his strength, he is still a newbie in these large-scale campaigns. Under the Adventurers Guild itself is the entrance to the first floor of the labyrinth. It is from here that the path begins that leads to the goal, the 98th floor, where the squad is heading. This is the safest route, developed over years of experience and research. But even with it, the upcoming path will be long, gloomy, and unpredictable. Darkness, traps, and the unknown await them ahead. Only unity, caution, and strength will help them reach the goal and return back. Upon reaching the 98th floor, Whim is immediately struck by how huge it is. There is no ceiling at all, as if they were in a separate world hidden deep underground. The space around them seems endless, which increases the pressure on him. His job is to strengthen the vanguard so they can quickly respond to threats, and he must use the remaining mana to scan the area and detect traps. Thoughts swarmed in his head, because the safety of the squad and the overall success of the mission depend on his actions. Abel approaches him, carefully observing his face, and asks if he is nervous. Whim replies that he is not, and confidently adds that he has already collected his thoughts, although inside he is boiling with tension. However, after a few seconds, his stomach twists sharply, and he involuntarily winces in pain. Panic slowly begins to creep in, and Whim feverishly tries to remember all his instructions and memorized protocols. He quietly whispers a step-by-step plan of action to himself, trying to regain control of his body and mind. Abel, noticing his condition, puts his hand on his shoulder and calmly says that everything is fine. After all, Whim has shown himself well in training and has repeatedly demonstrated that he is able to cope with difficult situations. These words help a little, but the tension is still there. Bell, trying to cheer up his friend, says that the whole group believes in him and counts on his support. He himself will protect Whim, even if the strongest monster appears before them, even if it is the boss of the floor himself. Words full of determination and confidence deeply touch Whim. He looks at Abel with gratitude, not knowing how to express everything he feels. At such moments, he especially feels the importance of friendship and support, especially in this dark and dangerous world of the labyrinth. Abel suddenly apologizes and looks away, embarrassed by his own emotion. Whim thinks about it. After all, they trained together, shared food, laughed, and discussed plans. This can definitely be called a true friendship. He almost decided to ask Abel to go out for a meal after the mission, to celebrate the beginning of their real work as a well-coordinated team, but his thoughts are abruptly interrupted. At that very moment, Whim hears that strange and frightening sensation again. A light, almost imperceptible sound that he had heard earlier when he was descending into the labyrinth. Panic rises in his chest again, and his breathing becomes ragged. Abel notices his reaction and cautiously asks what happened. Whim, not wanting to raise the alarm, quickly waves his hand and says that it was probably just an insect flying past, although he himself knows perfectly well that he is hearing something much more sinister. The order comes over the comms, the vanguard to take up combat positions. Everyone reacts instantly and begins to move, heading deeper into the floor. Each step echoes loudly in the silence. The group moves carefully, relying entirely on coherence and tactical guidance. Whim activates magical signals to search for traps, his eyes glowing faintly with concentrated mana. Despite the anxiety inside, he tries to fulfill his role precisely and without error. Suddenly, an alarming message comes over the comms. A hydra has been spotted up ahead. Whim immediately replies that he will check. He knows that hydras live in places with abundant moisture, which means that there is most likely a body of water up ahead. He notices many waterfowl, which only confirms his guess. Whim orders the right flank to be checked for enemies, and instructs Bettina to continue advancing along the left side. Everything must be done precisely, otherwise they may fall into an ambush. A few minutes later, Whim contacts Jimin and Bettina, reporting that another path has been discovered, leading downwards. He asks them to record it on the map. Abel, watching this, is amazed at how attentive Whim is to detail, and how much he takes on himself. He not only amplifies and scans, but also creates maps, and does this without anyone asking, on his own initiative. This inspires respect, and Abel feels that with such an ally, even hell can be overcome. At one point, Abel notices that Whim is drawing an incredibly detailed map, with precise crossings, landmarks, even the enemy's expected routes. He is delighted, but Whim suddenly begins to panic, afraid that he has made a mistake. He vomits again from the tension, and can barely stand on his feet. Abel silently hands him a flask of water. Whim accepts it with gratitude, sheepishly apologizing for his condition, but Abel only smiles and says that it can happen to anyone. They are interrupted by Hans, who comes up and says that Camila is calling them to a meeting. Hans politely asks Whim if he understands correctly that there is a large hall further along the route. Whim confidently answers that yes, that is true. He adds that by all indications there is a spacious room ahead, and that there is a noticeable smell of water coming from there. Therefore, there is most likely a lake or an underground river there. This information could be critical for the entire group, and Camila needs to be informed before they go any further. Hans says that more details are needed and asks Whim with concern if he knows what quality of water is ahead. Whim, a little nervously, replies that he has noticed butterflies in this area, which, according to his knowledge, only live near fresh water. This, in turn, means that the water there is most likely suitable for drinking. Camila, who has been closely following the discussion, asks if anyone else has anything to add. Whim is slightly trembling and visibly nervous. Abel, sitting next to him, asks with concern if he has any additional comments. Whim initially says that nothing important, but Camila, looking at him sternly, insists that he tell everything that is on his mind, not holding back even the most insignificant details. Whim hesitates slightly and says that he has noticed something odd about the landscape. There is a slope ahead, and it looks suspicious. They have been moving downwards all the time, but at that point there is a sudden steep climb. He explains that going down to the water is logical, but such a sharp rise could be a sign of a trap, which is not typical for the previous floors. Camila, listening to Whim's words, immediately concludes that if something happens, they can easily drop a boulder on them from above or cause a torrent of water to drown the group. This worries her, and she begins to mentally run through possible scenarios. Whim continues that the worst-case scenario is that there is someone waiting for them beyond the rise. Then they will have only water behind them and no escape route. He says that if the floor boss is there, they will be trapped. A tense silence falls after these words. Whim immediately, feeling that he has caused alarm, nervously apologizes, justifying himself by saying that this is just a hypothesis, nothing more. He apologizes to everyone for making everyone wary with his guess, and hangs his head in confusion. Camila, on the other hand, says that Whim has shown remarkable abilities to analyze and predict dangers, and that these skills are becoming more and more accurate. Therefore, she says, he must share all his thoughts, no matter how strange or frightening they may seem. These words touch Whim deeply. For the first time, he feels that his opinion is truly valuable, and thanks Camila, trying to overcome his nervousness and sense of self-doubt. Further progress through the floor was accompanied by encounters with several large monsters, but everything went more than smoothly. Gold veins were discovered, resources, and the mission seemed too calm. This began to worry Whim. It seemed to him that the labyrinth itself was luring them forward, without meeting serious resistance. Everything was going too well, and Whim could not shake the feeling that there is always a calm before the storm, and that this silence is not a good thing. Camila announces that the descent will continue for another week, and that a significant portion of the data has already been collected. However, one potential threat remains that mysterious slope, and until they explore it, the operation cannot be completed. Jimin supports her, claiming that the night dragonfly does not run away from danger. Mark also agrees, saying that leaving an unexplored area is a mistake that will lead to the creation of dark maps that could cost someone their life in the future. Whim understands that a dark map is a scary, dark reality of any adventurer's life. These maps contain unverified or suspicious territories, where a future explorer is sent alone. Most often, this is a person with communication magic, who must transmit data until the very end, until his death. These people are often forced to go against their will. This allows them to obtain maps with complete information, which are incredibly valuable. Camila says that if they leave now, the demand for such deadly missions will increase, and they cannot allow that. So Camila announces that an advance party will be sent. Whim quickly realizes that a smaller group is a way to reduce potential casualties and minimize risk. But the fact that it is a mission means that only the best of the best will go. He is filled with curiosity about who will be chosen. He listens with bated breath as Camila says that she is about to name the 6 members who will be part of the party. She starts listing: Hans, swordsman and second in command; Abel, shield bearer and commander of the shield bearers; Monica, mage and assistant to the mage commander; Bettina, mage and assistant to the search party commander; Marie, sage and candidate for leader; and finally, Whim, sorcerer, temporary member of the party. These words make Whim literally freeze in surprise, and his breathing becomes ragged. Whim, completely confused and excited, shouts to Marie, asking why he was chosen. She smiles and says that it is a great honor because temporary members are rarely included in elite operations. Her words cause a storm of emotions in Whim. He begins to get very nervous, feeling how much responsibility has fallen on him. Camila tells everyone to get ready, and Whim, barely containing his excitement, answers yes. But inside, he is panicking. He does not know how to cope with this and what to do. The night Dragonfly finally reached the 98th floor of the labyrinth, which was shrouded in darkness and uncertainty. A special squad of 6 people was formed to investigate potential water sources and conduct general reconnaissance of the area. To his surprise, Whim was included in this squad, which immediately caused him a mixture of anxiety, surprise, and responsibility. The mission was serious, and each participant understood that they could face unknown threats. Before setting out, Whim magically enhanced all of the vanguard using enchantment spells. His fingers trembled slightly with excitement as he focused his mana. Streams of light enveloped each fighter, and for a brief moment the air was filled with a sense of power and speed. This was one of his key tasks in the group, and he accomplished it perfectly, despite his excitement. Monica jumped up and down in joy as her body felt lighter and more agile. With a beaming smile, she declared that she now felt weightless, as if she could fly. Whim modestly explained that he had increased their speed as they would be moving through open and difficult terrain, where mobility was crucial. Monica excitedly grabbed Whim's hands and laughingly said that she wanted to be under his enhancement forever. This unexpected display of gratitude embarrassed Whim, causing him to blush slightly, but then an irritated Haida Marie intervened, sternly demanding that Monica keep her distance. Monica, without losing her cheerful mood, with a sarcastic smile called Haida Marie Marichka and accused her of being too strict. Such familiarity angered Haida Marie even more. She exclaimed that there was no Marichka here and that Monica was overstepping her bounds. Seeing Monica's impressive bust, she called her Cow Number 2 with cold irony. The atmosphere began to heat up, and then Hans, trying to maintain order in the squad, intervened and asked the girls to stop arguing, reminding them that they had a serious task. After the awkward incident, Hans addressed everyone. He said that although this was their first time working together in such a group, he believed in each of them and was sure that they could handle it. He instructed Bettina to plan a route with minimal risks. She replied that she would try to avoid any encounters with monsters. Hans then turned to Whim, offering to help with reconnaissance and analysis if he still had the strength. Whim wanted to agree, but suddenly felt sick with excitement. After all, the responsibility was pressing. Abel immediately handed him water. Hans sighed heavily, thinking that he felt like an elementary school teacher, leading a noisy group of students. As the party began to move, jumping from one hill to another, Hans was surprised to feel the effect of the enchantment that Whim had cast. He easily jumped over the hills and felt the power filling his body. The speed of movement increased, but there was almost no fatigue. It was truly impressive. The enhancement was very effective, and Hans was even more convinced that Whim was not just a temporary member, but a valuable support mage. While moving, Bettina suddenly gave a signal to change the route. Hans immediately became wary and asked if this was connected with the appearance of monsters. However, Bettina explained that a trap had been discovered ahead. He looked at her in surprise, and she said with a slight smile that she had learned this from Whim. Her confidence and calmness indicated that she had indeed mastered the reconnaissance skills well, which, according to her, was largely due to Whim's advice. Bettina said that when Whim first shared his information with her, he brought with him a huge pile of paper, completely covered in notes, diagrams, and calculations. It shocked her he was so meticulous. Whim had developed a theory by which traps could be classified and, based on the statistics of each floor, their appearance could be predicted. His system seemed complicated, but it was already bearing fruit. At that moment, Bettina noticed that there was an enemy ahead. Hans, without wasting a second, said that it was time to engage in battle and rushed forward. With a battle cry, Hans drew his sword, and in the torchlight its blade flashed like lightning. He ran up to the huge lizard, which hissed angrily and straightened its scaly body. With a sharp blow, he dealt the first blow to the monster's torso, leaving a deep wound. The battle had begun, and the squad was ready for any developments. Hans notices that despite the fact that he left a deep, noticeable wound on the monster, it is still alive and not going to give up. Its flesh is strong, it makes furious sounds and continues to move forward. Monica, seeing this, enthusiastically shouts that she will finish it off right now. But then Whim intervenes, anxiously and loudly asking her to wait, to let him first enhance her abilities. Monica, still in fighting spirit, nods and activates the upload spell. This means she opens up her magic circuit, allowing Whim to cast the charm on her. Whim immediately goes to work, fine-tuning the charm to improve her casting speed and accuracy without overloading her mentally. When Vim's spell wears off and is finally cast, Monica feels a surge of magical energy. She immediately recites the magic formula and releases the spell. Electric bullets, a whole sheaf of sparkling magical charges, rushes towards the enemy, dividing the air with a roar and crackle. The bullets hit their target, hitting the monster's right eye. It roars and retreats, blinded and stunned. Monica, dumbfounded by the result, cannot believe that all the bullets hit without missing. She realizes that this is the result of Whim's magic. Hans, watching this, asks Whim if he can enhance the weapon in the same way. Whim answers with slight confidence that he can enhance the weapon as well. Hans then hands him the sword, giving him permission to cast the enchantment. Whim carefully enhances the sword, increasing its strength and power, but controls the weight so that it does not become too heavy in his hand. Hans takes a deep breath, then stands in front of the monster, in a fighting stance. His voice is hoarse but firm, as he says that it is time for the hunt. Gathering all his strength and concentration, Hans delivers a crushing blow with his sword. He uses a combat technique called the crucifixion, a blow that divides the enemy in 4 directions. The blade cuts through the monster's flesh so easily, as if it were not an armored beast, but a simple pie. Hans's muscles tremble from the strain, but the blow is extremely effective. The monster falls apart. This outcome of the battle surprises even Hans himself. He is surprised not only by how easily the blow passed, but also by the sensations he experienced, like cutting a cake into pieces. He involuntarily remembers Camila and understands that now he feels the same as she did when she won, with the same ease and confidence. His face lights up with understanding and admiration, but the joy doesn't last long. Bettina, who is watching the area, suddenly notices a new threat. She looks up and cries out in alarm that there is another enemy above them. A huge flying piranha, with its mouth wide open and fangs as sharp as blades, is flying towards Whim and Monica. Whim reacts instantly, strengthening himself 3 times without preparation. Without wasting a second, Whim makes a powerful leap towards the attacking piranha. In his hand, a machete gleams, enchanted and sharp. He flies straight at the monster, and at the last moment, with a mighty scream, he plunges the weapon into the creature's body. The blade passes through the flesh, and the piranha falls, bleeding, dead. The comrades begin to praise Whim for his courage and precise strike with admiration and approval. But Whim himself only waves it off, modestly saying that it is just a small fish and anyone could handle it. Hans, in turn, looks at the dead monster and says that he does not understand how such a dangerous creature can be called a small fry. He assumes that it is a new, previously unknown species. Hans leans over the monster's body and notices a necklace hanging from its fang. Inside the pendant, he sees a tiny photograph of a child. He realizes that this monster may have once been something intelligent. Hans says out loud that death always follows adventurers. He adds that they don't have much time, but suggests that they bury the body and at least make a symbolic grave. Everyone agrees. As they silently dig, Whim looks at the team and realizes that even in combat and on the move, they work as one. The squad, having finished the fight with the monster, gathered together to bury the remains they had found and build a makeshift grave. Everyone stood in a circle and began to pray, paying their respects to the deceased, whose child's photo was found in a pendant on the monster's body. At that moment, Whim thought to himself that they would never do something like that in the Dragon Wing. There was always cold discipline and indifference. Here, among the members of the Night Dragonfly, he felt that he was part of something bigger, something alive. After a minute of silence, the group gathered again and moved further along the expedition route, going deeper into the floor. Moving forward, the party came to a wide and spacious area, as the reconnaissance participants had said. An impressive landscape opened up before them. The high ceiling was still hidden in darkness, The walls were lost in the distance, and in front of them was a huge lake, reflecting the dim light of magical sources. The surface of the water was unusually calm, as if attracting the gaze. The space was clearly different from the previous sections of the floor, creating the feeling that they had stepped into a separate, almost magical world. Hans, looking around and listening carefully to the sounds, confirms that everything is indeed as Whim predicted. According to him, this is the perfect place for the temporary camp of the Night Dragonfly on the 98th floor. There is enough space, the water is clean, and the landscape is favorable for defense. The rest of the group began to express their admiration and gratitude to Whim for his insight and accurate calculations. However, Whim himself is embarrassed. He brushes off the praise, saying that he was just doing his job, nothing more. Hidemarie, watching Whim modestly reject the recognition, loses her temper. She sharply tells him to just accept praise for once in his life, and asks why he is so eager to belittle his achievements. Whim wants to reply that he does not mean that at all, but before he can, Hidemarie shouts in irritation that he is acting like a dunce and a fool, and that she is probably just crazy to have used her power to drag him into an A-rank squad. Whim weakly tries to object, but inside he feels that there is an unpleasant but familiar truth in these words. Abel, standing next to him, simply shakes his hand silently. This gesture of support is more important than any words, and Whim quietly thanks him. Once the group was sure that the area was safe, they relayed the information over the comms, and the main guild force soon joined them. Camila, approaching the water's edge, declares that Night Dragonfly no longer needs to worry about fresh water supplies. There is plenty of it here, and it is drinkable. She praises the Vanguard, saying that they have done an excellent job. The group receives recognition from their leader, and the atmosphere becomes more relaxed. A slight sense of victory and satisfaction from a task well done is reflected on the participants' faces. Given the terrain, the guild decides to set up a teleporter right here by the lake and set up a temporary camp for the night. As the labyrinth's sun, the magical source of light, begins to fade, Hidemarie notices that Whim is still awake and digging around near one of the hills. She approaches him and asks him, slightly irritated, to finally go to sleep, as rest is especially important now. Whim does not agree right away and replies that he is interested in one detail that does not give him peace and prevents him from relaxing. He shares his observations. Before they entered this huge hall, the path went uphill, and that is strange. Usually the floors have a more even structure, but here there is a sharp rise, after which a huge depression begins. Whim thinks that the lake could have been here for a reason. If there is more water, this place could very well flood, which would lead to a catastrophe for everyone who remains inside. This thought worries him, and he makes a mental note to look into it later. Whim has never encountered water traps before, which is why this situation worries him especially much. He realizes that he is physically exhausted and that sleep is necessary, so he reluctantly decides to stop thinking and rest. Lying in his sleeping bag, he still turns over in his head theories about the origin of the lake and possible threats, but at some point fatigue wins out. He falls asleep, but the feeling of anxiety remains, like a reminder that the labyrinth always hides something more than meets the eye. Whim's sleep is interrupted. He wakes up to the feeling of drops on his face. Opening his eyes, he is surprised to see raindrops falling on him. Inside the labyrinth, he rises, and his face instantly becomes serious. Rain is impossible here. This means that some system, unknown or hidden, has been activated. He peers at the ceiling, which is still not visible, and feels the anxiety growing inside him again. The sound of the drops increases, and the rain turns into a full-fledged downpour. Emergency messages start coming in over the comms. All members of the Night Dragonfly are urgently awakened, informed that it has suddenly started raining on the 98th floor of the labyrinth. Whim, wet and scared, almost whispers to himself that he should have guessed, should have put together all the facts he had in hand. He clenches his fists and angrily calls himself an idiot, knowing that the consequences of this mistake could be fatal. Everyone present is panicked, unable to understand where the rain suddenly came from in the labyrinth. Screams are heard everywhere. Is this a trap? What is happening? Even the most experienced members of the squad are dumbfounded. Whim stands in a daze. He never expected that a real downpour could start in such a confined space. He looks up, but the ceiling is drowning in a gray haze. Drops are drumming on everything, soaking the ground, clothes, faces. Visibility is sharply reduced. Movements become heavy, as if the air itself is saturated with water. The swordsmen who had been surveying the perimeter report in panic that there is no way back. All exits are flooded. The water is rising too fast. A tense voice reaches Camila over the intercom. She remains calm, but there is alarm in her tone. Quickly assessing the situation, she orders everyone to calm down, collect their thoughts, and line up in pre-agreed positions. Panic is the worst enemy right now. Camila makes a loud speech to raise morale. She reminds them that they had considered the risks of going down into the labyrinth beforehand, and situations like this were foreseen. The worst thing that could happen now is an attack from the boss. But until that happens, they have a chance. She raises her hand and loudly declares that it is time to show what the Night Dragonfly is capable of. Everyone must stick together and listen to orders. To Whim's surprise, her words actually worked. The soldiers immediately gathered, casting aside their fear and panic. Even the previously trembling adventurers began to move in an organized manner. Hidemarie, standing next to him, proudly says that the Night Dragonfly is not used to giving up, and that they need to contribute to the common cause. Whim feels a wave of determination rising within him. Meanwhile, Bettina scans the area with her reconnaissance magic. She reports that there is nothing to the east, west, and south. No exit, no enemies. But something large is rapidly approaching from the north. She cannot discern exactly what it is, but judging by its size and behavior, it could very well be the floor boss. Camila immediately gives the order. The rearguard is to prepare to fire after Whim is enchanted. Hidemarie, staff in hand, begins to chant a complex spell. Her voice is clear despite the pounding rain and the tense atmosphere. Whim concentrates and directs his enhancement at her spell, increasing the range and density of the magical energy. A moment later, Hidemarie's staff begins to glow, hinting at the preparation of a powerful magical strike. Suddenly, from above, from the depths of fog and rain, huge tentacles begin to descend. They wriggle slowly, as if studying the territory. Everyone freezes. Hans peers at them and says that because of the downpour, it is impossible to determine their exact size. Perhaps this is only a small part of the monster's body. Camila, without wasting a second, orders the fighters to take aim. Whim uses a complex enchantment. He adjusts the rigidity of the arrows and reduces their air resistance, increasing their flight speed and penetrating power. On command, the rearguard launches spears, shrouded in glittering ice magic. One after another, they fly upward, right into the tentacles. Once the spears make contact with the target, a powerful explosion is heard, deafening everyone around. A bright flash illuminates the room, but after a few seconds, the tentacles disappear into the darkness. For a moment, it seems that the target is hit, but this is only the calm before the storm. Bettina reports there was a hit, and the target was indeed hit. However, the monster is not killed. On the contrary, it is set in motion. The tentacles begin to wriggle faster, descending lower. Obviously, the creature is going to attack. The shield bearers immediately take a defensive position, and Whim strengthens them with magic, increasing their resistance to physical attacks. The shield bearers raise their shields, creating a dense defensive line. When the tentacles try to strike, the skill Reflection is activated. A powerful magical barrier repels the blows. The tentacles are unable to penetrate the defense. Camila quickly moves to the next phase of the plan and orders Hidemarie to illuminate the enemy. Hidemarie points her staff upward and casts a spell. A bright light flares in the sky, like a miniature sun. Its rays disperse the fog and rain, illuminating the ceiling and opening everyone's eyes to what they must fight. The entire squad looks up, and then they see it. A giant creature emerges from the darkness, resembling a monstrous mollusk. Its skin is slimy and pulsating, covered in tentacles. It hangs over them like a great cloud of fear, watching the adventurers with all its eyes. It makes no sound. Only its presence makes hearts clench. Whim swallows hard, sensing that the real fight is just beginning. All the adventurers were stunned, fascinated and terrified by the size of the monstrous creature towering in the mist and rain. Its tentacles writhed with a frightening grace, as if they possessed intelligence. Camila, remaining calm, turned to Whim and asked if he knew what kind of creature they were dealing with. Only one thing was clear to her. This was definitely the boss of the floor, and its powers were certainly beyond the usual. Whim, concentrating, shook his head and admitted that he had never seen anything like it before, but in form and habits the monster resembled one of the rare varieties, a sea cow monster, only much more distorted. Camila wasted no time in asking Whim if such a creature had a weakness to certain elements, especially fire. If it really was a sea cow, then flames should be its weakness. Whim confidently confirmed her guess and offered to test it. Then Camila loudly ordered the rearguard mages to prepare fire-oriented spells and be ready for a single volley. Instantly, magic circles were activated around the perimeter, and each mage began to summon flames using their own unique technique. Soon, dozens of fire spells, sparkling in various shades, rushed towards the monster. They hit the tentacles and body, causing muffled explosions and flashes of fire. The creature let out a piercing scream, which made many ears pop, a scream of pain, anger, and fury. This meant only one thing. The attack was effective, and the hypothesis about the weakness to fire was confirmed. Camila, instantly assessing the success, gave the following orders. Even if the attack hits the tentacles instead of the body, it will still cause damage, meaning the strike zones are expanding. The vanguard was ordered to move forward under the cover of the shield bearers and attack the tentacles, and, if possible, pierce the body. The rearguard was to split into groups, act in rotation, and not stop the fire pressure, so that the monster would not have time to recover or counterattack. Camila gave them a direct order to focus the reinforcement on the shield bearers. Their defense would be the cornerstone of the entire strategy. The rest would be reinforced on a residual basis. Whim began casting spells one after another with maximum concentration, adjusting the density of barriers, resistance to blows, and even the mental fortitude of the defenders. The scene before my eyes was like something out of a combat tactics textbook. The rearguard continually bombarded the enemy with magical attacks, holding them at bay, while the vanguard charged into close combat, exploiting the gaps in the monster's defenses. Thunder and flashes of fire reflected in the water, rain, and armor. It was a spectacle, a desperate battle, where each participant performed their role perfectly, without losing their rhythm. Whim, watching the coordination, felt like he was watching a great chess game, where every move was thought out. This was not just a fight. This was a real war, where every second counted. And all this was happening in the pouring rain, which seemed to support the monster, making the fight even more difficult. Whim knew that they were in enemy territory, where the enemy had the advantage, and yet he felt confident. He was becoming more and more convinced. This group really was the strongest in Wilbron. Not only could they win, they did it without panicking, with complete control over the situation. If they continued in the same spirit, they would be able to bring down this giant without giving him a single serious blow. For Whim, this was confirmation of the level and power of the Night Dragonfly. And then Camila, watching the battle, pulled out her sword. She announced that she was now entering the fight herself, and, turning to Whim, she ordered him to use the full boost on her, without limiting himself in anything. There was determination in her voice. She did not just want to finish off the monster, but to put the finishing touches with maximum efficiency. Camila, looking Whim straight in the eye, said that she trusted him completely. She officially gave permission to use any enhancement spells he deemed necessary. Whim realized how important this moment was, and began preparing the best he could. An enhancement that combined physical strength, magical defense, resistance to external conditions, and instant reaction. The entire squad noticed their leader was about to engage in battle and retreated, clearing the way for her. Whim activated the spell, putting all his mana, skills, and concentration into it. He enchanted Camilla's sword, her armor, her body, and even her shoes to make her steps lighter and faster. In that moment, she became the embodiment of the power of the Night Dragonfly. The sword glowed with a bright red flame, and a golden aura surrounded Camilla's body. The soldiers exclaimed in amazement at what their leader had become. She approached the monster with absolute confidence. Whim realized that she was going to deliver the finishing blow and did not want to give the boss a second to counterattack. He knew that floor bosses could have hidden forms, backup attacks, transformations, or deadly feints. Camila understood this perfectly well, and therefore was not going to drag it out. Her plan was to destroy the enemy before he revealed all his cards. The blow had to be so precise and powerful that the boss would not even be able to breathe. She came closer. The boss, writhing, seemed to sense his death. Camila was ready. This fight was an opportunity for her to test all her training, everything she had been working towards. Not just to win, but to prove that she was the leader, capable of leading the night Dragonfly into the depths of any labyrinth. In the days leading up to the expedition, Camila had not stopped training her body and honing her magical skills. Even late at night, when the camp had already fallen silent, her exercises had become more intense, her schedule more rigorous. She persisted despite her fatigue, overcoming pain and exhaustion, as if she wanted to punish herself for something. It was already beyond all reasonable limits, more like an obsession than a training. She huffs and puffs as she lowers the massive barbell, studded with weights that clank like bells as they fall. Panting, Camila looks at the count and says with tired bitterness, 10, 22, same as last time. Despite the huge number of reps, she doesn't feel any stronger. This feeling of stagnation weighs on her more than the physical pain. Frustration spreads through her body like poison. Anger bubbles up inside her, and she clenches her fists, almost shaking with helplessness. If I can't become stronger myself, then I will make others stronger, she tells herself through clenched teeth. In that moment, it seemed to her that her own warrior spirit had faded, dissolved in the darkness of the night's training. At least, she was sure that was the case. But deep down, she still hoped that this was not the end. Now that she has received a boost from Whim, the entire party, every adventurer, wishes her luck. Camila walks towards the monster, and with each step she feels her body fill with a power she has never felt before. She immediately notices how much more powerful Whim's boost is compared to the previous ones. This power penetrates her to the tips of her fingers, to her very core. She realizes that she has room to grow. The hope that Whim gives her becomes a spark that restores her faith in her own path. Camila thinks to herself that maybe Whim doesn't even realize how important he is in her life. He's not just a charming magician, he's the one who awakened the meaning she's lost in her. She feels more than gratitude for him. It's a deep, quiet respect and appreciation that she can't put into words. She just grits her teeth and keeps going, hoping that he'll understand someday. As she feels the energy course through her muscles, Camila feels truly alive for the first time in a long time. Her warrior spirit, which seemed to have faded long ago, flares up with renewed vigor, all thanks to Whim's magic. Raising her sword, she says, "Hear my call, Head Scratcher." Her weapon responds, filling with power, turning into an even more formidable weapon. This is not just a sword, it is a symbol of her renewed determination. Before everyone's eyes, Camila's sword grows, becomes more massive, and glistens menacingly under the raindrops. It seems to respond to her emotions, to her call, taking on a new form. The power it radiates makes those around it hold their breath. At this moment, no one doubts this blow will be decisive. Magic, physical strength, and Camila's unwavering will are intertwined into a single whole. Whim, looking at her sword, exclaims that it is even bigger than the one she used to fight the wyvern. He is amazed. Hans, standing next to her, chuckles with respect and adds that, fortunately, there is no ceiling in this hall. Otherwise, Camila would have simply smashed it with this weapon. They both understand that now that nothing is limiting the leader, she can unleash her full strength and show everything she is capable of. Camila leaps forward, her body slicing through the air. She raises her enlarged sword, ready to strike a devastating blow. The air vibrates with tension. At this moment, she feels like never before. Her body is light, her movements are precise, and her strength seems limitless. Even the rain can't slow her down. It only adds drama to the scene. Everything is coming together as she dreamed. In this flight, in the moment before the blow, Camila feels pure happiness. Her heart pounds with anticipation, her body exults in the freedom of movement, and her mind is full of determination. This is her moment. Never before has she felt like she is fighting at full strength. And now, at the limit of her capabilities, she is ready to put everything she has into this one blow that will determine the outcome of the battle. Seeing Camila raise her giant sword above herself, the entire group of adventurers began to retreat in panic, quickly running in all directions. They were afraid that they could be hit by a blow or covered by a shockwave, So huge and crushing did the force concentrated in the hands of the leader look. Even seasoned fighters who had seen many fights, for the first time felt real fear not of the enemy, but of an ally who was ready to bring down something grandiose on the enemy. With a thunderous cry, Camila unleashes all of her pent-up power and performs her signature move, Giant Hunt. The giant sword, propelled by Whim's rage and enhancement, slams into the monster's body with devastating force, cleaving it in half with one lightning-fast strike. The ground shakes from the force of the blow, and the air fills with the piercing sound of tearing flesh. Everyone holds their breath as the monster's colossal body begins to fall apart into two unequal halves. After the impact, a powerful gust of wind arose, like a shockwave that rolled across the entire space of the hall. It rushed towards the fighters, almost knocking down those who were standing closer to the epicenter. Whim, watching what was happening, was stunned. He thought that he could not even imagine what Camila was capable of at full power. Her strength and technique now reached an almost absurd level. The monster, who seemed invincible, literally fell apart. Joyful cries began in all the ranks. Someone already shouted triumphantly about the victory. Hands rose in jubilation. The warriors began to sing a song about the victory in chorus, not hiding their pride. However, among all this joy, only one person remained wary. Whim silently looked at the ruins of the monster's body and felt inner uneasiness. Something told him that the battle was not over yet. Something did not add up, although everything pointed to victory. His fears were confirmed by Zemon's anxious voice, which sounded over the general communication. He reported that, according to his analysis, the monster was still alive and showed no signs of final death. Camila, hearing this, immediately returned to combat mode and loudly commanded everyone to gather themselves, not to relax and prepare to continue the fight. There was determination in her voice, to finish off the enemy until there was nothing left of him. The vanguard and rearguard immediately raised their weapons and spells again. The mages began to summon pillars of fire again. The warriors rushed forward with swords and spears to deliver the finishing blows. Teamwork was once again in full swing. The blows were precise, the spells were powerful, and everyone knew their task. Soon, after a series of coordinated attacks, Jimin reported that the monster's vital signs had now completely disappeared. The floor boss had been defeated once and for all. The squad exploded with jubilation. As if on cue, everyone started shouting, hugging, and clapping each other on the shoulder. This was a real victory. The first victory over the floor boss, and everyone understood it. Someone said that their fight would be the stuff of legends. Someone started singing songs. Someone was already talking about a celebration. The words, "We did it," were heard from all sides. This was not just a battle. It was a confirmation of their strength, coherence, and potential. But Whim remained on the sidelines, quiet and thoughtful. He did not share the general joy, because deep down he felt that not everything was so simple. He was tormented by questions. Why couldn't he relax yet? Why did the anxiety not leave him? He tried to find the reason. Maybe it was the rain, the dampness, and the tense atmosphere? But no, the real reason was different. The boss had died too easily, without having time to really prove himself. Everything had happened too smoothly. He was becoming increasingly convinced that the victory, despite its beauty, had left a bad taste in his mouth. Perhaps the monster had simply not had time to reveal its full potential due to the fast and coordinated attack. Yes, this was exactly what was worrying Whim. The victory was too easy. At that moment, Abel approached him, and while he was walking, Whim suddenly slipped on a wet stone, losing his balance. Abel caught him and noticed that the water level was rapidly rising due to the rain. Their situation was still unstable. Whim ponders. The floor boss appeared as soon as it started raining. Is it a coincidence or part of its powers? He can't help but think that there is a direct connection between the start of the downpour and the monster's appearance. However, even though the monster has been killed, the rain still doesn't stop. It doesn't seem logical. If the rain was really caused by the monster, then it should have stopped with its death. Whim feels that something is wrong here, that he is clearly missing some important detail. But no matter how much he tries to come to a conclusion, there are too many guesses. There is no time to guess. He must find a way out before the situation becomes critical. Whim decides to contact Camila through communication magic to inform her of the impending danger. He says that the water level continues to rise due to the rain, and he assumes that the monster became active at exactly this time, when the water began to flood the dungeon. Perhaps this is a common feature of this type of monster. He adds that such creatures can be especially dangerous in the water, and that it was probably because of their clumsiness on land that the previous boss descended so slowly. Camila clarifies, does this mean that, in Whim's opinion, they have not yet won completely? Whim, without hesitation, confirms, yes, this is only the beginning. Camila thanks Whim for the timely warning, but says she needs to catch her breath. The fight with the monster was exhausting. She is confident that their main goal is accomplished. The boss is defeated, and now they can leave. However, to do this, they need a way out. She asks Whim if he managed to find a safe route. Whim reports that there is a narrow passage to the northwest, and in his opinion, the water has not yet reached it. If they move there immediately, they will most likely make it out in time. Whim notices that his body is shaking, not from cold or fatigue, but from some kind of uneasy premonition that he cannot explain. Suddenly, as if confirming Whim's inner unease, a terrifying and ominous sound rolls through the labyrinth. It is not like the rumble of collapsing walls or the roar of a monster. It is much deeper, louder, more primal. This terrifying roar seems to shake the entire space around. All the fighters instinctively freeze and begin to look around, tensely trying to understand what caused such a resonance. The adventurers cannot understand what it was, either the voice of some creature or a harbinger of a new disaster. Soon after, they notice how the water begins to boil and rise faster. The waves are followed by another push, as if something huge is approaching. Everyone who is nearby freezes in bewilderment and panic. Someone screams, others just silently look around, and everyone understands. Something is approaching, and very quickly. And then, right in front of them, from the swirling water and darkness of the labyrinth, a creature emerges that resembles the monster they have already defeated. But this one is much larger, more monstrous and sinister. Its tentacles seem endless, its movements are smooth but menacing. Its presence is overwhelming. Just looking at it takes your breath away. The hearts of the fighters are filled with fear. Before them stands a monster against which even all their forces together may not be enough. It is at this moment that the truth dawns on everyone. The real boss of the floor stands before them right now. The one they defeated earlier was only a precursor. The real test has only just begun. His roar alone makes the walls shake, and even the most steadfast of adventurers feel fear trying to overtake their minds. Everything they have endured so far has been a warm-up for the real threat. But the shock becomes even greater when other monsters appear after him. From the water, from the shadows, from the depths of the labyrinth, creatures similar to the first monster appear only smaller. There are several of them, and they all move in sync, as a single whole. They surround the main boss, lining up like guards before a king. The fighters do not believe their eyes. This is not just a monster. It is an entire family of monsters, each of which poses a threat. Someone whispers that they look like the first one. Perhaps they are his copies or offspring. A version arises that these are the minions of the real boss, his subordinates. Camila steps forward, clutching the hilt of her sword, and says out loud so that everyone can hear. The 98th floor will not let them win so easily. A real battle awaits them, and only their unity and determination will determine whether they can get out of here alive. A strange, thick, black smoke begins to emerge from the monster's eye sockets, as if the darkness itself is leaving its body. The smoke flows, spreads across the ground, and begins to dissolve in the rain streams, but does not disappear completely, but seems to be absorbed into the surrounding space, leaving behind a feeling of anxiety. Its movement seems meaningful, almost alive, as if this is not just the aftermath of a battle, but the beginning of something new, much more sinister. The fighters closest to the monster's body watch the scene tensely, trembling inside. They look at each other and ask each other in confusion. What does this mean, and what should they do now? No one knows how to react, because they have never seen anything like this in any of their previous battles. The invisible threat hanging in the air binds their will and increases their fear of the unknown. Jimin, through the increasing rain, connects to the general magic link and says that in this weather, visibility is practically zero, and even his eyesight does not allow him to accurately determine the number of approaching enemies. The thunder tearing through the sky drowns out sounds, and the noise of the rain confuses orientation. He is sure that this unnatural rain is not just a coincidence, but an active ability of the boss. From the west, 2 monsters are reported approaching. Then a message comes in that 2 more have been spotted in the east. 5 silhouettes suddenly appear from the south, and 4 more from the north. Panic is growing. The fighters look at each other, unsure of what to do. Threats are looming from all sides, and even experienced warriors are at a loss. Bettina, without taking her eyes off the boss's corpse, notices that smoke continues to come out of his back, and shares this out loud. Whim, also watching this, begins to panic. He cannot understand what exactly is happening and how to react to the situation, which is rapidly getting out of control. Despite the growing tension, Camila suddenly takes control of the situation. Her voice is firm and confident. She orders everyone to remain calm and immediately begin forming a defensive formation. Whim notes with admiration that even in conditions of complete chaos and uncertainty, Camila remains collected and decisive. This is exactly what a real leader should be, capable of keeping the group from the brink of panic. Following her command, all the fighters quickly begin to gather in the center, forming a ring defense. The most experienced and strong shield bearers are placed in the outer layer, ready to withstand the first onslaught. The magicians and archers retreat to the center of the formation, where they can act with relative safety. Each member of the group acts in a coordinated manner, as if they had trained in advance for this moment. The formation looks like a single living organism, ready to accept the battle from all sides. Whim assesses the situation. All escape routes are essentially blocked off. They are surrounded. One thought runs through his head. Will they really have to engage in battle without the possibility of retreat? He knows that the Night Dragonfly is an elite team, one of the best, but will they have enough strength to break through such an army, especially with the main boss still ahead? Where is the guarantee that, even if they win, they will be able to leave? In order not to give in to fear, he turns to Mark, trying to instill confidence, saying that no one has lost hope yet, and the battle is not lost yet. Looking around, Whim notices that the other fighters are not losing their resolve. Despite the fear and fatigue, there is a fire in their eyes. They are ready to fight to the end. He wonders, why is he the only one feeling despair? Why does he doubt? Whim clenches his fists and tells Mark that he will not allow himself to lose heart. He reminds himself that the most important thing now is to maintain fighting spirit. Faith in victory is what keeps them on their feet. Even in a hopeless situation, they cannot give up. Whim makes a silent vow. They must all return alive. He will not allow senseless losses and will do everything in his power to ensure that the team survives and wins. A determination flares up inside him, cold and clear as a blade. He is ready to throw everything he has at turning this fight from a tragedy to a triumph. They came here together, and they will leave here together, without losses, without defeat. The monsters began to move. Dozens of tentacles rose into the air in unison, writhing and swaying like sea snakes about to strike. These huge, slimy limbs loomed over the fighters with terrifying slowness. The menacing sight made many instinctively take a step back. Camila, noticing the excitement that gripped them, did not allow fear to take root. In a voice full of determination and commanding force, she ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Even the youngest of the fighters felt a spark of determination ignite in their chests at her words. This was an order not just for defense, but for survival. It became clear to everyone that now they were facing death, and they would have to fight back. Whim responded instantly to the order. His hands glowed as he channeled powerful enchantments into the shield-bearers, trying to strengthen their armor, muscles, and resistance to blows. He concentrated magical energy, putting all his will into each spell. Camila, without wasting a second, warned everyone that the monsters were about to strike with their tentacles, and it was after this first wave that they would immediately launch a counterattack. Her strategy was clear: survive the onslaught and strike back while the enemy was vulnerable. At this point, the fighters look up and freeze. They are overcome with horror at the sight unfolding above their heads. Dozens of tentacles covered in sharp suckers and thorns, like black trees, sway above them. The sky almost completely disappears behind this thick curtain. Suddenly, in an instant, the monsters bring down their tentacles on the group. Blows fly from all sides, making a whistling sound like a gust of deadly wind. Each fighter reacts as best they can. Some jump to the side, some use their shields, others launch preemptive strikes, hoping to cut off or deflect the attack. But not all escape unscathed. Several fighters fall to the ground, screaming in pain, impaled through and through by the tentacles. Their bodies rise into the air like rag dolls before collapsing. Blood mixes with rainwater, and the sound of their fall is muffled by the thunder. Among those hit by the attack is Whim. He sees one of his comrades die a few steps away, literally torn apart. At the same moment, one of the tentacles hits Whim hard in the face, knocking him off his feet. His head is ringing. His vision is double. He barely comes to his senses, gritting his teeth in pain. And despite the wound, he stands up, staggering, again taking a fighting stance. His body aches, his face is covered in blood and water, but he refuses to let himself stop. Every breath is hard, but he keeps moving, parrying blows, dodging, covering other fighters. He feels fear rising inside him, but he suppresses it with willpower. He can't give in to pain or panic now. There's too much at stake. He won't let himself fall. Through the roar of battle and the roar of the rain, as if from another world, Whim hears the voice of Camila. She screams for everyone to hold on, not to give up, to continue the fight. This voice, firm and confident, like an anchor, pulls back those who are about to give up. It permeates everything around, like a spell of courage, and revives the hearts of the fighters, awakening in them the desire to survive at any cost. But despite her words, the ranks of the night dragonfly are thinning. People are falling. Some are dying on the spot. Some are seriously injured. The air is filled with groans of pain, the smell of blood and dampness. Everyone who is still standing understands how hard every moment is for them. Fatigue is setting in. Their hands are shaking. Their magical reserves are depleted. They are fighting, but they are paying a high price for it. After a crushing onslaught, having repelled a wave of attacks, the surviving warriors stand among the bodies of their fallen comrades. Their faces and armor are covered in blood and dirt, their weapons almost slip from their hands. But their eyes are burning. Fatigue has not defeated them. They are alive, they are fighting. They know that not only their own fate depends on them, but also the honor of the entire group. And as long as at least one of them is standing, the battle is not over. Whim expected the worst. He thought that everyone would die here. Despite their fears, they miraculously had enough strength to fight back, but Whim knew that if the situation continued to develop in the same way, they would not survive. Inwardly, he admits that the labyrinth is unpredictable, and the idea that everyone would be able to return alive was just an illusion from the very beginning. The enemy was too strong, and anyone who encountered it for the first time would surely die without a chance of salvation. Camila, as if sensing his thoughts, tells Whim that he is still not a full member of the Night Dragonfly, and that is why he must escape and pass on important information to the world. Whim immediately objects, saying that he cannot abandon his comrades, but Camila asks him not to interrupt and just listen. She admits that not everyone has a chance to survive, and says frankly, they will not be able to return in full force. However, she is not going to give up and asks Whim to strengthen her. She intends to fight the boss and destroy him, even if it costs her life. Camila firmly states that she does not need the help of others, and orders all the fighters to split into small groups to try to find a way out. She asks Whim to take charge, and, if possible, to lead all the survivors out. When he tries to intervene, Camila stops him and insists that he should simply do as she asks. There is confidence in Camila's voice that the others will understand her decision, because the Night Dragonfly has gathered exceptionally talented and strong fighters. Whim begs her not to do this, not to sacrifice herself. But Camila only smiles weakly and says that she believes in him, in Haidamari, in Abelie, and especially in himself. They are all the future of the Night Dragonfly, the Golden Generation. Their time is still ahead, and for it she is ready to do everything in her power. Then she asks Whim again to use the magic strengthening charm on her, because without it, she will not defeat the enemy. Through the pain and inner conflict, Whim clenches his teeth and finally submits. He casts a spell and casts a spell on Camila. His fingers tremble. The magical energy flows reluctantly, as if resisting this choice. But he knows that she has already made up her mind, and there is no stopping her. Having received the boost, Camila contacts all the fighters through a magical link and announces she will fight the boss alone, and everyone else must immediately split into threes and carry the wounded as far away as possible. Whim will lead them, he knows the way. As she says these words, she feels a heaviness in her chest. This is the realization that she may see them all for the last time. This is not just an order. It is a farewell. When the connection is broken, Camila feels a huge weight lift from her shoulders. She finally lets go of everything. Fear, guilt, tension. Now only determination and calm remain. She is grateful for each of the guys, each look, each fight. Now she faces the final test, which she will meet with dignity. Camila takes a deep breath and fills herself with determination like a flame. She no longer thinks about defeat, about pain, about death. She has only one goal in front of her, to defeat the floor boss, no matter what. This is not only her fight, this is a fight for those who must survive, and she will not fail. Addressing the monster, Camila firmly declares that she will take its life, no matter what tricks it tries to use. She reacts instantly to the incoming attack. She deftly dodges, using all her combat experience, and easily jumps upward, simultaneously summoning her weapon, the legendary sword Headcutter, glittering in the air. Gritting her teeth and filled with rage, Camila slashes through the monster's tentacles with her sword, looking straight into its eyes without a trace of fear. Her gaze is full of determination and anger. Even the monster seems momentarily stunned by this power. Everything about her says she has come not to die, but to conquer. Camila continues to hack at the boss's tentacles, which rain down on her endlessly, as if the monster has no fatigue or limit to its rage. Each new tentacle shoots towards her at an insane speed, but she parries the blows, tearing the monster's flesh to shreds. The monster's blood hisses upon contact with the ground, and the air around her seems to vibrate with the tension of the fight. She does not retreat an inch. As the boss unleashes more of his long, whip-like tentacles, Camila smirks slightly, telling him she won't keep him waiting long, and with a furious cry she transforms her sword into a massive scythe. The blade pulses with magic, glowing a dull blood red, as if responding to her determination. Now she doesn't just chop, she mows down the space in front of her. Her movements are precise and swift, the scythe ripping the monster's flesh apart. Even the cloudy sky seems to be momentarily illuminated by the light of her attack. The tentacles screech as they scatter around, leaving behind clumps of vile substance. Pushing off from one of the remaining tentacles, Camila approaches the boss's body with incredible speed. Her movements are so fast that even the monster doesn't seem to have time to react. She is amazed. Can she really move so quickly in such an exhausted state? Where does such lightness and strength come from in her body? Is this all her? Or is the power that has long been dormant in her finally awakening? With one swing of her flaming scythe, she cuts through several tentacles at once, and the monster lets out a low, agonizing roar full of pain and rage. But Camila does not retreat. On the contrary, excitement burns in her eyes. Now she believes she can defeat him. She is not a victim. She is a hunter, and this monster will not leave alive. She sets a clear goal. First, destroy all the tentacles, and then get to the heart of the beast. Whim watches her from afar and cannot believe his eyes. After all, he applied a normal buff, and she fights as if she had become the embodiment of legends. This is not just Camila anymore. This is Camila, Wilbron's heroine, a true legend among them. Whim suddenly realizes she is sacrificing herself for the others. Her actions are not just bravery, but a conscious decision to die to give the others a chance. He clenches his teeth in anger and pain. She is buying them time, and he must use it. He cannot hesitate. He must carry out his orders. He must save the others. Marie, despite her own fatigue, is treating her wounded comrades. At that moment, Whim runs up to her, his voice worried. Is she okay? She nods briefly and reports that Hans is conscious, but the neighboring group is in a critical situation. They urgently need intervention. She pulls him along to show him where he needs help, but suddenly Whim freezes. His eyes are dull, his body feels like lead. He doesn't move, as if something inside him has broken. Hidamari notices this and calls his name again, trying to bring him back to reality. Whim feels something strange happening to him. It's not just physical fatigue. No, it's something else. A heaviness in his chest, a feeling of emptiness. Suddenly he remembers Kronos' words about how he is nobody and he should just listen to the leader. Those words echo in his head like a curse. He feels like that helpless recruit from the Dragon Wing again. Whim wonders what he's even thinking about at such a critical time. He knows he can't afford to hesitate any longer, with all the hell going on around him. Hidamari is starting to notice his behavior too, and she's looking at him with growing concern. Meanwhile, Camilla's words are floating around in Whim's head. Her praise, her faith in him, her words about how amazing his magic is, how useful he is to the team. He clenches his fists, trying to push these thoughts away. But something inside him is getting in the way. He can't explain to himself why this has affected him so much, since he used to be able to resist his emotions. Whim's mind is spinning, and he keeps remembering every moment when Camila spoke to him kindly, with faith, with respect. He tries to force himself to think clearly, tells himself that he should just follow orders, like always. He closes his eyes and counts to 3, hoping that it will help drive away the intrusive emotions and focus. But the heaviness in his chest does not go away, it only grows, squeezing him from the inside. Suddenly, Hidamari's scream breaks him out of his stupor. She screams at him to wake up, to finally return to reality. Her voice is rough, harsh, but there is concern in it. She says that he simply must look at himself from the outside. In this state, he is useless. Hidamari, now clearly angry, says that there is a strange half-smile frozen on his face, the same as back then, in the Dragon's Wing, when he was thrown out. This is exactly the face he makes when he is completely down. She shouts at him not to run away from himself, not to hide behind inaction, but to finally think carefully about what he feels and what he wants. Whim whispers that he does not understand, but his voice sounds dull and lost. Hidamari doesn't back down and says it straight out. Whim is broken now. He stands like a statue, frozen in the emptiness of his own thoughts, unable to take a step. And only her words begin to break through the deafness in his mind. Meanwhile, Camila does not stop fighting. She fights the monster furiously, not giving it the slightest chance to rest. The fighters watching this battle begin to shout, encouraging her, exclaiming that their leader will cope. Their faith in her restores their fighting spirit. Hans, carrying one of the wounded, encourages the others, shouting for them not to give up and to continue acting. Camila, having fought off a few more tentacles, notices that the monster has suddenly stopped. It no longer attacks as before. And at that moment, she understands this is her chance, the moment of truth. She decides not to waste a second and prepares to deliver the decisive blow. Her sword begins to grow, filling with magic until it reaches its limit of power. She feels all the power she can muster building up inside her, and she puts it all into the next blow, which she may not have a second chance to make. With a loud cry, Camila uses a move called Giant Hunt. It is her strongest technique, designed to crush even the most powerful enemies. She strikes with incredible speed and fury, but the monster dodges. Seeing the monster deftly avoid her powerful blow, Camila loses her composure for a moment. Panic overtakes her. It's as if her entire body stops obeying, a buzzing appears in her head, and she cannot believe that the attack she had hoped for was in vain. The same panic paralyzes the other fighters who were watching her movement. And at that very moment, taking advantage of the confusion, the monster deals a crushing blow to Camila. She is thrown back with force, and the entire squad watches in horror as she falls. The tension reaches its limit, because everyone understands this could be the beginning of the end. Whim and Hidamari watch in horror as the boss uses one of its massive tentacles to forcefully throw Camila aside. Blood flies off her body in all directions, like blots on the gray fabric of the air. Whim, without a second thought, immediately activates an instant buff spell, tripling his own physical parameters. His heart is pounding with fear and determination. He cannot let Camila die. Whim rushes towards the falling Camila, his feet barely touching the ground as he sprints forward at top speed. Along the way, he calls out loudly for Abel, shouting into the emptiness of the labyrinth, and finally hears his voice in response. The situation seems critical. He must make it. His body moves on instinct. His mind is left with only one thing: to catch her. Whim catches Camila at the last moment, literally intercepting her limp body mid-flight. He kneels down, holding her in his arms, and calls her name several times, trying to bring her back to consciousness. His voice breaks with anxiety and tension. He doesn't know if she can hear him, but he can't stop, can't let the worst happen. Abel, who was nearby, reacts immediately. He activates a reflection spell, creating a barrier that repels the next tentacle attacks from their position. Whim thanks him with a short nod and a quick thank you, but his gaze does not leave Camila. However, she suddenly begins to cough, and blood pours out of her mouth. She looks terrible. The injuries were more serious than Whim thought. In Vim, examining her with trembling hands, he notices multiple fractures, severe internal bleeding, and damaged organs. Camila moves her lips with difficulty and asks if there are any survivors. He nods, assuring her that they are still here, that no one has left the fight and no one has died. He tells her, almost whispering, that they will all return alive. Camila smiles bitterly and says that he is too young to understand that such battles cannot be won without losses. Her voice is hoarse, but there is still strength in it. Despite everything, Camila slowly rises, overcoming the pain. She says that as long as Vim's enhancement is on her, she can hold out a little longer. But Vim protests, shouting that this is not right, that she must remain lying down. She, looking at her fighters, fighting off the monsters with their last strength, says that she has no right to just lie there while the others fight. Camila asks Whim to strengthen her once more. Her voice trembles, but remains insistent. Whim feels his heart squeeze with despair. He understands that he has spent too much time doubting and being confused, and now Camila is ready to sacrifice herself to buy time for others. He realizes that this may be in vain, because his strength is fading with every second. Whim's thoughts swirl like a hurricane. He remembers how recently he felt like he was part of something bigger, a group that accepted him. And now he could lose everyone. A sudden surge of determination and rage flares up inside him. He remembers how he was always the one who was considered a loser, someone who couldn't do anything. But the truth was, he just didn't want to stand out. Until now, he understands that he simply cannot stand aside. He must protect both Camila and the guys from Night Dragonfly, even if it means sacrificing his own life. Whim remembers how they treated him, how they accepted him despite everything. They were kind to him, believed in him, and now he must repay them in kind. Determination lights up inside him, and he realizes that he has no other choice. He takes a deep breath, concentrates, and contacts everyone on the general connection to convey his decision. Over the intercom, he says out loud, with firmness in his voice, that he must disobey orders. He can no longer watch what is happening and do nothing. He announces that he is going to fight the monster himself, alone. At the same time, he asks the others not to interfere and to leave as soon as they see the slightest chance of escape. This decision was not easy for him, but he is sure that this is the right thing to do. This is his choice, and he is ready to accept all the consequences. Camila is confused. She did not expect this from Whim. She approaches him in disbelief, demanding an explanation. Her voice trembles with a mixture of surprise and concern. But Whim has already made up his mind. He looks at her with sadness and firmness in his eyes and casts a spell, the opposite of strengthening. Pause, temporarily depriving Camila of the ability to stop him. He apologizes to her gently but firmly, explaining that he is going to stop the boss himself. When she asks if he has been hiding something all this time, he does not answer directly, only looks away. Whim hoped that he would never have to do this again. It would be much easier not to remember what he was hiding, because using this spell was extremely unpleasant and dangerous. It always left an emptiness in him. But there was no other way out. And now that everything was decided, he cast the spell transition, Puppeteer. At that moment, his face changed. All emotion disappeared, his expression became stony, and the living fire went out in his eyes. He turned into a tool, a machine, an executor of his will, ready to act without hesitation. Woman shivering in the rain, she desperately said Whim's name, as if trying to stop him. She asked anxiously what he was going to do. Whim, however, looking forward at the monster, he calmly but decisively said that he would kill it. As Whim walked in the rain, someone quietly said his name, watching his determination. The girl noted with a smile that he had become a little bolder. When asked if he had made a decision, Whim nodded confidently. She noted to herself that even when Whim doubted himself, he still continued to do crazy things. Whim thanked Hidemarie. The girl confidently told him not to start with excuses, adding that he would definitely win. The guy sheepishly replied that she believed in him too much, because the situation was completely different, and he might not cope. The guy admitted that the boss was much stronger this time, and added, giggling, that this sometimes happens to him in stressful situations. He was embarrassed, noticing that he was behaving strangely. Whim thought with anxiety that perhaps he was afraid, because even his knees were shaking with fear. He realized that he was risking his life again. The girl, looking at him, quietly said that she understood his fear. The hero said that he had little time and was leaving. As he was leaving, he wished her good luck. The girl sadly noted that he still did not fully understand himself, adding that she knew him much better. The girl said with hope that one day he himself will understand that he is the best in the world. Then she added that she would like him to teach her many things. She admitted that, despite her claims to know Whim better than anyone else, there was still much she didn't know about him. Then she quietly asked him to say something. Hidemarie asked sadly why he continued to smile even at such a moment, not hiding his surprise and pain. Noted with alarm that they would have to start all over again from scratch. Another added that the water level continued to rise. The boy understood that if he didn't finish everything as soon as possible, the water level would become so high that he wouldn't even be able to move. He clenched his fist, gathered his strength, and firmly decided to give it his all, because he knew that the magician was able to strengthen many things. The young man thought that the simplest way to strengthen was to strengthen bones and muscles. He noted that most magicians limited themselves to this level, because the difficulty varied depending on the body part. This was especially true for the human body. The character thought that in order to increase the oxygen supply and speed up the blood flow, it would be necessary to strengthen the heart. However, the heart is difficult to reach, and only a few sorcerers are capable of it. He understood that the heart is not the last limit of strengthening, because there is another organ that is taboo. The protagonist, leafing through the book, noticed that even here there are almost no entries about brain enhancement. He realized that although there had been some attempts, it was extremely difficult to implement. However, if you increase the speed of information processing by this organ that controls consciousness, you can also increase your combat power, but this is extremely dangerous. The young hero thought about strengthening someone else's brain. It's not a reliable thing, and if the magician is initially weak, there's not much point in such a boost either. He realized that no one wanted to be a guinea pig. Recalling his failure with a simple task, he admitted his insecurity, apologizing for letting them down. The hero sat in the room, thinking that he had no choice but to become stronger. He reached for the magical device, internally saying that he was entering the state of puppeteer, realizing that this was the only way forward. Whim activated the spell, and at that moment, his brain began to respond to the magical impulse. Memories flashed before his eyes, like a film strip, with key moments from his past filled with people, battles, and decisive choices. He knew he had to be careful with this enhancement, otherwise his consciousness could easily become clouded. By increasing the speed of information processing in his brain, he felt the whole system begin to fail, overloading his body. Whim knew he had to be aware of his own consciousness. He found a simple way to keep himself lucid. He talked to himself. Although the current level of amplification was extremely high, he barely maintained control, trying not to push his body into overload. He knew he had reached his limit, and even acknowledged that the enhancement could have side effects and damage his brain. But despite everything, he was going to continue, because even in this state he could become stronger. Even if it was just a possibility, he was willing to take the risk. The young man was breathing heavily, chuckling weakly, as if losing touch with reality. And at that moment he whispered the activation of the ability Puppeteer Transition, preparing to finally activate his powers. The monster appeared suddenly. Whim, who was watching this, clenched his fist in shock and cursed. He realized how dangerous this creature was. He thought that such power could kill if he was not extremely careful. The hero felt as if time had slowed down around him, Despite the tension of the moment, he felt a strange clarity. And at that moment, he leaped forward powerfully, sharply, purposefully, striving to strike first. The hero noticed how the tentacle of the monster quickly rushed towards him. He reacted instantly, dodging at the last moment. He watched with a tense gaze as the monster's tentacles began to rapidly thicken around him. He accelerated along the monster's writhing body, picking up speed, and headed straight for its head, not giving himself a second to doubt. The soldiers froze in amazement, watching as the hero quickly rushed across the monster's body, dodging its tentacles. He activated an instant boost, increasing his abilities 20-fold. Despite the monster's dense resistance, he continued to charge forward without hesitation, using every split second. Everything around him seemed to slow down, and it amazed him. He felt every part of his opponent's body. He knew when it was best to move. He understood the movements of every muscle of the monster in just a split second. Whim declared that he would simply win. He had no right to make a mistake. For a weakling like him, there was only one chance in 100,000, and he was going to do it right. If he were stronger, he would have defeated the enemy 10 times over. He thought he would have to strengthen the ligaments. Then he decided to dodge to the side and then push off from the monster itself. The guy exhaled heavily and thought that if everything worked out, he would create a miracle with his own hands. The young man felt fear seize him, but despite this, he continued to rush forward, saying to himself that even if he died, it still won't stop. The girls watched in complete amazement. One of them, not believing her eyes, noticed that he seemed to be floating in the air. One of the girls noted with surprise that he was pushing off the monster's tentacles with his feet. She added that an ordinary person would easily injure their feet. Another suggested that this was possible due to his enhancement. One of the girls exclaimed that he was already moving at an inhuman speed. The second quietly agreed, saying his name. Then, with despair in her voice, she screamed for him to live as he wished. The hero realized that this was his path to a miracle. He believed that the only chance to win was opening up before him, a 1 in a million chance. Despite the knowledge that he could die, he was determined to continue because he knew this was his chance. He understood that even the slightest mistake, even for 1 millisecond, could cost him his life. He would be torn apart and broken right there. The young man stated that at such a speed he would not give him the target, and then with a grin asked what he would do now. The protagonist was surprised to realize that the monster was using magic. The monster released a powerful magical attack, quickly directing it towards the hero. He managed to react and jump to the side, but everything happened so quickly that he only noted the speed of the blow with horror. The hero dodged the monster's magical attacks, parrying the blows with utmost concentration. At the same time, he understood that the enemy was not going to give up either, continuing to attack fiercely, as if demonstrating the same determination. Whim barely managed to dodge the blows, mentally exclaiming that he could at least rest a little, while he shouted with a mad smile at the others to run, making it clear that he intended to delay the monster at any cost. The soldiers watched what was happening and mentally realized the impossibility of what was happening. They understood that one mage was fighting alone against a damn strong floor boss. It seemed so amazing that it was difficult to even catch its movement with the eye. One of them noted that it happened at such a speed that it looked almost unreal. The hero felt the attack approaching and realized that the monster had suddenly made a dash. He mentally commanded himself to dodge immediately, while trying to anticipate the enemy's movement, focusing on the stream of water. The boy noted with alarm that the monster's huge body had lifted off the ground for a moment. He realized that the monster was about to jump, and even 1 second of flight could change the outcome of the battle. Whim was amazed to realize that his body and mind were working as one. Before he could even think, he was already jumping. The speed with which he moved amazed him, and he couldn't believe that he had just dodged. He knew he had only a moment to attack the monster before it hit the ground. He thought that if he didn't make it, he would be crushed. Whim felt death looming behind him, but he was sure still alive. He was getting closer to his only chance, although it seemed almost impossible. At the same time, he was surprised. Despite many blows, he still had not managed to reach the vital organs of the monster. The hero realized that he needed to get out urgently, but he realized that he was not in time. He noticed that the situation was getting worse, and this caused him anxiety and surprise. Whim was surprised to realize that he was acting lightning fast. As soon as a thought appeared in his head, his body was already moving. Everything was happening exactly as he had imagined, and this gave him admiration and a feeling of strength. The protagonist felt his body become light, and his mind agitated. He couldn't figure out whether it was excitement or exhaustion, but his head seemed to be boiling. He realized that the lives of all the members of the Night Dragonfly squad depended on him now. They could die if he failed. He realized that he had no time for entertainment and distraction from the main goal. Whim noticed that the closer he got to danger, the more his heart fluttered and the more cheerful he became. He even wondered if he really was having fun. Realizing this, he admitted to himself that deep down he had been waiting for this moment and felt that something like this would definitely happen. The hero stopped in amazement and wondered if he was really enjoying life. His face did not express confusion, but rather a sudden realization, as if for the first time he was thinking about his own feelings. The knights wondered what this strange creature was doing and suggested that it was entering its second phase. One of them did not hide his shock when he spoke about it. The protagonist was perplexed by what was happening, looking at the strange movements of the monster, which began to make slapping sounds and change shape. The character discussed how this strange thing works and noted that the monster is not only unusual, but also possesses magic. He remembered that his previous boss was the same and came to the conclusion. In front of them is the second phase, a secret ability of some floor bosses that they use at a critical moment. The protagonist realized that he had cornered the enemy. They saw that the monster had entered a new phase, and Whim announced the start of the second round. The commander ordered the young ones to be evacuated immediately, because no one knew how the enemy would attack now. He demanded that Abel and the others retreat, saying that it was time for the old ones to show what they were capable of. The commander shouted that as the head of the shield-bearing detachment, he would remain until the end. He then added that he saw in one of the fighters not just a chance to win, but a hope even better than hope itself, and expressed confidence that he would not die. The hero felt that the current power-up was not enough, and thought that he needed more power. He noted that these creatures had merged, and if before the attacks came from almost all sides, now there would be even more of them. He also admitted to himself that he had a bad feeling, and that this thing scared him even more than before. He thought that he had activated an instant boost, and by 50 times at once. Seeing the result, he was surprised to realize that with such strength he could still compete with this monster. The hero felt his head boiling from the overload, but he assured himself that he could handle it. He remembered where every grain of sand in this cave was. His perception became so sharp. At this time, the enemy began to use magic, preparing a powerful attack. Whim realized with awe that he could now see everything, every movement, every attack, even those that came from a blind spot. He noticed the reflections of the shadows of the tentacles and water arrows in the water. He recorded the exact number of tentacles, blades, arrows, and shots. He felt that nothing could escape his sight. He noted to himself with amazement that he could now even predict the trajectory of the attacks. So sharp had his senses and perception become in this critical situation. Whim noted with delight that, as expected from the floor boss, not a single attack was wasted. He felt like he had 360-degree vision and felt omnipotent. Everything was going according to plan, and it made him feel better. The hero understood that if he stumbled even for a moment, the enemy would immediately destroy him. But despite this, he couldn't shake the feeling that he couldn't stop, and that he was moving forward. He admitted that it was almost impossible to defeat such a creature alone, but it was this feeling that pushed him forward. He recalled whether this feeling had always lived in him, and completely carried away by the fight, he admitted to himself that he was getting real pleasure from everything that was happening. The character exclaimed with relief that he had almost died just a millimeter to the side, and everything would have ended tragically. At the same time, those watching the battle realized that Haida-Marie's demonstration of abilities was quite enough, and gave the signal to stop. One of the characters turned to Hans in a panic, saying that there were too many wounded, almost everyone was busy protecting them, and that they needed to somehow help Whim. He asked if there was a chance to retreat. She, hearing the request for help, thought about it and looked at the battlefield, where the enemy's tentacles continued to attack Whim from all sides. The girl coldly replied that at such a speed no one would be able to help Whim, and any attempts to interfere would only hinder him. He declared that he would cover his men and ordered them to retreat as far as possible. One of the knights agreed and prepared to retreat, and she, with a firm voice, called for her weapon, addressing him as an old comrade. She thought that V was just bluffing when he said he would defeat the floor boss. However, now she was forced to admit that she was wrong. He really was fighting him on equal terms, and even drove the monster into a corner. She realized that they were too far from his level and could not help him. There was only one thing left to do: wish him victory and admit she did not believe, but now she admired. The hero was surprised that there was such a side to him. He had no idea that he could enjoy fighting hand-to-hand so much, tearing the enemy apart and looking death in the face. He knew he was barely making any progress, and he saw no way to kill the enemy. He knew that if things continued at this pace, he would simply get tired and lose. So he ordered himself to think. Whim ordered himself to think and began to look for the weak spot of the monster. When he saw the black fog, he realized that this was it. Perhaps the core or other important organs were hidden inside. If he could get there, he would definitely win. He realized with surprise that he himself had not noticed how he had found the shortest path to the monster's body. Everything happened instinctively. His calculations worked automatically. The young man realized what his mind was capable of. Of all the possible scenarios, he chose the only path to victory. Despite the trembling and fear, he knew if he acted correctly, the monster would not last long. But even the slightest mistake could lead to defeat. He realized that the path leading to a miracle was in front of him, and for the first time he saw the light of victory. Although the chance of survival was negligible, only 1%, he was still going to move forward. Even if it was suicide, he wanted to feel this drive to the end. As Whim rushed forward, using the shortest route, the enemy suddenly lost sight of him. One of the observers exclaimed in surprise that he had disappeared. Whim suddenly realized that the rain had stopped. He looked up in surprise and realized it wasn't the weather. He himself had risen higher than the enemy. Whim realized he was at a great height and decided to use it to his advantage. He threw himself down, using the fall to accelerate. As he got very close to the enemy, he was surrounded by writhing tentacles trying to stop him, but he had already reached critical speed. As he rushed downwards at a furious speed, he felt all sounds around him disappear. The whole area froze. He noted how it suddenly became quiet, as if the sounds had disappeared completely. In this silence, it seemed to him that he was alone, and at that very moment the hero realized that he was now Lord. As Whim was rapidly approaching the monster's body, he suddenly encountered an invisible obstacle. A loud bang was heard in the air, and a barrier was activated in front of him. Whim, having gathered all the reinforcement, concentrates on one thing: to penetrate the target. The guy compressed himself in the air in a rapid dive, and without slowing down, with determination in his eyes, he rushed through the enemy's flesh, continuing to accelerate. He clearly felt either everything or nothing. He noticed in front of him that very black haze, the weak spot of the monster, to which he had been striving all this time. As Whim broke through the fog and reached his destination, the world around him seemed to distort. Everything became distorted and jagged, as if reality itself had failed. A giant egg appeared before him. An unknown figure was crawling out of it, already cracked. Whim stood face to face with the shadow that had hatched from the egg. The creature was twice his height and moved with a dull rustling sound, as if from the darkness itself. The creature bowed its head, uttering unintelligible symbols, as if trying to speak, but in a language alien to this world. Whim looked at the mysterious creature, whose words were incomprehensible to him. But despite the alien language and the disturbing atmosphere, he did not sense any evil from it. Everything inside remained calm. He seemed to understand why he was fighting, and mentally exclaimed that he had to protect everyone. In the last moments, he lost consciousness. His comrades shouted his name. They noticed that the rain suddenly stopped. They realized that the fight was over, and now everything depended on whether he survived. On the 50th floor, a new location opened up before the heroes, and they met a monster. As soon as the heroes reached the 50th floor, they were immediately attacked by a new enemy, a huge frog with lightning-fast reactions. She threw her tongue with such force that the blow was reflected as a sound on the stone slabs. Meanwhile, someone wedged off Nikru. The girl with the bow suddenly activated the spell Rupture, splitting the enemy's stone armor with a powerful blow. The frog squealed in pain. At that moment, another mage shouted the command, Vine, preparing the next attack. He called out to Melise, who, already in a fighting stance, confidently answered that she was ready. One of the mages shouted the spell Flame Stream, and a fiery attack fell on the monster's body, causing heavy damage. The frog howled in pain and staggered. At this time, an arrow flew from the other side towards the target, ready to hit it in a vulnerable spot. Body with force, piercing right into the target. The others noted with admiration that Kronos had shown himself to be a true genius. Once Nikra's wounds had healed, the squad set out into the labyrinth again. She noted that she had also become better at reconnaissance and other tasks, such as route planning and report writing. All participants began to work more harmoniously. She wondered how her predecessor had managed to cope with all this. Being weaker, she confessed internally that everyone around her was truly talented and brave, as if they were acting on the edge of recklessness, but that was what usually led to the best result. She had to develop her hidden abilities to somehow meet the requirements of at least the 50th floor. She admitted to herself that, despite everything, she did not see a bright future ahead of her. The former glory of the Dragonwing squad was in the past, and now there were no more such merits. In her opinion, a group with such a small number of members would hardly be able to do anything great. Although she knew it was rude to say it out loud, she still thought they were too weak to defeat the floor boss. Mellis suddenly screamed, noticing the strange ingredient on the plate. She demanded an explanation, reminding them that Nikra was supposed to be cooking today, and expressed confusion about the presence of carrot tops in the dish. Nikra tried to justify herself in fear, but only mumbled an apology. One of the group members, watching this, smiled and remarked that Nikra was indeed clumsy, and laughed along with the others. The guy tried to calm Mellis down, smilingly, noting that even the tops could be useful. However, she reacted sharply, exclaiming that the dish was not tasty at all. The elf sighed softly, mentally acknowledging that the atmosphere in this group was unlikely to improve. She wanted to sink into the ground again. The guy with a slight smile on his face suggested that since they had reached this point, perhaps they should think about expanding the team. He asked the others what they thought about it. The rest of the team listened to him silently, sitting at the table with food. Boy explained that they had been rebuilding before, so he wasn't looking for anyone. He reminded them that they were now an A-rank group. The young man confidently said that it would not be difficult to find newcomers, thanks to which they would be able to explore the labyrinth from the front lines again. The girl, after thinking for a moment, asked how many people they planned to recruit. The guy thoughtfully said that the more people there were, the better, adding that several dozen would be just right. The rest of the group, hearing this, only silently looked at each other, not hiding their anxiety. He thought about who he should choose, since his group was currently all girls. He admitted out loud that he didn't want any guy with a tendency to be rude to join them. He then asked Milas what she thought about it, which left her slightly confused. One of the girls in the group thought that Kronos was keeping quiet about how he liked to recruit people into his team that he could control. Melis, a little embarrassed, admitted that she didn't want any boar to join them because as long as the team was only girls, she felt safe. Meanwhile, another member of the group thought coldly that this was another problem with their team. Melis and Nikra have feelings for Kronos, and Kronos seems to not be satisfied with one girl. Sophia frowned, thinking that if another girl joined the group, then given Kronos' amorous nature, he would definitely turn his attention to her as well. Because of this, everyone began to frown. Sophia, clearly embarrassed, turned to Kronos, and he asked with bewilderment what had happened. Sophia noted that in his place, she would be much more cautious about expanding the group. She explained that they do not have enough money to recruit many people. Kronos calmly noted that there was no point in so zealously putting a cross on this idea, because no one would know until they tried it. Sophia sighed and said that he didn't understand anything. At this time, Kronos, surprised, clarified that they should have enough money from defeating the floor boss, and if the problem was only in money, then there was no need to worry so much. Sophia looked away in confusion and thought that she had already explained everything, and even included it in the report. Kronos asked Sophia what was bothering her, noticing her hesitation. He then reminded her that they still hadn't received official confirmation of the boss's kill. Sophia responded by explaining that they needed to use the records from Whim to confirm the victory. But realizing her mistake, she let out a startled cry, realizing that she had forgotten to include that information in the report. Kronos instantly changed his expression and, darkened by the darkness, sharply ordered that this name not be spoken. Sophia confusedly admitted that she had used old records for the report, which is why the confirmation of victory and the money from the guild never arrived. Melis asked in surprise if someone had made a mistake. Sophia noticed that usually by this time a response from the guild would have arrived, and she didn't think that the problem was in the content of the report itself. So she suggested waiting a bit. Kronos, hearing about the delay in confirmation from the guild, flared up with rage, accusing a certain person of constant interference. The girls tried to calm him down, reminding him that defeating the boss of the 97th floor was an established fact that no one was arguing with. Sophia, meanwhile, silently watched what was happening. Sophia notes that Dragonwing has always been known for this kind of behavior, and Whim has been working with the worst of the worst all along. A guy slowly opens his eyes while lying in bed and looks around in confusion. The girl sitting next to him notices with relief that he has woken up and cheerfully wishes him a good morning. He suddenly sits up in panic but immediately cries out in pain. His body is beaten. She asks him not to strain himself and to rest. He is confused, trying to comprehend what is happening. The guy remembers the battle in a panic and, jumping out of bed, shouts, asking what happened to his comrades. In response to his abrupt movements, the girl sitting next to him worriedly tells him not to jump up, because he has not yet recovered from his wounds. He strains his memory to understand how he ended up here, and comes to the conclusion that someone pulled him out. The girl tries to calm Whim, who tries to jump out of bed. She explains that he has been unconscious for 5 days, but all members of the Night Dragonfly squad survived, although they were seriously injured. The girl said that he had done a great job. He realized with surprise that his sacrifice had not been in vain, and thought with relief that he was glad that everyone had survived. The girl explained that Camila would be coming soon, but if he wanted, he could call her himself. Then she asked him with a smile if he had had fun. Whim hesitantly admitted that he had been having some fun. The girl smiled happily and said that she understood. At that moment, Camila burst into the room with a joyful cry, which greatly surprised Whim. The armored woman bowed deeply and thanked Whim. He noted with confusion that he had done nothing special and asked her to raise her head. She admitted that she didn't know if she would ever be able to repay Whim for his help, but asked him to at least let her thank him. With tears in her eyes, she expressed her deep gratitude, and Whim, embarrassed, simply said that he was glad everyone was alive. Whim, hearing the words of gratitude from the girl in armor, was a little confused. She, looking at him with tears, said that he risked his life for them. Unable to hold back her emotions, she screamed and hugged him with all her might, knocking him down. The girl in armor hugged Whim tightly, almost crushing him. She cried out with tears in her eyes that she was overwhelmed with gratitude. She hugged him tightly and exclaimed that he was her boy. Whim, barely breathing, faintly whispered that he was suffocating. Whim managed to say with difficulty that the armor hurt and that his nose was about to be broken. He tried to call out to Camila to stop her. The girl who was watching what was happening exclaimed that the leader was about to strangle their savior and asked her to restrain herself at least a little. Whim found himself in the middle of a flurry of emotions, being hugged, having his name shouted, and trying to get to him. One of his comrades with flowers announced that everyone had arrived, and the rest rushed towards him, shouting and ignoring attempts to stop them. Those around him began to reproach the head for being overly emotional. One of the participants said that she was overdoing it, another told her to shut up, and one of the girls asked her why, puzzled. At this time, Whim was still in the arms. Camila addressed everyone gathered, sternly warning them not to overload Whim, as he had not yet fully recovered. She allowed only brief handshakes, so as not to harm his condition. One of the men noticed that the leader was contradicting herself, but when she asked if she was right, he was forced to agree. In the end, she ordered everyone to approach Whim one by one. People lined up to thank Whim. One of them, moved to tears, squeezed his hands tightly, repeating his words of gratitude, while Whim stood silently, stunned by such attention. When Whim modestly said that he had done nothing special, his interlocutor exclaimed that he was their savior. Meanwhile, others were impatiently waiting their turn behind him, loudly demanding to be thanked too. A commanding voice demanded to speed up, calling the next one. When someone loudly thanked Whim, he replied that there was nothing to thank him for. At this point, Abel tried to get back in line, hiding behind a newspaper, but the commander noticed this and shouted to remind him that this was the second time he had taken his place in line. Abel said that perhaps she had simply imagined it. He was immediately pulled up short with an exclamation that this was not right. Camila, holding back her irritation, demanded that he be as brief as she was. Another man he reminded that he had gone too far more than anyone else, and almost strangled Whim. The man with the scythe says with restraint but confidence that the boss is the one who is bothering everyone around him. The guy with the scythe reminded that the head's body had not yet fully recovered, and ordered him to return to the ward. The girl finally sighed with relief. There was a moment of peace. The guy lying in bed agreed with her. She reminded him that he had not yet recovered and advised him to rest. Meanwhile, grateful people approached him. One person bowed and thanked him for saving him. Another emotionally shouted words of gratitude. The girl with the hat expressed admiration, saying that she had never seen anyone fight so bravely, and added that it was cool. Whim sat in bed and thought about what was happening. He felt how strange it was to receive gratitude from so many people. It was the first time for him. His heart was filled with a warm feeling, and he really liked it. The protagonist thought that he would soon be accepted into the Night Dragonfly, and that Camila would have vouched for him anyway. He realized that not everyone trusted him before and did not want to see him around. But now almost everyone came to thank him, even those who had doubted him before. He felt that something was wrong with him. One thought wouldn't leave his head. Despite the kindness of those around him, he couldn't suppress this feeling and blamed himself for it. He believed that he shouldn't think like that, but everything inside him protested. It was hard for him to cope with his emotions. Later, the men reported that Wim Strauss woke up. He explained that there was no official report yet, but it was known that the Night Dragonfly had already returned from the 98th floor, and information about defeating the boss had already spread. He also mentioned that there were rumors about the floor boss being defeated thanks to a mage, but added that he himself was still skeptical about it. An unknown person in the shadows noted that it was the guild's job to verify the information and confirm what had happened. One of the characters remarked that it was rare to see the other in such a contented state. He then suggested going to the hospital to get information. The man said that it was time for the guildmaster to intervene himself. He ended by mentioning that they wanted to know more about the Dragon Wing and the boss of the 97th floor. No one has any proof that the labyrinth exists, because the only thing that connects the floors in the labyrinth are teleports. That's what the book says. Whim reads new studies with interest, delving into new hypotheses. He is distracted and frightened by Camilla's voice. He is too deep in his thoughts. The eyes of the group joke about Whim having balls and ignoring her call, then asks if he is interested in what he is reading. Whim launches into a story, and Camila is happy that he has finally started spending his hard-earned money on his own pleasure. The boy wonders if there are other people in the group who would be interested in the research. He is pulled out of his thoughts by Camila's news that someone has come to visit him. Whim gets out of bed and falls into the arms of the group leader. He remembers the doctor's words about not overexerting himself. Camila notices his paleness and asks about the possibility of changing the meeting place, but immediately stops short that the guest will not fit through the doorway of Whim's room. The guy is slightly stunned. The leader of the group informs that the guildmaster wants to meet with him. The man is sitting by the fountain. His deputy approaches him and asks him not to scare the people around him. The guildmaster gets up and justifies himself by saying that he just went out for a walk. A journalist approaches him and asks why he came to the hospital. He wants to ask the guildmaster a few questions when he confirms his guess that he came to see Whim. The guildmaster refuses, but the journalist does not leave him alone. He offers to make a donation to the Adventurers Guild Fund, which the guildmaster regards as a bribe. The man claps his hands, which frightens his deputy and the journalist. A loud bang and a stream of air hits the journalist. He falls to the ground in fear. The guildmaster stands over him and says that he cannot stand corruption since ancient times. He explains to the journalist that he will call all his ancestors if he hears anything about a bribe again. The deputy hints to the guidemaster that the journalist might write a bad article about him, despite the fact that he simply clapped his hands, and he again scares the journalist with his assurances that he will now cure him. The main thing is that he does not write anything. Whim looks with fear and delight at the large man sitting on the sofa in the living room. He introduces himself as Gotthelf. The guy knows enough about him. He once single-handedly defeated the floor boss with his hammer. He introduces himself in response. Whim remembers the hierarchy of the adventurer group, and that Gotthelf is nicknamed Diamond. The guildmaster asks if he can call him Mr. Whim, and the boy agrees in fear. Gotthelf laughs and asks Whim not to be nervous, because he just came to congratulate him on his victory. Thanks to his victory, a big step was made in conquering the floors of the labyrinth, and since he did it alone, the guildmaster decided to come to him personally. Whim thanks the man, but he denies that the guy did it alone, saying that each of the nightflies contributed to the victory. Gothelf laughs when he realizes that Camila was telling the truth about Whim. The man again mentions that this victory belongs to Whim, because he was the one who brought the monster to the second stage and defeated it there. The guildmaster explains that Whim simply needs to accept his glory and claim victory alone, as all members of the Night Dragonfly feel the same way. The man invites Whim to the Stomp Festival to reward him. It's rather strange to celebrate the conquest of the 98th floor, since the conquest of the 97th was not celebrated. But the conquest of both floors involved Whim. The guide master notes this as unusual. The feat of Dragonwing is quite controversial, and the boss of the 98th floor was defeated by Whim alone. The guild has not yet confirmed the fact of conquering the 98th floor by Dragonwing. Whim is surprised, because he has already submitted a report. The guildmaster mentions some details that his assistant is interested in, so the report has not yet been accepted. Whim is outraged, because he is sure that he wrote everything correctly. But to this statement, the assistant says that the guide did not indicate in the report his achievement in the battle with the floor boss. There are omissions in the report, as evidenced by Whim's reaction to the question. Whim wrote that he delivered the final blow because the other members of the group were exhausted. Then the assistant pretended to be a journalist and talked to Kronos. The same one said that he cut the boss in half, and still remembers the feeling of victory. After the conversation, the assistant realized that he overestimated himself too much. Whim is upset by such a story of Kronos, and tries to defend him in front of the guildmaster. Gothelf says he has no doubts about Kronos' power, but nevertheless believes that lying is a sin. And Whim has the right to recognition of his power and victory, as well as to restore his honor. Whim is at a loss. They want to credit him with defeating the boss of the 97th floor, but his heart and mind prevent him from confirming it. The guy does not know what to do. He decides to confirm what he wrote in the report. He says that Dragonwing dealt with the boss, he only finished him off. And Night Dragonfly made a big contribution to the boss fight. He did nothing special. Whim wonders if he made a mistake. Under the watchful eyes of the guildmaster and his assistant, he repeats these words. Gothelf asks to accept the honors for the victory on the 98th floor and leaves. Camila is waiting for him in the corridor. He tells her that this is all rather strange. He is not sure that such an ordinary boy as Whim could handle the boss alone, even with many witnesses and facts. Camila starts praising Whim and saying that no one can pay him as much as he deserves, contributing to the battles. The guildmaster and his assistant leave, still doubting what they heard. Camila asks about the case of the 97th floor. The guildmaster tells her that it has not moved from the dead point. The man leaves thinking about what he saw in Whim's eyes, what the boy had to go through. Abel visits Whim every day. He brought him a change of clothes and asked if he needed anything else. He volunteered to take care of Whim and thanked him every day, making him blush. Others also visited him. Each of the visitors brought him a gift, flowers, or simply shared news. On one of the gifts, Whim reads a name. He has suffered since childhood from the fact that he has trouble remembering names. There are 122 people in the Night Dragonfly. It is almost impossible to remember them all. His thoughts are interrupted by the introduction of a visitor named Gregor. He says that he is one of the younger leaders of the Night Dragonfly and has come to convey his greetings and thanks. Whim thinks that the visitor does not look like a member of his group, but he feels a connection with him. Gregor gives him a gift, which Whim refuses to accept. The guy says that Camila pays him a salary, and that's enough for him. Gregor finds the book that Whim is reading and asks if he's interested in it. Whim replies that the book isn't guild approved, but it's interesting to read, and asks Gregor the same question. The man is shy, but mentions his contribution to the field, and talks about the research he did under a pseudonym. Whim is shocked, because he has read about this research. Gregor says they will have time to talk about it later, and leaves. Whim is glad to have found a like-minded person. On the day of discharge from the hospital, the doctor asks the boy not to strain himself and take care of himself. Whim leaves. On the way, Camille meets him and he apologizes for having to pick him up. He is surprised that the leader of the group is now in casual clothes. Camille asks him not to stare and says that she is embarrassed. Whim justifies himself by saying that normal clothes suit her, but seeing Camila without armor is unusual for him. She is also unusual, but Hans did not allow her to come to the discharge in armor. She suggests walking. Camila starts a conversation about how much time has passed since leaving the Dragonwings group, and Whim should decide on joining a new group. She encourages him to join the Night Dragonfly and says that she will not give up so easily, despite the fact that other groups will invite him. She is ready to pay him more than anyone else will offer. Whim finds this offer too generous and is willing to give up monthly payments for a one-time reward. Camila calls him modest because he still believes in the randomness of his victory and says that no amount of money will cover his contribution to the victory. Whim is pleased to be so highly regarded, but is still unsure that he was the one who dealt with the floor boss, believing that he was simply being praised. Camila does not ask him for an answer immediately. Other groups are also interested in him. She says that she is ready to offer him better conditions in any case. Whim thanks her. In return, she asks him to take a few pieces of advice. Camila hears strange sounds and turns around. She is not sure, but perhaps she thought they were being followed. She asks Whim to be careful because she doesn't want him to fall under the influence of dark groups, whose activities are often illegal. The city is big, but the criminals are concentrated in just one group. Camila asks if Whim is familiar with the Twilight Owl group, and he says he doesn't remember them. She's glad Whim hasn't encountered them, but she wants him to remember. This group is darkness itself, and if they find out that Whim knows nothing about them, they will definitely try to do something bad, and then the darkness will crawl out. Camila. She said they would try to attack Whim when he got out of the hospital, but everything worked out. The guy promises to remember the name of the criminal group. Somewhere in the city, Kronos is conducting a selection of new candidates for the Dragon Wing. He mainly chooses girls with a striking appearance. Sophia watches what is happening and thinks that nothing good will come of this venture. From somewhere on the side, she hears a conversation about how the Dragonfly took down the boss of the 98th floor, which is considered amazing. Kronos is interested. He comes closer and asks the men who recognized him to tell him more. They say there has been no official confirmation yet, but the group was descending to a new, previously unexplored floor. Kronos finds this story odd, because the cleanup of the 97th floor lasted 3 years. Sophia thinks that if the men mention Vim's name, the head of the wing will be furious. Kronos says that it is to be expected from Camila, but the men mention a strange rumor, and they say that the boss was defeated by a temporary member of the group alone. Kronos doesn't believe this rumor and thinks about who it could be. An image of Whim flashes through his mind. The guy explodes and grabs one of the men by the shirt. He yells at him not to lie, it is impossible to defeat the boss alone. Sophia stops him, saying that everyone is looking at him. Kronos apologizes for losing his temper, and says that he hasn't been in a good mood lately. From a nearby table, Kronos hears words about someone who also does not believe that the floor boss can be defeated alone, but the same applies to conquering the previous floor with a small group. The speaker turns out to be the leader of the recently raised group, Daz. He also asks Kronos about the fact that the guild has not yet confirmed the fact of their victory. Kronos justifies himself with red tape. Daz continues to mock Kronos, saying that his group has no place in A rank, and since a certain wizard managed to single-handedly defeat the floor boss, he won't be able to rest on his laurels for long. Kronos is ready to settle the matter with his fists. Daz agrees and offers to go out. The people around him place bets on the victory. Sophia is upset by what is happening, because it could say bad things to me at the rank of their group. Kronos strikes down Daz, who lies on the ground in blood. The guy can't calm down, Sophia stops him. Kronos calms down and apologizes to his allies. He passes the crowd, who mention his strength and how he could have easily defeated the floor boss. Kronos says that rumors are not necessarily to be believed. Nemaya asks him to take his time. There are still many unexplored territories on the 98th floor that they should focus on. Sophia asks him to focus on finding new members of the group. Kronos initially agrees, and then he says that it's time for them to go to the 99th floor. The members of Night Dragonfly are happy to see Whim after his discharge. Whim is embarrassed, but he enjoys the attention from others. Haida Marie is watching the boy's movements. She is worried about him. After defeating the boss, many people started paying attention to Whim. Haida Marie is angry that he walks around the city so easily, she considers it suspicious. The girl continues to follow him. She finds it suspicious that he did not leave in his usual clothes, and she suspects that Whim went to see the woman. Haida Marie is angry that Whim has made many new acquaintances. His behavior does not indicate that he is heading towards a woman, and the girl thinks that he was invited to another group. She climbs down from the roof and continues to watch. And then she notices that she is not the only one interested in Whim's movements. Marie uses magic to shackle the stalker. She attacks the pursuer and screams at him to find out who he is and why he is pursuing Whim. She hears a familiar voice. Abel is hiding under the cloak. He says that he is trying to imitate Whim because he is so cool. He defeated the floor boss single-handedly, and he wants to become just as smart and strong. Marie understands him. Whim really showed himself cool, but that is not a reason to follow him. Abel again makes excuses that he just wanted to copy his habits. The girl understands him, but says that it is better for him to give up the pursuit. It is better to change tactics. Abel apologizes to the girl, and she says that he can follow anyone except Whim. Only she can do that. Abel agrees and giggles strangely. Marie asks. He says that he does it deliberately, trying to imitate Whim. The girl asks him never to do it again and leaves. Abel wonders why she is following Whim. The girl justifies herself by saying that Camila instructed her to keep an eye on the guy. While talking to Abel, she loses Whim. Whim comes to the cafe, where a girl is indeed waiting for him. Marie is angry. The girl shakes Abel and screams that it is impossible. She finds it strange that Whim drinks coffee without milk, and Abel says that he is simply growing up. Whim asks his interlocutor if she brought what she was supposed to bring. The girl turns out to be Sophia. Marie recognizes her and calls her one of Kronos' women. When Whim was in Dragonwing, he handled all the paperwork. The guy says that he should have met Sophia earlier to make her job easier. Sophia apologizes. Whim finds her a pleasant conversationalist. Whim thought that Sophia was one of those who had a crush on Kronos, but it turned out that she didn't join the group for that reason. She immediately understood everything he explained to her, while Kronos only yelled at him. The guy offers to meet her again if she has any questions. Sophia apologizes again, and Whim realizes that he is worried about his former band. He calls out to the girl and starts talking about the boss of the 97th floor, but still decides not to tell her everything. He only says that they will soon receive confirmation from the guild. Whim asks the girl to refrain from unnecessary spending and save money, which should be enough for them until confirmation. Sophia offers to convey his words to Kronos, but Whim is embarrassed and asks not to do this. Sophia understands his confusion and says that she will say the same thing, only from her own perspective. They separate. Abel suggests that they should have rushed into the cafe, but Marie reassures him. The girl says that she decided to give Whim 3 hours of free time. Abel does not quite understand her, and asks about Marie and Whim's relationship to each other. She says that they are fellow countrymen and friends. Abel asks the question about stalking again. Marie is lost in her memories and tells Abel that too much has happened. The girl does not explain anything else and asks him to pretend that they have not seen each other. Whim sits in a cafe and thinks about how he needs to find his place and make a choice. He will definitely have nothing to do with the previous group, but he wishes them success. He wants to join the Night Dragonfly, but it is a difficult choice. Camila receives another report from Whim. She asked him to rewrite it so that he would not conceal the fact that he defeated the floor boss. Also, the leader of the Night Dragonfly asks him to give an answer about joining the group. Whim doubts, and this scares him. Camila is ready to meet him halfway if he is not satisfied with something. Whim suffers from indecision, which prevents him from enjoying life. The guy is embarrassed, but finally blurts out his desire to join the group. Camila is happy. They leave the office together. Everyone congratulates Whim. The guy introduces himself again and says he's excited to work with the new group. He asks them to take care of him. They pick him up. After defeating the floor boss, the fight for improvement began, which Night Dragonfly also entered into as soon as she recovered from her wounds and injuries. Camila sends a small team to scout out the area to map it. Whim meets new people. He introduces himself again and says he's happy to work with them. He manages to deliver his speech without hesitation, but his allies are surprised, because they have worked together before. They do not understand Whim, and he thinks that he has embarrassed himself again. Camila asks to maintain contact, because despite the fact that they have already killed the boss, the danger is still present. Whim runs forward. He is asked to determine the distance to the danger. He carries out the order and sees a monster similar to a wyvern on his way. He calculates the distance and trajectory to make the right throw. A new feeling is born inside him. He asks Camila's permission to join the fight, and she approves of his initiative, but asks to do without a fight. Whim realizes that Camila is right and it will be more effective. Camila sees Whim's power and thinks that she doesn't know how to use him. She remembers asking him about the magic he does. Whim told her everything in detail, and she concluded that he was a genius. Whim told her about the buff and mentioned that the part of the body that would be buffed would be damaged. He also said that during the boss fight he buffed his brain. The guy said it was dangerous, he was on the verge of losing consciousness, and the fact that he survived was just a lucky coincidence. Camila thinks that he underestimates himself again. Whim's abuse of her body, she is distracted by a member of the group who tells her that there are 2 strong opponents ahead and they need to retreat. Camille turns to Whim. The guy has already defeated the wyvern. There is only 1 chimera left. Camila asks if he can handle it. He confirms. Whim uses the puppeteer mode switch and instant boost again. He kills 2 monsters with furious speed. The guy turns to himself, asking himself why he used the puppeteer mode, because he could have won without it. He admits to himself that he wanted to be praised. Both monsters are defeated. The night dragonfly rejoices. Camila didn't think he would use this magic again. She asks him how he feels and gets an answer. Whim says everything is fine, and she asks him not to strain himself. The people in town don't believe that such an unprepossessing guy like Whim could take down the boss. Whim hears this and straightens up, because he now has to walk upright and not slouch. Marie touches him on the shoulder and tells him that they are now officially allies. The girl worries about his condition when using the puppeteer mode. Whim claims that everything is fine. She asks him if he likes it in Night Dragonfly and gets a positive answer. And yet her heart still aches for Whim. Dragon's Wing receives an official document from the guild. Sophia is stressed about the group because everyone is talking about Whim and Night Dragonfly. Everyone knows that Whim was kicked out of Dragonwing, and the group hasn't gotten any achievements since then. Sophia concludes that all the previous achievements are due to Whim. Along with the confirmation, they were given a monetary reward. Sophia asks Kronos for the leader's seal, and he, without thinking, calmly gives it to her. Kronos is proud that they are now an A-rank group. Sophia suggests that he prepare and study the 98th floor. Kronos is blinded by his desires and does not listen to the girl. He is going to defeat the boss of the 99th floor. Everyone except Sophia is happy about this opportunity. And Sophia thinks that Kronos just wants to prove to everyone that he is strong. The new Dragonwing descends into the labyrinth. Because their group is small and unprepared, moving through the labyrinth becomes too difficult. By the time the group reaches the end of the 98th floor, half of them are already out of breath. Kronos alerts his allies that they have arrived. The group's level has not improved even after seasoned adventurers have joined them. Kronos encourages his group that they are entering uncharted territory. He asks his allies to trust him with their lives and says that legends will be made about them. On the 99th floor, a forest awaits them. The group is surprised by the surroundings and the fact that there is a sky in the labyrinth. Kronos' allies say that a completely different boss awaits them here. Kronos is blinded by the desire to stand out from the crowd. He calls his group to follow him. He says that they will make history. The exploration of this floor of the labyrinth will be discussed by everyone. Group member Rebecca wants to ask him a question. She asks how they will communicate with each other, since they do not use magic and the group is quite large. Kronos has an idea. He suggests to Melis to burn the forest. She complies. A pillar of fire rises from the magic, blinding others. Part of the forest is burned, and Melis is exhausted. Kronos says that there is no need to be afraid of running out of oxygen here, because there is a sky here. He again encourages the team members and urges Melis to continue. Kronos says that the animals are afraid of fire. Rebecca apologizes to Sophia and says that she is leaving because the group leader does not distinguish between monsters from animals. Sophia agrees with her. Rebecca encourages the girl to do the same. Sophia can't leave the group right now. Her thoughts are distracted by the screams of others about monsters approaching them, but they are not visible because of the smoke. Everyone turns to Kronos, but he doesn't know what to do about it. Sophia calls for them to stand with their backs to each other and defend themselves, because it's too late to run. Monkeys look at the group from tree branches and vines. Kronos is pleased that he is the first to see it. Sophia hears the music and realizes how intelligent these creatures are, because what is happening seems like a ceremony. At the arrivals, with anger, he drags another monster along with him. Sophia realizes that this is the boss. Kronos is about to attack him and does not listen to Sophia's warning. The guy misses and doesn't understand what's happening until the boss looks at him and wills him to move his fingers. Kronos' face is cut and he falls unconscious. Sophia is at a loss. The girl realizes that they can't win. The floor boss and the other monkeys laugh at them. She realizes that something needs to be done. Sophia screams for the rest of the group to stand behind her. She tries to fight. Kronos wakes up in a hospital room. There is a man next to him who says that he brought him here. The stranger says that many who went to the 99th floor either returned wounded or went missing. Kronos does not believe this and shouts at the stranger, asks about the girls. The stranger says that all three are alive, but as a commander, he should have been wiser. Kronos asks who he is. He replies that he is the one who highly values Kronos and his power, and he is even ready to give him advice. With his power, it is better for him not to climb to unknown floors. The stranger says that he lacks it and makes him an offer. Kronos is willing to listen to him after he offers to make him stronger. The stranger says they will get along and introduces himself as Helion. The girl moves around the city undercover. When the residents realize that she is from the Dragon's Coil, curses fly after her. Sophia manages to escape. After the girl's death on the 99th floor, their group is pursued. In the house, the surviving girls meet her and ask if everything is okay. The girl is sure that their rage will soon subside. The surviving adventurers ask what to do, because they will not be accepted into other groups after they find out that they were part of the Dragon's Forge. Kronos enters the house. Everyone is surprised that he has already been discharged. He apologizes to the girls. He is sorry that they have lost so many allies, but he chalks it up to bad luck and asks her to trust him again. Sophia is shocked. He suggests going back to the labyrinth. Jellion walks away from their house and laughs. Nightwing continues to explore the labyrinth with the help of Vim's charm, which gives the vanguard a boost. Intelligence reports the enemy, and Camila sends Whim and Hidemarie there. They work well together, and the other members of the group see it. Hidemarie is pleased that she feels like everyone thinks they look good together. There were no problems during the 3 months of exploration of the 98th floor. Night Dragonfly reaches the edge of the labyrinth. Whim is interested in exploring the labyrinth in depth. A group member approaches him, laughing at Whim's thoughts on the depth of the labyrinth, as the area has not yet been fully explored. Camila reaches the edge. There is a lot of water and steep cliffs below. They also see 2 teleportation stones, which means that the Night Dragonfly has reached the treasury. This is the room that opens when the boss of the floor is killed. It also contains a teleporter to the floor above, so you can easily leave by a shortcut. Whim sees the treasure room for the first time. Hidemarie looks like a happy child, which makes the other members of the group laugh. She says she's always like this. Camila sends people from the group down to scout. Hidemarie grabs Whim and they jump down. The guy is scared, but the beauty of what he sees amazes him. They dive into the depths. The girl asks Whim to look up where the crystals are shimmering. Others land with a splash too. Some don't want to disturb the couple watching the beauty. Some are having fun. Monica asks Abel to catch her. Hidemarie calls out to Whim, showing him something incredible. The guy smiles and says that he hasn't seen her like this for a long time, to which the girl replies that her dream is coming true now. They are finally traveling together. Whim remembers that they had already talked about this a long time ago. Hidemarie has changed a lot since then, becoming a real adventurer girl. One of the teleporters will definitely get to the 99th floor. The second one can return to the 27th. The group will now be able to move faster, but they should fortify themselves at the teleporters. Whim has another strange feeling. He is distracted by Camila. She thanks him again for getting them here, and Whim accepts her thanks, saying he will keep trying. The guy feels like he's in his place. He wants to be a worthy member of the group, and that's why he doesn't have to listen to the nagging voice in his head. On the way back from the treasury, Whim again plots the route and checks the passages for dangers. To a logical question from his allies, he answers that he is not only looking for possible traps, but also for new deposits. Abel takes note of this. The guy notices something suspicious and turns to Camila. He says there is a trap ahead. And that is strange, because they are returning along the same path. The trap does not look like a normal one. It was clearly built by one of the people. The fact is quite interesting, because it would be more logical to build traps on higher floors. But this trap was definitely created by other adventurers. Camila wonders if there is something else ahead. Whim doesn't understand the logic. The treasure was untouched, which means other adventurers were unlikely to have passed through here. Perhaps someone was specifically targeting their group. Camila informs the other members of the group about the trap. One of the scouts also looks at the map and discovers that at the site of the trap, there are stakes with poison on the tips. Someone really wants to kill them. Whim theorizes about what other dangers might be in the area, and asks Jimin to check if there is anything under the ceiling. There really is a trap with a falling rock. Everyone is amazed at Whim's cleverness. The guy is embarrassed. He tells Camila that he will go ahead. She agrees and asks him to be careful. Whim jumps over the trap. He uses a machete to fly over the poison stakes. He manages to slip through, but arrows are flying at him from above. He was not prepared for this, but he will do everything to ensure that his comrades remain safe. A rock falls from above onto the group, and Camila shouts to the shield bearers.
The warriors raise their shields.
And Whim casts a buff spell, shouting to Abel that he relies on him. The stone is too big, but Whim is sure they can withstand its onslaught. Marie prepares to throw. Whim encourages her with his eyes. But something unexpected happens. Whim decides that the stone has explosives built into it because it can't be that big. In addition, this trap was prepared by a professional. The guy decides to smash it. As soon as he punches it, a teleportation circle is drawn on the stone. Camila screams, but Whim has already begun to immerse himself in the magic of movement. The guy falls. There is a dense forest below him. He realizes that the stone had a one-way teleportation trap. He flies down and ponders his next steps. Whim decides to slow down the rate of fall with a spell. The guy lands but doesn't understand where he is because there is sky above him. The thought comes to mind that he is on the 99th floor. This is bad because he is alone in uncharted territory. There is no point in waiting for a rescue team, but he can try to find a teleportation point. A few days later, the situation is not getting any better. Whim is wandering through the forest. Despite his fatigue, he wants to explore the local ecosystem. On the surveillance monitor, he sees a group of people. He finds it strange, because they said that only monkey monsters live on this floor, but only humans can move like that. Whim makes up his mind and runs out of hiding. A group of people are looking at him. They take him for an enemy, and the guy justifies himself by saying that he fell into a trap. He gives his name and group and asks to join the group for a while, because without it, his comrades will not find him. The group members talk to each other, and the group leader comes out to the guy. The girl introduces herself as Lyda Heinkus and says that she is the leader of the investigation team sent by the guild. She says that she has already heard about Whim. She shows the boy the sign of the investigation team to prove her words. Whim thinks that she looks like a child and is happy to meet her. Lyda says that her team is quite unusual. The girl is glad to meet Whim because she has heard about him. But she and her group are busy at the moment and will not be able to help him return, and offers to stay with them for some time. Whim agrees. Lyda says that they are quite noisy, but Whim is happy to learn something new. The girl is happy about their similarity. The guy is called out. Lyda introduces the tall man, calling him Petros. He is a monster researcher who studies their behavior. In essence, monsters are the same animals, just endowed with magical powers. Petros asks Whim about the boss of the 98th floor that he was studying. The animal looks like a sea cow, but only has similar features, which suggests that it is a long-extinct animal. The man talks about a rain tiger that bears more resemblance to the boss than a sea cow. He is deep in conversation with Whim, who is pondering Petros's involvement with the research team. His thoughts are interrupted by Petros's question about Whim's thoughts on the matter. Whim tells Petros about the boss's body structure and how it moved, destroying his theory. The group laughs at the researcher's mistake, but Whim reassures him that this proves the diversity of the animal world. The guy is frightened by a sharp sound. A huge monster flies at him, and Whim prepares for battle. He is surprised that no one else is scared. Lyda explains that it is just a new species, and there is no need to fight it. One of the party members uses a spell on a monster. The animal falls unconscious. Another member of the group approaches it and examines it. The men argue over who will be first in line for examination. Lyda introduces them to Whim. She says that they are both researchers. Whim's surprised that the group simply immobilized the monster to study its body structure. Lyda is interested in Whim's specialization and mentions his dissertation. The guy is shocked. The girl explains that she has known about Whim for a long time, and naturally she was interested in his works. She is sure that he knows her too. Whim remembers her last name and recognizes in her the author of his favorite work. She confirms her identity and also says that she and Camila are the same age. The group brings the report to the leader. Lyda listens to it and then tells Whim that they were able to contact Camila and informed her of the situation. Lyda then says that they are planning a new experiment and invites Whim to participate in it. The group prepares to use a hot air balloon to explore the maze from the sky. Whim. I am amazed at the group's ingenuity. He asks why he needs to fly into the sky. And through Dita's hint, he understands that it is necessary to find out the location of the labyrinth. There are currently several theories about the location of the labyrinth, and the fact that a sky has appeared on one of the floors could change everything. Lyda asks Whim to look at the map and suggests that the labyrinth itself is located on another continent. Each floor has something in common. It could be similar animals and plants. And if you take into account other factors, such as climate and weather, you can conclude that different floors are parts of different continents. The girl asks if Whim gets her point, and continues her discussion of the continental theory of finding the labyrinth. And now she needs to test her theory. The group inflates the balloon and launches it into the sky. Whim watches and thinks about the explorers as the balloon rises. Lyda talks about barriers that are on all floors, and the launched ball will give an opportunity to check if there is a similar barrier on the 99th floor. She asks to go up more slowly. Whim watches. The ball hits the dome of the sky and it bends. Whim is shocked. Lyda yells at the researchers to write down what they are sitting on, and then says it's time to blow it up. Whim doesn't understand what she wants. But the girl only looks at the sky with interest, where a balloon explodes near the barrier.
The loud sound is frightening.
But Lyda urges not to be afraid and to observe. A gap appears in the sky. The hole made by the explosion closes up. In its place is the sky again. Whim is surprised. The girl asks the research team if they have written everything down. The experiment was a success. Lyda and her group are happy. Whim is still in shock. Whim watches the group's emotions, thinking how much like children they are. Their eyes, like those of adventurers, are filled with the same sense of adventure. Whim returns with a group of explorers to the 72nd floor. His eyes are covered because he is not a member of the group and is not supposed to see the teleport points. He is surprised because he thought the 72nd floor was fully explored. Lyda is called on a radio, which is called a magic instrument. She talks to someone and then passes the radio to Whim. He puts it to his ear and hears Camila's voice. She asks about his condition and confirms that the rest of the group is fine. After clarifying whether Whim is really with the research team, she says that Lyda asked to allow Whim to stay with them for a little while longer. She gives him her permission. Whim is pleased. He asks Lyda about the magical instrument, and she says that its use is best kept secret. She opens the door and invites Whim in. The girl explains that their research association operates in secret from the guild because they were not allowed to do so. Whim looks around, and Lyda invites him to go further. Two researchers who were vying for the lead in studying the sedated monster are arguing and fighting again. Lyda doesn't see anything surprising in this. Whim asks if there is any way to influence this quarrel, but Lyda asks him to calm down. The guy understands that everything is not as it used to be. His group. It's like everyone feels free here. The researchers notice a guy watching them. They recognize him as Whim Strauss. One of the group members says that he has read Whim's research on insects, even though it was published in a different journal. He is flattered that others know not only about him, but also about his scientific work, which only Heidemarie had been interested in before. Researchers ask to read their work, and Whim says that he has already read it, calling it brilliant. The researchers start arguing again about who has the title of the most luxurious work. Lyda stops their quarrel by hanging photographs of the sky on the board. When approaching, particles are visible on the hole that has formed, which appeared during teleportation. Lyda asks everyone to speak up. Each member of the group gives his or her own idea of what kind of magic is present in the picture. Whim finds it amazing. He has never seen such a large-scale discussion. While everyone is fighting for the correctness of their theory, Petros approaches Whim and asks for his opinion, calling on him to speak out. Whim is embarrassed. The guy apologizes for his assumption. The leader of the group calms him down, saying that any opinion is important to them. Each of them can be correct. Whim looks at the particles in the photograph and ponders, thinking that it all seems familiar to him. He addresses the group, saying that the barrier may be caused by a spell. The group is shocked by his suggestion. The guy makes a hand motion, casting a spell, and shows the group of researchers that the particles from his spell and the particles in the hole are similar, although they are hard to see. He asks to take a closer look at the particles, showing their similar details, and concludes that the barrier is not connected to magical instruments. The researchers are shocked. Lyda is jubilant. She calls out to him softly, then yells at the researchers to write down every word Whim says. They eagerly take notes and ask him to talk more. Whim's words made the discussion heated up. Every researcher wanted to know more and first. Some were angry that they hadn't figured it out right away. Whim gradually began to join the heated discussion and shout. Time passes. The group gets tired of shouting. Whim and Lyda sit next to each other and think about the spell. The girl says that they could repeat the barrier with the help of the spell. She finds it symbolic. The sky is like an obsession. She asks about Whim's condition, and he says he's tired. Lyda asks if he liked what he saw. Whim answers positively, which pleases the girl. The hero thinks that the atmosphere in the research group is more aggressive, but he has a feeling of kinship. Lyda is called out. She asks Whim to take a walk with her and takes him to the mine. When the guy asks where they came, she answers that this is the place of the experiment. Lyda calls out to Laura, who comes out of hiding into the light. Whim realizes that Laura is a half-human. Her fingers have long, sharp claws. Lyda asks the girl to introduce herself, and she does so. Lyda asks Whim if he understood why they came to this tunnel, and he suggests that this is the same edge of the labyrinth. And he turns out to be right. The leader of the explorers asks Laura to begin. She agrees. A loud sadness is heard. Laura takes on her beast form and begins to break through the wall. Lyda explains to Whim that it is difficult to reach the limit in the tunnel because of the stone walls. The average warrior cannot do it, so they use Laura. Whim is shocked. He sees blood on the half-human's hands. Laura reaches the barrier, and this is the only thing that interests Lyda at the moment. She examines the pattern and concludes that the principle of the barrier is the same here. Whim holds Laura's palms in his hands and says that he will stop the bleeding. Laura is surprised by such care. Lyda does not stop talking about the barrier and that she needs Whim's opinion. The guy does not tear himself away from the half-human's palms. Lyda gets angry, saying that Whim needs to think about what discoveries await them if they work together. But Whim says that this is all wrong. He feels that something is wrong here. The guy asks the leader of the researchers what she is hiding. Lyda is confused and understands that she can't get out of it. She changed her manner of communication, and Whim exposed her much faster than she planned. Camila bursts into the tunnel and asks Whim to move away from Lyda, asking for help because they have found the Twilight Owl's hideout. Whim is shocked. The revealed girl introduces herself to Whim again, calling herself Rita Heinkus, the leader of the Twilight Owls. Whim watches Camila and Rita's tense conversation. Camila demands that Rita return Whim to their group and reveals to the boy how skillfully he was manipulated and deceived all this time. The trap was made specifically to separate them. Rita tries to justify herself by insisting that Camila has a bad opinion of her. Camila points a sword at Rita, and she asks her captive Laura for protection. The half-human stands up for her master. However, Rita realizes she has lost and asks Camila to tell her how she found their location, as it is surrounded by a barrier. She suggests that the group was tracking Whim. Camila is outraged by this suggestion, which embarrasses Haida-Marie, because only villains like Rita do this. The leader of the Dragonfly says that Haida-Marie's mind can cope without surveillance. She just had to work her head. Camila thinks to herself that Haida-Marie really does have special abilities to find people. The girl defends herself by building up on Rita, shouting at her that she will not be able to deceive such a sage as she. Rita does not believe Haida-Marie's words are true, but she is ready to let Whim go. Camila grabs his hand and is about to leave, because she cannot stand being in this place. Whim turns around and sees Rita saying goodbye to him from behind Laura. She waves her hand and says that she would be glad if he joined the Twilight Owls. Whim returned to the Dragonfly headquarters and was glad that they were worried about him. The owls had almost managed to brainwash him, but after Camilla's words, he understood a lot. It is hard for him to think that Rita lied to him because her interest did not seem fake. However, he is needed at Dragonfly. He is one of the best. Camila asks him to justify her trust. The night Dragonfly is once again listening to the sounds of the surrounding nature among the tall trees. The 99th floor is gradually explored, and the picture begins to become clear. At the end of the jungle there was a wall, which confirmed the theory about the hemisphere with the sky. Each member of the group is interested in Whim's opinion, some on matters of charms and magic, some because of the discovery of a new species of insect. Camila is simply interested in his condition. The leader still trusts him and calls him a trump card. The group hears sounds and goes towards them, knowing that they will return alive, because Whim is with them. The temperature is rising, and Whim knows he needs to find a source of water. He sees an empty area on the map, but doesn't know what it is, because there is no forest there. He assumes there is a lake there, but the truth shocks him. Scorched earth before his eyes. Whim remembers how his former band, Dragonwing, visited here. Whim blames himself for what happened. He believes that if he could have spoken out against Kronos, he would not have led his group to their death. But they were the first to bring information about the floor boss, thanks to this expedition. Now other groups don't want to work with them. Whim hears strange voices and gets scared. His fear is cut short by a call to prepare for battle from Camila. The monkeys are watching the group from between the trees. They are not going to retreat, because there is nowhere to retreat to. But they also do not want to blindly rush into battle, because there are too many of them. Camille once again urges the group to focus on staying alive in the fight, as they all need to return alive. The group's morale is raised, but no one but Whim hears the strange voice that hints at something terrible to come. Whim's hands are shaking, and he tells himself to calm down, even if it's the boss. He needs to control his emotions and not waste his energy. The monkeys are starting to run. The enemy's movements seem strange. Whim warns his group about the attack. The affected area is huge. The monkeys are tearing up trees. A huge tree flies towards the group. One of the warriors tries to do something to keep the team from getting hurt. There are more flying trees. The monkeys' leader comes to their aid and also throws uprooted trees at the uninvited guests. The monkeys and their leader make their way through the rubble of broken trees and branches. Camila deflects attacks by cutting through flying trunks. She asks if everyone in the group is safe. They tell her that some were trapped by a tree and will need time to recover. The leader of the Night Dragonfly realizes that this is the floor boss that Dragonwing was fighting. The horned ape appears before the opponents. Camila feels the pressure. She says that the translation will go. Over the radio, she tells Whim that he doesn't have to defeat him. It will be enough to buy time for the rest of the allies to free themselves. The guy accepts the order. He makes the transition into puppeteer mode. The warriors free their allies from the rubble. Camila prioritizes the rescue, but asks not to take her eyes off the boss. The Night Dragonfly members realize that the danger in the form of the boss is too close, but are confident that Whim will be able to buy them some time. Whim, in puppeteer mode, locks eyes with his opponent. He has already gotten used to the sensations and no longer feels what he felt before. He is not afraid, because this technique is created for critical situations, and he uses it only for its intended purpose. His thoughtfulness can play a cruel joke on him. He uses the power-up and attacks the monkey. The enemy did not expect such power from Whim, but repels the attack. They meet eyes. The monkey gets angry and screams. From the outside, it seems like the monster is intimidating Whim, but in reality, he is glad that he finally met a worthy opponent. Whim lunges, but the monkey dodges. The monster decides to attack, and Whim repels its attack. The guy tries to strike with a machete, but the monster's skin is too hard, his strength is too weak to do any damage. Whim isn't sure he's ready to continue the fight. He might not be able to stand it. But he has no choice. He uses the buff again. He must save his comrades, and he is ready to do anything to do this. The 100-fold increase has a strange effect on him. The world around him seems to be floating and falling apart. He himself feels like he's about to fall apart, but he can't relax. The monster grabs a huge rock and is about to throw it at his opponent. Whim keeps his hand on the machete. A rock flies at him, but the guy easily cuts it down. The monkey likes his opponent, and Whim understands his joy. Whim's mind, but he does not perceive them. Completely immersed in the fight. He wants to fight and feel this charge of energy. The guy is happy like a child and does not want to get out of this state. Camila's sword appears between the opponents. She asks Whim to control himself, because if he loses his head, the whole group could be killed. The guy realizes that he could have done something terrible. Camila says there is no need to fight now, the group is ready to retreat. She asks him to stop. Whim appeals to reason and agrees with the group leader. The monkey is confused. The Night Dragonfly members attempt to drive the enemy away and use magic. The monkeys retreat. The group is happy that everyone is still alive, and thanks Whim for that. They prepare to throw him into the air out of joy, but the guy is upset that it's all over. Everything went well, and he asks the strange voice in his head to stop. Abel is happy that he got to see Whim's boss fight, calling it amazing. Whim forces a smile because he knows he can't just stay silent right now. Marie asks Abel to step away from Whim because he is making him uncomfortable. Whim is embarrassed and says that everything is fine. He is happy that he can fight without worry, knowing that he has strong allies to protect him. Marie asks how he is. He says he's fine. Hans invites him to sit with him, but doesn't insist. Camila says it's hard to refuse such an offer. Whim says he would be happy to go somewhere with his group. He is asked to choose a place to hang out. Whim takes the group to Greta's cafe. The girl is happy to see him and Marie. She asks why he hasn't visited them for so long, and Whim justifies himself by saying he has business to attend to, and then says that he came with his comrades today. Greta is shocked that the entire Night Dragonfly team has come to see them. She calls the chef, who at first doesn't realize that everyone has come. He looks out of the kitchen and is frightened by so many people. The owner of the cafe knows each member of the group Dragonflies by name and wants to get their autograph. Praising his establishment, he invites the guest to sit down. The cafe is cheerful and noisy. Hans says that Whim has chosen a great place to hang out, and Whim replies that he used to come here often. Hans says that he will pay for everything that is ordered. The group rejoices and continues to celebrate the successful trip to the labyrinth. Whim watches his allies and thinks about how each of them comes from a prestigious academy and an aristocratic family, while he is an ordinary village boy. He feels sad at the memories. He is interrupted by Hans. She asks if Whim is self-taught, and he confirms his assumptions. Hans responds that he is also from the village and had to work hard to catch up with the rest of his comrades. Whim is surprised. Hans goes on to talk about how he worked hard to buy some equipment, and then Camila noticed him and accepted him into the group in the lower echelons. He had a hard time there too. Whim thinks that doesn't sound like hardship. Hans says he got through this with the support of his wife. Whim watches his allies thoughtfully, but joins them as they raise their mugs. At this time, Camila negotiates with the leader of the Tree Mouse group. He offers to exchange Whim for a large group of people from his squad. Camila refuses. She says that he is too valuable to her. No one can compare to his abilities. Not only is he good at gathering information, but he can also fight floor bosses on equal terms. She does not forcefully keep her party members. Everyone is free to choose who to work for. Anselm mentions that the Twilight Owl is targeting Whim. Camila assures him that they can handle this, and Anselm agrees with her reasoning. He leaves, giving Camila one last piece of advice: not to relax and not to let anyone take Whim away from her group, because such power cannot fall into the wrong hands. She assures the old man that everything will be fine. Whim's connections with the rest of the group play a major role in the selection. Whim brings the accounting report of the Night Dragonfly to the guild. He is warmly received. The guild worker notes that Whim looks happy, and he confirms his words. He really has become happier. The guy comes to Camila's office, but does not find her there. He walks around the castle, but meets no one on his way. Whim decides to look into the Great Hall. The entire squad gathered there and joyfully greeted the guy. Camila says that, until now, they haven't been able to properly congratulate the guy on joining their group. Whim doesn't quite understand. The entire group welcomes him back into the Night Dragonfly. Whim is happy that everyone did this for him. He thanks everyone. Everyone is going to have a party. The squad members are having fun and drinking. Camila says this always happens when a new member joins them. She hopes Whim will enjoy this tradition. Camila calls Whim a savior who gave them the chance to save their lives. If the guy doesn't mind, they would like them to always fight shoulder to shoulder. Whim is embarrassed and emotionally reacts to the words of the group leader. He is glad that he finally found his place. Whim is happy with everyone else. Abel comes up to him and gets embarrassed. He says that he has thought long and hard. and realize that it is not enough for him to simply admire Whim, and now he wants to become like him. Whim agrees and says that they will improve together, but he will not be surprised if Abel quickly surpasses him. The hero is glad that he chose the right path. His allies are strong, experienced, and good people who deserve to be at the top. He is ready to go with them to the ends of the earth. There is no other group like this. The happiness is short-lived, because what was drunk and eaten comes out of Whim that same night. Whim happy, he has nothing to hide. He is proud that he manages to live up to the expectations of his group, and he would like to show one day of his life. The guy wakes up in the morning in a great mood. Today he needs to try. On the training field, he enjoys the cool air, as if his soul is being cleansed, but his head hurts and his ears ring. He continues to do his duties, training with Camila. Then Abel and the others who expressed their desire to train with him come to the training. He is paid for the training, although he is embarrassed to accept the money. Then everyone goes to breakfast. Each member of the squad is happy to see Whim and is interested in his condition. Whim thinks that he has started communicating with a lot of people because there may be misunderstandings if he does not communicate with them. Communication is important. At noon, he leaves the cafeteria and goes to do paperwork. He can be replaced in this work, but he is embarrassed to pass it on to others. However, he shares papers. His experience in Dragonwing has been useful to him. He tries to help everyone and be useful. Late in the evening, everyone goes out for a walk. Everyone is recognized because the night Dragonfly became famous after the last trips to the labyrinth. Going out into town to grab a bite to eat is hard because of the popularity. Whim also gets recognized and waves to his fans. It doesn't help the headache. At dinner, everyone enjoys the delicious food and shares sausages to try. Whim says he's ready to eat a spicy sausage. They talk him out of it, but he remembers that he's practiced a lot and his stomach can handle it. He eats the sausage and says it's not spicy at all. His allies decide to try it too. The test fails for them, the sauce is too hot, and they drown it out with drinks. Whim joins in. Abel points out that the guy drinks too much, to which he replies that he is just in a mood. He himself continues to think about his headache. They all sing the adventurer's anthem together and invite Whim to join in. He agrees. Abel notices that Whim has changed and doesn't look the same as he did when they first met. He asks the guy if he's okay. Whim says everything is fine, even though Abel says he's had a lot to drink. Abel offers to walk Whim home, but he refuses. They part ways. On the way home, Whim thinks about how wonderful his day was and how well it ended in the company of wonderful friends. He is satisfied and happy. A strange voice in his head wipes the smile from his face. Whim asks him to be quiet. He usually hears this voice in the labyrinth, but now it is outside of it. He asks him to shut up. Camila thanks the group member for her work and says that Whim went with the others to relax. Lately, he has become content and joyful. He is finally confident in his abilities, and his soul has become calmer. It is important to think positively now. The boss of the 99th floor is angry. He beats tree trunks with his fists and uproots them. The monkeys support their leader, who grins and looks up at the sky. He calls for an opponent to fight with his voice and movements. Whim hears the call. The boy looks up at the sky as his allies make their way through the thicket. He is asked about the floor's flora. Whim confirms that this is a new plant species. Since they began exploring the 99th floor, they have found many new plant species. Curiosity drowns out the headache and the voice in the boy's head. Hans talks to an ally about the difference between the 99th and other floors. Whim watches them. He thinks about how his former squad is not giving up and taking part in the research. Kronos seems to have decided to grab his head. Something must have happened to him when he first came down. Whim is glad that Kronos is finally doing something. He wouldn't want any mutual hostility between them. He would like to apologize to his former comrade. Now he is on an adventure with new allies. The haunting voice is in his head again. Whim hoped that it was over. He warns his comrades about the approach of the horned ape. The squad is huddled together. Monkeys are watching them from the trees. Camille calls for readiness. Whim's hands are shaking and he exhales, telling himself to calm down. Whim breathes as his comrades prepare for battle. They have made a plan of action against the horned ape. The boss suddenly appears. Camila says that Whim will fight him while she and the rest of the squad take care of the small stuff. Whim is left alone with the monster. He remembers Camilla's words that he will fight the boss alone, but the rest of the team will support him. The guy is ready for battle. The horned monkey grins as if it had been expecting this meeting. Whim silently asks the monster to stop. He didn't want this, but he had no choice. The guy goes into puppeteer mode. The headache and ringing in the ears go away. He feels comfortable in this state. The enemy is happy and ready to fight. Whim attacks and uses charms. Monica helps him from the side. The boss did not expect such agility and gets angry. Whim thinks that in this way they will quickly overcome the enemy and return to the surface. The monkeys break through the left flank, and Camila retreats to help the victims, alerting Whim. The guy takes note of this and thinks that the human factor is taking place. The monkey attacks again and beckons Whim with his finger. The guy smiles and uses a charm, increases its power 100-fold. The monkey rejoices. The opponents parry each other's blows and fly above the trees. Whim attacks, the monster reflects the blows. They fight on equal terms, opposing each other with equal strength. The monkey is happy, and Whim asks her to stop making that face, as if she is asking him if he is enjoying their fight. The guy is angry, but admits that he likes the feeling of mortal danger. He promises to try to kill the monster in exchange for it trying to kill him, because in order to feel pleasure, they both have to want to kill each other. The monster seems to understand what the guy is thinking. They attack each other again. Whim is in pain, his body is tired, but he continues to move. The guy wants to attack again, but he is stopped by Camila's voice. She says that it is time for him to go back, because they are finished. Whim is upset. The guy stops the fight, turns around and leaves. The monster is upset too. The squad members thank Whim. Thanks to him, everyone remained alive. But he thinks about how he felt when he fought the monster. He had no fear of death. The voice in his head wakes up again. The night Dragonfly is greeted with a standing ovation in the city. The allies suggest celebrating their return with a visit to Greta, but Whim says that it is not possible to go there now. There are too many queues there, because after they came, the place became quite popular. He suggests finding another place and thinks that he will feel better when he drinks.
Whim returns home and thinks
About how fun it was. There is a bucket by his bed, which he immediately pours the contents of his stomach into. The guy doesn't understand what's happening to him. He's happy every day of his life. He has friends who accept him, and yet he feels sick of it all. He wants to drink more, but he can't get into Greta's tavern. He picks up a pen and starts writing a diary. He makes sketches of his squad mates, and it makes him feel better. Whim calms down and realizes that the day really was good. With these thoughts, he falls asleep. And again, he hears the nagging voice in his head as soon as he lets down his guard. He doesn't understand what the voice is saying. Whim asks to stop. Even if he covers his ears, he can still hear this voice. And if it continues to speak, Whim will lose consciousness. His body is weakening. The voice seems to be calling him somewhere. Whim talks to himself and obeys his instincts. In the back of his mind, another familiar voice sounds. The boy comes to from a blow to the face. Haida Marie stands in front of him. She asks if he knows where he is. Whim wants to answer that he is in his room, but looks around and sees that he is standing at the entrance to the labyrinth. Haida Marie doesn't calm down and continues the interrogation. The guy says he went to bed, but she doesn't believe him because it's impossible to go to bed with a gun. Whim pays attention to this. He answers the girl's questions about his and her name, and about where he is, confirming that he is conscious. Haida Marie asks him to come with her, but Whim refuses and says he will go into the labyrinth. Haida Marie thinks he's crazy and decides he's just sleeping badly. She's glad she didn't stop watching him and calls him home. Whim doesn't understand where or why he should go back. The girl asks him again to go to the mansion with her and go to bed. Whim refuses, because it is unlikely that he and she will be able to sleep. Haida Marie understands that he is right. The guy says again that he will go into the labyrinth because he is expected there. Haida Marie tries to stop him, but she fails. Whim enters the labyrinth. He finds the teleportation point, and, mentally apologizing to his friend, moves to the floor he needs. He goes into the labyrinth of his own free will, but the nagging voice in his head won't stop. Whim doesn't understand what it's telling him, but he feels it. His senses are heightened as he enters the labyrinth. The headache and ringing in his ears disappear. Whim can't remember if it was always this beautiful here. From the thicket, he hears a call and lands. He shouts in a language he himself does not understand, calls out to his opponent, shouting that no one will interfere with them. He came to the labyrinth alone, and he knows that he is heard. The boy wants to say something, but he is afraid. And then he realizes that he is here alone, and nothing else matters. Now there is no turning back, and he feels guilty about it. The voice in his head continues to sound. Whim wonders who could be talking to him like this, the labyrinth or the floor boss. A horned monkey appears from the undergrowth. The guy understands that this voice led him to where he is now. Whim tells the monster that he wanted to meet him, and he reciprocates. Now they can fight one-on-one. Whim wants to go into puppeteer mode and asks the monster to wait, but then he realizes that he has already activated his abilities. Now no one can stop him, and he doesn't have to think about others, so he can go further. Whim enhances his abilities. His head is spinning. He no longer needs to think about anything. His body trembles with anticipation, and he realizes it is the same tremor of impatience he always felt before a fight. Whim apologizes to the monster for keeping him waiting. They run into each other. They parry blows and fight on equal terms. They beat and spit out blood. They fly at each other again with wild smiles. Whim attacks his opponent with force. The guy is having more fun than ever. At the moment, his only worry is that the battle might end. Whim remembers moments of closeness with the group and realizes that he feels bad with them. He's having fun and he wants it to last, but it's not the same. He feels better in battle, he feels his strength and anger, and he's surrounded by good people who will turn their backs on him if he shows weakness. Whim dodges a monkey's blow. He's having fun. He remembers being invited out for a drink and shouts at the top of his voice about how people are forcing themselves to be friendly with him. He sees right through them. He tells them to go to hell, calling it generosity that they agreed to accept him despite his disgusting appearance and manner of communication. He is not interested in listening to chatter and maintaining conversations, pretending that he is interested. Somewhere inside, a voice of reason calls out to logic, saying that he had fun spending time with friends who were actually kind to him. He may have the courage to become like everyone else. And the guy admits that he envies people with pure hearts, thinking that he is disgusting. Whim screams, asking his allies for forgiveness for not being like them. The monster attacks the guy, and he reflects the blow with a spell. Whim flies away and thinks that he doesn't like this ending. He giggles and thinks that he can't hold back this laughter any longer. Laura runs out of the bushes. She examines the area for danger and landscape. The girl falls. She hears the leader's order to move on and follows it. Overcoming the pain, she is surrounded by monkeys and she informs her group. She can't escape, but the leader tells her to move forward and try to break through. Laura is threatened with a replacement. The girl gets scared and fights off the monkeys. Laura is in pain, but the leader demands an answer to the question about the monkey's species. She says they are small and dark. She is ordered to start the fight, otherwise she will be sent to another floor. The girl rushes into battle and scatters the monkeys. She thinks that there will be enough information for the map. No one else will be sent in her place now. In her head, she hears her parents' voices, admiring how fast she runs. Laura thinks that she has long forgotten what pain and fear are. A monkey attacks her from behind. Laura passes out with the thought that she always enjoyed running. Whim and the horned ape continue their battle. They attack each other with crazy looks. Their strength is equal. The monster is angry. The monkey jumps and lands in the water. Whim jumps after the monster. He is surprised by how much has escaped from him, but now he feels better, although still lonely. Whim watches as the horned monkey begins to transform. A loud scream and splash stun the boy. The monkey moves into another stage. Whim understands that this is a phase change. He is fascinated by it. The monster screams and uses force. Whim realizes that if he misses even one hit, he will die. The monster rushes at him. The guy blocks the attack. The monkey turns out to be stronger in the new phase, and Whim thinks that he is losing to the monster in strength.
The changes amaze Whim.
Not only his physical strength has increased, but also his magical power. The monster attacks again. Whim realizes that things are bad and uses a protective spell. He is thrown back with great force. Whim tries to dodge the attack, but the monster manages to get closer to him and attacks again. Despite the danger, the boy is happy about what is happening. He is having fun. He parries the attack. He feels a strange sensation. A film strip of memories flashes through his mind, and Whim thinks that if he has the chance to be reborn, he wants to have his loved ones by his side. The boy is glad that no one else will die, and everything will be fine now. He has nothing in this world that he could cherish. A memory of Haida Marie suddenly appears in his head. The girl asks him what he would like to be. Whim decides not to look for the truth in his memories and rushes into the attack, thinking that if his life ends here and now, it will be what he always wanted. He mentally addresses his opponent. He asks him if their thoughts are the same, if he is ready to die. This gives him strength, and Whim attacks again, knowing that he will cope and finish this. A strange sound distracts him from the attack. Whim does not understand if there is someone near him. He feels weak breathing and a quiet voice asking him to wait. Whim runs to the side. The monkey attacks. Whim sees Laura lying there, sad, exhausted. He runs up to her, thinking she's a child. He turns her over and recognizes her as a member of the Twilight Owls. Laura is breathing heavily. Whim examines her injuries and asks if she can stand up. The girl's wounds are quite serious. The guy analyzes them with the help of charms. He asks her to stand up so he can stop the bleeding, but Laura can't move. Whim thinks he could strengthen her muscles so she could just stand up. He goes back into puppeteer mode. There are many thoughts in his head, and he is looking for an answer to his question in them in order to find the right solution. His brain masters the new technology, goes through possible amplification options, and corrects the appropriate code. Usually this process takes much longer, but now his brain is working at the limit of its capabilities. Laura is scared, but Whim reassures her that he is here to help her. He asks her to be patient. A horned monkey attacks them from behind. Whim deflects the attack, realizing that his opponent is angry. Carry Laura for long, so he needs to make sure she can run herself. He assures her that they can handle it if she listens to him. The girl nods. Whim uses a charm. The boy is overcome with emotion. He thinks he is missing something. The monster attacks from behind again, and Whim deflects the attack with a machete. The spell works on Laura, and Whim is convinced that she can stand. He shows her the way to the teleporter. He tells her to wait there for help, but if monsters come, she will have to leave. He apologizes for the complicated explanations. Laura thanks her savior and runs away, leaving him alone with the monster. The girl develops high speed, and Whim realizes that he made the right choice of enhancement. The monster attacks again, and Whim repels the attack. The monkey gets angry, and Whim apologizes for having to interrupt the fight. The rival is not going to forgive him. Whim offers a truce, due to the current circumstances, and promises that they can continue their fight. The monkey watches the guy disappearing into the thicket with disappointment. On the way, Whim meets Haida Marie, who came for him but ran into Laura on the way. She tries to heal her, but the half-human has lost too much blood and needs a doctor urgently. Whim is ready to do anything to save Laura. Haida Marie asks if he is okay. The guy says that everything is fine, but thinks that now he has another goal. There is a commotion in the house of the Night Dragonfly. Camila sends a squad to search. Whim runs up to the house with Laura on his shoulders. He notices the commotion and asks Haida Marie what is going on. She says it is because she woke everyone up in the middle of the night and told them he went into the labyrinth. Camila notices Whim. He asks her to help the wounded girl. The leader gives the appropriate orders. Haida Marie leaves because she can help Laura. Camila hugs Whim. She is glad that he came back alive. The leader asks the guy to explain what happened, why he went into the labyrinth alone, and who the injured one is. Whim says that he found her on the 99th floor. Most likely, Laura was used for reconnaissance, because she is a half-human. Camila is shocked. She remembers seeing the girl at the Twilight Owls. The leader orders the group members to disperse, and orders that no one be allowed near the medical office. Tired Haida Marie leaves the office. Whim asks about Laura's condition, and the girl tells him that the treatment is continuing. What happened seems strange to her, and if she is right, then everything will be very complicated. Haida Marie suspects that there is some kind of conspiracy involved, because Camila ordered that only old stocks of medicine be used for treatment, and assigned only those she was absolutely sure of to the half-human. This means that someone was caught spying. Haida Marie also says that Laura drank poison and had to be given an antidote, otherwise she would have died. Camila approaches the couple and says that it is time for an explanation. The leader says that time is short and she will be brief. And the first thing she wants to ask Whim is if he heard the voice. Whim is shocked. He had no idea that Camila knew about the voice. From his reaction, the leader understands that she is right and says that this is the call of the labyrinth. Almost nothing is known about it, except that it is dangerous. Only a few can hear the call, and the fact that Whim went into the labyrinth alone confirms her theory once again. No one knows anything about the call of the labyrinth, but people who hear it have only two options. They either go down into the maze and disappear without a trace, or become a member of the Twilight Owls. From this point on, Camille forbids Whim from going down into the maze. Instead of answering the call of the labyrinth, she advises him to spread his wings and be himself. If the leader of the owls finds out that he hears the call, she will come for him. In that case, he will have to run. Laura's life is also in danger. As soon as she can get back on her feet, she and Whim will have to flee the city. Heidemarie says that this is the only way to save Whim. Camila is worried that Laura is being used for reconnaissance. This is not uncommon for the Twilight Owls, and with Laura's help they wanted to create a map. And when it was no longer needed, they threw it away like garbage. You have to be careful with them. Whim asks if Laura's life is in danger. Camila asks him to wait and discuss it later. The leader turns the corner, leaving Whim and Heidemarie. The couple hears the sounds of a struggle. Camila catches a cleaner who turns out to be a spy. The mansion is no longer safe and they need to leave immediately. Underground maps are forbidden, but they are also useful. If someone finds out that the group used someone as a victim, they will be in trouble. In addition, through them, it will be possible to get to those who bought such maps. Whim is not surprised that half-humans were used to make the maps, because they have an animal form. This is the ability of some to increase their strength and endurance. Even children can use it, and their strength will be equal to that of an adult. Thanks to this ability, they survive for a long time, but they also die quickly when the ability stops working. Camila explains that the half-humans are being used to make the map. Someone commissioned this map, and that someone is definitely rich or high-ranking. They will definitely come for Laura so that she can't spill the beans. The carriage is already loaded and ready to go. The leader tells Whim that Laura needs to be taken away, and he understands her order. Night Dragonfly begins an operation to rescue Laura. She needs to be taken outside the city. The group splits into 3 squads so that no one understands which one Laura is in. The horses run forward. Heidemarie sits in the carriage with Whim. Laura wakes up. Whim decides to calm her down and comes closer. It is difficult for him to be positive in such a situation. In addition, people are following her for whom only evil exists. He can't understand her feelings, but he wants her to be calm. He says that they can save her, and asks her not to be afraid. Laura looks at him with hope. She gently takes his hand and squeezes it. The carriage stops in the forest. The detachment is ready to march on foot. They must go through the forest to the river, where they will be met by Camilla's men. The leader stops abruptly when he realizes that they are surrounded. Whim uses his skills to check Camilla's words, but sees no danger around. Despite this, he feels that they are being watched from all sides. He hears a familiar voice. Rita and the Twilight Owls emerge from the forest. She is happy to see Whim and Laura in good health. Camila, Whim, and Heidemarie are angry, and Laura apologizes. Rita says she's not mad at her, and wants her to come back to school since she's alive. Laura covers her ears. Whim uses a charm to go into puppeteer mode. He tells Laura that he will protect her and uses a spell to bring her peace. The girl falls asleep under the influence of magic. Rita is indignant, because it is impolite to run away immediately when you just met. Camila tells him to run away and is going to detain the Twilight Owls. Rita asks him not to rush and orders Petros to lead 3 people out of the forest. These are the ones who were supposed to wait for Camila by the river. The leader of the Dragonfly is angry. Rita smiles contentedly. Whim understands what he was warned about. Rita laughs. When Camila asks about their demands, Rita replies that she only wants Laura because she knows too much. Camila wonders if they will spare her life. Rita evades the answer, saying that she has Camilla's acquaintances as hostages, and there is no point in wasting time. She wants to ask Whim a question. She asks why Whim was cornered when he had the advantage. She answers by saying that the guy couldn't make a choice. Whim gets angry. Petros kills one of the people. Camila, Whim, and Heidemarie are shocked. Rita says that these people should not be important to him. She suggests that Whim take Laura and go with her to the Twilight Owls' hideout. Camila interrupts Rita. She says there is nothing wrong with humanity, and Rita is just messing with his head. Rita frantically thinks about what to do now, because the client will be angry if she drags out the order. She offers Whim to talk to her alone in exchange for hostages. If he accepts her terms, she will leave Laura with them, because they only want Whim. Camila does not understand what Rita is trying to achieve. but Whim tells her that she should not refuse the offer. Hidamari steps forward and tells Rita that if she plans to brainwash Whim, she will not leave her alive. Rita says that she and Whim will just have a chat. Whim is about to go to Rita to talk to her. Camila tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen to her. She sets the condition that they leave Laura alone and don't touch the others. Rita says she is not going to deceive anyone. Whim comes out and asks to save the wounded man and release the hostages. Rita accepts the conditions. Whim apologizes to Camila and says that the deal is good. The leader asks Whim to come back. Hidamari follows him and Rita, which surprises Rita.